There are some games that need an introduction. Games that need to remind you who made them, when they came out, and why anyone should still care about them all these years later. Red Dead Redemption really isn't one of those games. Released on May 18th of 2010, Red Dead Redemption was developed by Rockstar San Diego and published by Rockstar Games, serving as the follow-up to 2004's Red Dead Revolver. And when it released, Rockstar didn't exactly have to convince people that they knew how to make an open-world game, but Red Dead Redemption managed to take everything Rockstar had learned from the games like Grand Theft Auto and transplant it into the dying days of the American frontier. And critics and players absolutely loved it. The game's currently sits at a 95 on Metacritic based on 96 critic reviews, earning what Metacritic classifies as universal acclaim. GameSpot gave it a 9.5, while outlets like IGN, Game Informer, and GamePro praised its world, story, and atmosphere and ability to make the Wild West feel like a living space rather than a simple backdrop for the player to run around in. But here's the thing, I'm not going to try to convince you that Red Dead Redemption really is anything other than an amazing game. This time it's going to be a little bit different. We already know that Red Dead Redemption is an amazing game. And to be honest with you, if you go against that narrative, you're the minority. Not that you're not allowed to have your opinion. Red Dead Redemption for me is one of the most crucial games that I've ever played. It shaped who I am, who I was as a gamer, and what I expected for future games. It in fact was so influential on the gaming landscape that people are still comparing today Red Dead Redemption 2010 to modern releases for storytelling, gameplay, animations, and just overall world feel. So this time I'm not asking you to sit down and try to remember if Red Dead Redemption was as good as you remembered it. Instead, I'm inviting you to come with me as I replay one of my favorite games of all time. We're going to talk about the missions, we're going to talk about the story, we're going to talk about the characters, and we're going to explain things that we liked and didn't like about each individual thing. But at the end of the day, my playthrough of Red Dead Redemption is still just as amazing as it was the first time, and that's the beauty of the game. Few things to note along the way though, we're only focused on the main story missions. There's 57 main story missions and one bonus mission at the end of the game. I'm going to focus on those. There is a ton of side content to do inside of Red Dead Redemption, tons of activities, world events, as well as just side quests and characters altogether. And while I did a lot of them, I'm not featuring them in this video. Any lore that is tied to them and any references to them will not be included in this video, just to keep the story clean and the way it was intended to be told. Second, this video took me so long to record, so if you could hit that like button, don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment down below. That would be fantastic at showing me that you guys truly appreciate this kind of content. And finally, a huge shout out to our channel members. You guys are amazing. Here you guys are on screen right now. These are people who decided to take the extra step to show that they support the channel in a different way. Channel members get access, or minions as we like them to be called, get access to videos the second that I'm done with them, as well as their own series that is completely separate to the Deep Dive series. Deep dives will always be available to all the unpaid workers, that's what I call my community, every single Friday when I get the video done. The members just get totally separate franchises and series for themselves that are just for them. They should get a reward for going the extra mile just like they have. With that being said, support's never mandatory, but if you feel like going the extra mile, then you can also have access to all the videos early as well as the members only series. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to waste your time. We're going to select normal mode and we're heading straight into Red Dead Redemption 2. There will be 2 times I have to cut out the audio because it's songs. Any other times where the audio sounds muted or weird, that's YouTube, not me. I'm gonna leave this game as raw as I possibly can. I will be making cuts to like long traversing periods, and all of the in-between mission parts have been cut out. Otherwise, literally, I took 70 hours to beat this game. You're gonna see it in like 10-ish hours. So there's a lot of side content and traveling. Anyways, I'm excited. Let's get into it.
for one, am grateful, Mrs. Bush, that they are finally bringing civilization to this savage land.
I could not agree with you more, my dear. My daddy settled this land, and I know he'll be looking down on us, pleased at how we help the natives.
Yes, they've lost their land, but they've gained access to heaven.
But Father, do you mean unless an innocent receives communion, they're destined to go to hell? That hardly seems fair.
What I mean to say, Jenny, is that there is a great deal of difference between an innocent and a savage.
I never thought of it that way.
Yes, they lived like animals, but they're happier now.
Not only do people now have motor cars, Father, but I heard that pretty soon we will be able to fly.
No, only angels can fly, Jenny.
No, apparently people can fly. Didn't you hear? Out in Kansas, a man even got a car to fly.
I hardly think so, Jenny.
Apparently, Mr. Johns wants to run for governor, which is why he's so concerned with cleaning up the state.
Nate Johns.
Yes.
His family is nothing but hillbilly trash that came here after the war. I don't want to be judgmental, but this state should not be ruled by such a disgusting family. A family without class.
Apparently. The Johns family have made a lot of money, and he has a lot of friends in politics.
Mrs. Bush, money isn't everything. There are many things that money cannot buy.
It seems that money can buy voters, though.
What you must remember, my dear, is that we have been brought here to spread the word. And the word and civilization, they are the same thing. They are the gifts. It is the opportunity we have, the chance to live among people who are decent and who do not kill each other, and who let you worship in peace.
It's so confusing, Father. Sometimes I find it impossible to make the distinction between a loving act and a hateful one. I mean, they often seem to be the same thing.
Yes, Jenny, it is confusing. But you only have to ask me if you need help.
Indeed.
Well, here we are, Mrs. Bush. Armadillo.
Red Dead Redemption wastes no time getting you immersed into the dying frontiers of the United States of America. You have the blind devotion to faith, where if you question anything, it's conveniently wrapped up in a nice little bow tie for you, as in trust the Lord. We saw that on display with the Reverend and the Lady. We had the racism in the old ladies who believed that, natives weren't allowed to have this land, and that they were uncultured even though they had an entire identity before the white man arrived. You immediately know what this game's going to be about, and we haven't even started. But we will. We're off to the saloon. We're going to see some drunks fighting outside, and we're going to get the sense that this world is very much more alive than we should expect.
Mr. Marston, over here! You must be John Marston.
Sometimes.
I'm Jake. Your friends from Blackwater hired me to guide you.
They ain't my friends. They're pleased to meet you, Jake.
I got the horses saddled up and ready out front.
So we just met with Jake, a person who reminds me a lot of my grandfather. My grandfather was a 6'11" pioneer of the Old West, and West being in British Columbia. He was a gold panner, and we used to do events where we'd travel around the Okanagan as well as British Columbia, gold panning in towns that look very similar to the town that we're in. That being said, I'm going to use the opportunity while we traverse to Fort Mercer to explain some things on how this is going to work for this review. Red Dead Redemption 1 takes place after the events of Red Dead Redemption 2, but we're going to deliberately ignore the events of Red Dead Redemption 2 in order to allow Red Dead Redemption 1 to stand on its own, just as it had to back when we first played it in 2010. The events of Red Dead Revolver are not tied to Red Dead Redemption 1, even though that came out in 2004. So as we play through this, we're going to learn it the way that the game intended it to be learned. I'm not going to explain anything that's going to happen in the future or tie back to anything that happened in Red Dead Redemption 2. Instead, as John Marston explains and unravels himself like a piece of paper, we will learn it together. On our journey to Fort Mercer, he's going to tell the man, Jake, that we are looking for Bill, or William. William was part of his old gang and had left John for dead after an event that took place in Blackwater. John is being forced to work for marshals, which we learn through the opening cutscene of the two men that guided him onto the train. We don't know what the marshals have over John's head yet, but we will learn it soon enough. Essentially, though, we've been sent to take out our old gang members in order to be able to get something back that we don't know we've lost yet. We, the player. John knows that he's lost it. On the way to Fort Mercer, though, I want to take a second to just kind of talk about the world of Red Dead Redemption 1. It is a desert, and it's hard to make a desert interesting. It's sand and cactus and just dead plants, yet somehow Red Dead Redemption 1 and Rockstar have managed to make this desert feel alive by perfectly making the world the right size. It's not too big, it's not too small, and due to the fact that it's the right size, they then added things like world events that you won't get to see too much of as we play through the game, as well as pop-up side quests, as well as just lore that goes deeper into the world. So even though in this deep dive we're going to focus on the main story, if you play Red Dead Redemption 1 on your own, you're going to notice that somehow Rockstar managed to make this desert feel like a real living, breathing place, like a highway in between different facilities and cities. As well as they somehow managed to take a desert and make it beautiful. Though I will admit that even as a colorblind person, it is very the same color. But that being said, nighttime looks beautiful, daytime looks beautiful, dawn and dusk look incredible, and when the storms roll through, you feel like you would be cold. Red Dead Redemption has an amazing way of just kind of taking you out of the real world, and that's one of the big positives of video games. Video games are meant to be an escape. It's meant for you to go to a different world and be a different person. In this case, we're going to the dying frontier of the United States of America to be a long-hardened gunslinger who's fighting for what he believes is right, and the game does a fantastic job of convincing you that you're doing that. The game also does a great job of convincing you that John Marston's enemies are actually your enemies as well. You'll hate who you're supposed to hate and love who you're supposed to love. An example of this is when we get to Fort Mercer and we finally get introduced to Mr. Bill Williamson, the thug.
Listen, mister. This here's what's left of Fort Mercer. Some gang rode in and took the place over.
So I understand.
This is where we part ways, friend. You have yourself a good time.
Approaching the fort, we get the sense that John has a little bit of unwillingness to do what he has to do here. He's gonna do it because that's who he is, but you can just tell that he doesn't want to do it. It's almost like his hands are tied, in a way.
Bill! Bill, I've come for you! Bill Williamson! Come out here right now!
Go away now, John. Don't make me kill you.
Nobody needs to kill anyone, Bill.
You must think I was born yesterday. You always did think I was an idiot.
That ain't fair, Bill. You were as my brother. I've come to try to save you.
Oh. Do I look like I need saving?
Bill, please. They want to kill us all. I can help you.
Well, you never tried to save me before. You only seemed to save yourself.
Bill, I implore you think about this.
You implore me? You implore me. You always were one for fancy words. Oh. Well, things are different now, John. Now I'm in charge! No more Dutch! And no more you. Implores. I implores you to go back and tell them to send someone just a little bit more impressive next time.
Well?
Oh. Poor John.
Well, you're alive.
So it would seem.
So, how do you feel?
I don't know the polite word for it.
I do. Stupid is the word we use around here. What were you doing?
I was doing something stupid.
Well, you'll be okay. Once you didn't die, the doctor said you'd be fine. He got the bullets out a couple days ago.
Good.
It cost us $15.
I'm sorry, madam. Should have left me there to die.
Did you want to die? I mean, was that it? Was that why you went straight out to Fort Mercer and picked a fight with the worst bandit in the county? To die, Mr.
Mr. Marston. John Marston.
Bonnie McFarlane. Miss Bonnie McFarlane.
Well, you may be right, Miss McFarlane. I don't know.
Huh. So what were you doing?
Trying to give Mr. Williamson a chance. For old time's sake.
You know Bill Williamson?
Knew him. Long time ago.
Well, what was he like?
Dumb.
Just like you.
Thank you, miss. See my hat?
I have. And, what will you do now?
Now I'm gonna take my time and go after him the less kind way.
Well, that sounds very fun, Mr. Marston. Quite heroic, just like in those penny dreadfuls my brother used to read. Meanwhile, if you'll excuse me, I've got a ranch to run. Of course, if you're feeling better, why not take a ride with me later? Help me patrol the perimeter. You can earn back some of that money we wasted on doctor's bills.
Of course. And thank you for saving my life, I mean.
Next time, Mr. Marston, I strongly recommend you don't try to lose it quite so earnestly.
I'll bear that in mind.
While we walk over to Mrs. Bonnie McFarlane, I want to note a few things. One, $15 for a surgery is either really cheap or really expensive. Two, what's the point in putting the bandages over the shirt so the dirty shirt stays on the wound? And three, I love this ranch. Like a lot.
Mr. Marston, back in the land of the living, I see.
Figured it's about time I started paying back that $15.
I sure can use an extra pair of hands around here. Let's see if we can get you back in the saddle.
Now, this mission works as a tutorial of the locations that exist within Red Dead Redemption that you can go and interact with. For example, you got the general store, the corral, you got the train station, the barn, as well as the hitching horse, and that's just specific to this location. Later on, when you get to other cities, you're going to have things like the saloon, the barber shop, the gunsmith, and other things along that nature. What I also want to note is that Red Dead Redemption has this way of taking mundane tasks, like riding around a ranch, being introduced to things, and somehow making it entertaining for the player that's playing the game. If I said to you, do you want to walk around my house and I'll introduce you to my garage, my backyard, my fence gate, as well as my kitchen, you wouldn't find that very interesting, but somehow through voice acting, design, as well as just overall aesthetic, Red Dead Redemption makes it seem like it's unique. I don't feel like a player who's playing a character that's being introduced to the ranch. Instead, I feel like a person who's being introduced to the ranch. If a game has the ability to immediately make you so immersed into the game that you genuinely feel like it's a real place, then the game's already succeeded in grasping your attention. This is only amplified by the fact that pretty much every single character that is voice acted within Red Dead Redemption is voice acted in a way that it feels like you're genuinely listening to a real person talk to you. They did a great job of doing something that I like to call matching the voice. Many games can completely and utterly have a character ruined by having a character whose voice doesn't represent what you're looking at. An example of this is a character that has too deep of a voice for too skinny of a character. Inherently, when you think of a bassy voice, you think of a bigger character. Red Dead Redemption does a great job of making sure every single voice actor perfectly matches the character in which they're voicing. There's only 1 or 2 times in the entire game where I'm like, oh, what was that? And it's usually due to audio tuning and not the voice actor themselves. You've actually already seen one when it came to Jake. His voice has a very radio effect to it at the beginning cutscene. Now, I am playing on the PC version of Red Dead Redemption, so I do understand that there's been some tweaks made to the game to make it run better on PC, but it was still the same back in 2010. Now, as I said, the task is simple. We just go around the barn and we end up just touring what's happening here in the town. This is going to happen a lot, and I'm going to cut it out in future missions. We're not going to always go and do the tour. And eventually we're going to end up right back at Bonnie's house. Now, at this stage in the game, you don't know what John's motives are, but at this time, I will note that I've always wanted Bonnie and John to get together, and I can't help but think of what would have happened if they had. We, being from the future, know why this doesn't happen, but it is hinted at very heavily in this game, including in the end of the game.
How about a cold drink, Mr. Marston?
Thank you, ma'am. Getting shot, then riding a horse seems to take it out of you. I could use a rest.
Sure. Come on in. I'll show you the house and then you can sit for a while.
Thank you.
Mr. Marston.
Miss McFarland.
Remember me telling you about the trouble we've been having with rustlers and other undesirables?
I do.
Will you help me keep watch on the property line this evening?
Sure.
I want to see just who is trespassing on our land.
This is a fine weapon.
Come, let's head out. The country is really beautiful at around this time.
Without sounding like a broken record, we're gonna re-patrol the farm, and yet somehow it feels new and unique by simply just changing the time of day and adding the element of watching out for something. I know it seems so stupid to have to mention this, but modern games often get this wrong. And it's hard to pinpoint the exact reason why modern games seem to get this wrong, but it's very easy to pinpoint why Red Dead Redemption 1 gets it right. And it's 100% down to immersion. I don't just feel like I'm at the farm. I feel like I'm trying to help Bonnie figure out a problem. And when the problem arises in the form of rabbits, I feel like I'm doing her a favor because we already owe her one. When a game gets you immediately immersed into the story, then it's really easy to put yourself into the role of the character, which in this case is John Marston. It didn't even have to do much to set us up there. It just had to let us watch a great cutscene at the beginning of the game, establish some lore immediately, and then allowed us just to kind of feel like we're in the world already. This is something that I can't help but draw the conclusion to, but to Red Dead Redemption 2's role-playing scene. The reason why Red Dead Redemption 2's role-playing scene doesn't seem real is because every player's just standing around doing nothing and complaining and using modern-day terms to constantly explain what they're doing in the game. It's that kind of immersion that takes you out of it. What Red Dead Redemption 1 does amazingly is keeping you in it. There might be long lulls in between mission segments, but the characters are always talking. There's not often these lulls where nobody's saying anything. In fact, as we travel around here, Bonnie's prying us for information. Now, I gotta also be honest with you, John is extremely cagey at the beginning of the game, and rightfully so. With the ability to know what happened in Red Dead Redemption 2, which happens before Red Dead Redemption 1, we know why he's being so cagey, but in the case of just playing the game from the way that it was intended in 2010, it's about unraveling the mystery that is John Marston. It's also about watching his character slowly trust those who are willing to help him while he helps them. There's more than just a rough and tumble, cowboy going across the frontier killing everybody. He's a character who develops over time. And thus, as much as Bonnie tries to pry, she doesn't get any information out of him because he's not ready to share it yet. He's shielded. Now, let's talk about how this is going to unfold in the future. We are going to do many versions of this. In fact, the game goes full circle. We start by doing this and the game finishes by doing this. You'll understand what I mean by that when we get to the end of the video if you're one of the fine individuals that makes it that far. This is done deliberately to show the full circle character arc of John, and I appreciate Rockstar for the way that they did it. And if you stay, once again, you'll understand what I'm getting at. We will dabble into these mundane tasks that we're going to do with Miss Bonnie McFarlane throughout the video, again at the end of the video, except for it's going to feel different. So while Bonnie doesn't get to know a lot of information about John, she will eventually learn to trust John. And it's through us doing these mundane tasks that she will eventually arrive to that conclusion. I'm not going to show you every time we're doing these mundane tasks for a character because it would eventually become boring for you to watch. I do understand as a content creator, there's a massive difference between playing the game and being immersed in the game and watching somebody play a game and tell you about the game. And as much as I like to watch people play the game, other people don't. Plus, for the sake of time, I don't want to waste too much time saying I killed 7 rabbits. We're going to kill a lot of 7 rabbits. With our patrol done and we found the vermin, Bonnie's going to return us to our home because she's a lady like that, and we're going to learn about the save feature.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Marston. Makes me kind of happy I saved your life. Get some sleep and I will see you in the morning.
Good night, Miss McFarlane.
Going to your bedroom makes it so that you can save your game. Saving your game will move time forward 6 hours. Now, annoyingly, in Red Dead Redemption, there is missions that are tied to certain times of day. There is no way to know what time of day it needs to be without going to that mission location. Meaning, sometimes you're going to go to a mission and then find out you need to come back at 11 o'clock, only to go back to your home to save 2 times, to skip 12 hours, to come back at 11 a.m. If a mission needs to be accomplished at a certain time, then you should just allow the player to show up and then just have it skip to that time of day. We know this is possible because they do it in later games. My God, was it ever annoying though back in the 2010s. It was bad in Grand Theft Auto 3 and Grand Theft Auto Vice City, as well as San Andreas and Grand Theft Auto 4. Just a gameplay mechanic that was annoying all around, and I'm so glad that we don't do that anymore. Or at least have a button so we can wait.
Oh, Mr. Marston, how are you doing today?
I'm well, Miss McFarlane. Thank you. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, thank you. So, how are your ribs?
Fine. A little sore, but apart from a couple extra scars, it'll be as nothing happened.
Good. Come in. You know, you never did tell me how you met that Bill Williamson or what you wanted from him.
No, miss, I did not.
Well, why not, if you don't mind me asking?
I certainly don't mind you asking if you don't mind me not telling. See, it's a complicated and somewhat pathetic tale, and by telling you, not only would I be putting your life in danger, but also threatening the lives of some people that I hold very dear.
Well, I apologize if I seem to be prying.
And I apologize for my reticence. Hope you believe me when I say that it's simply out of respect for you.
Of course, Mr. Marston. I understand that a city dweller such as yourself likes to have some exotic secrets, so us country folk are impressed.
I'm no city man, miss.
Yeah, but I saw you get on the train at Blackwater. You with those gentlemen in bowler hats?
I'm still no city man.
But I'll bet you can't ride, Mr. Marston.
I hate to take money from a lady, miss.
Oh, you won't be. I'll race you right now.
If it makes you happy.
We'll see.
All right, I'll show you how we ride around these parts.
Another thing that I've always enjoyed about Red Dead Redemption is the fact that it will do these missions where it feels serious. Now, obviously nothing we've done up to this point serious, but then it'll supplement it with just like kind of a weird mission or an odd character. In this case, we're going to be doing some horse racing, and it's a great time for us to talk about horse controls as well as just overall feel of horse riding. There's games that can do it really, really good, and there's games that can do it really, really bad, and games can make or break an entire gameplay mechanic or story mission by not doing it right. A great example of this is horse riding in the early Assassin's Creed games is like the worst possible thing you could ever do. I would actively run through the kingdom rather than take the horses in Assassin's Creed 1 because it just sounded, looked, and felt awful. Just so we're clear, Assassin's Creed 1 was released in 2007 and this is in 2010, so it's a difference of 3 years. Even modern day games get horse riding wrong. I will say Red Dead Redemption 1, while not perfect, it does feel good. You'll understand about perfectness here in a bit. The other thing that I really don't like in video games is when games add a mechanic that just doesn't fit, like racing. We actually talked about this in the earlier Saints Row games where you had to do races and it just felt tacked on and pointless. Red Dead Redemption 1 does a great job of giving you races but not making it overdone or mandatory. And surprisingly, there's a nice amount of variation between the races. There's races on horse, there's races in chariots, and there's races in stagecoaches. And each one feels different and unique in each individual way, but it all comes down to the way that the horses handle or ride, however you want to say it. Horses handle pretty good inside of Red Dead Redemption. On controller, I would say it's better than on PC on keyboard and mouse, which I'm currently playing on keyboard and mouse. I personally find that sometimes on keyboard and mouse, I'll be looking left and I'll put my camera to the right and my horse immediately turns right because both my mouse as well as WASD steer the horse. This can lead to some frustrating moments where your horse spins around in circles or just stops moving and all momentum is canceled. Obviously, you can work around this, but this is a deep dive after all, and I am going to note things that are not perfect inside of the game. But the horse movements do feel good when they're working, and it's not often I have these issues. It's usually in high intensity situations where I'm making a bunch of movements and a bunch of choices all at once and the game just doesn't know what to do with it. Different time, different era, different hardware. Horse stamina is also not as brutal as it was in Red Dead Redemption 2, and you can pretty much, as long as you like tap, 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 pause, you can run infinitely at max speed. You could either see that as a good thing or a bad thing, but it's good for me when we're doing these races because it's an easy way to beat the cocky Bonnie McFarlane. Now, obviously the race is done to be a tutorial in horse riding as well as speed and stamina control, but what I like about it is that I don't feel like it's a tutorial. It feels like just another mission that I'm doing, and that's what makes Red Dead Redemption so much better than other games, is I'm not being taken out of it by knowing I'm learning game mechanics. I'm just doing it, and that's appreciated. But we win this race.
That was fun.
Sure.
You know, you should go pay the marshal a visit in Armadillo sometime. I'm sure he could help you deal with that nice Mr. Williamson.
Yeah, I might just do that, Miss McFarlane.
You do whatever you think's best, Mr. Marston.
I know so far it seems like all we've done is gone around the McFarlane Ranch, but now we're going to return to Armadillo, the town we first arrived in before we went and got shot by Mr. Bill Williamson. But first, we have to go meet with Bonnie, because of course we do.
Ah, Mr. Marston, how are you?
Good, Miss McFarlane. How are you?
I'm well. Would you mind riding with me to Armadillo? I've got to get some supplies and I could do with the company.
Of course.
You can take the reins. It wouldn't do for a terrifying bounty hunter such as yourself to be seen driven around by a woman. Hop on up, Mr. Marston.
I told you that there was horse-drawn carriages, and by dang it, we're driving one right now, and it feels pretty damn good if I'm being honest with you. Now, along the way to Armadillo, Bonnie's gonna kind of poke fun at us and try to chink our armor a little bit and pry into the inner workings of John Marston, to which he's not gonna back down, but he understands she's doing it in a flirtatious way. Bonnie is, without a doubt, interested in what John Marston has. John is loyal to his family to the end of the earth, but you don't know that yet, but I'm telling you that so it all makes sense. While we ride there, I should note that I'm going to be cutting out these segments driving in between cities a lot, because most of the time there's only a brief conversation that is relevant to the mission and or John's history, and then the rest of it is just the back and forth between the main character and whoever we're riding with. Now, I will say though that it's absolutely phenomenal that they managed to do this in a way where there is a conversation from beginning to end. Though I will admit, Rockstar, you tricky buggers, this only exists from the beginning of the game to about the middle of the game, and then you all of a sudden get get a prompt that allows you to just skip to the destination without having listened to anything. Why is that there? Because there is some talking parts along the way, but most of it's in radio silence. There will be a moment where it's going to feel like the game has been made by two different teams or two different games were mashed together, and I will share that moment with you because there's just like a shift in design and editing style as well as cutscene style that comes at a certain point, pretty much the second we get to Mexico. We'll talk more on that later on, but for now, I just want you to take a look at what you're seeing on screen. It looks great, but as I said before, Red Dead Redemption 2010 is not a perfect game by any stretch of the word. It would be insanity to claim that it was. It is filled with a bunch of bugs and glitches and issues, and to be honest with you, I'm going to share a few with you as we play through this game, but I think it's part of the charm of the game myself. I'm not a person who's personally opposed to bugs and glitches being inside of a video game. I am a person that thinks that it is charming as long as it's not game breaking and or stops the player from enjoying the game. Great example of game breaking is in Assassin's Creed 2007. If you set your frame rates too high, you won't be able to do the leap of faith because you'll end up dying on the hay bale. Game breaking, not enjoyable. Great example of a bug that is fun and exciting and kind of makes me go, ha ha ha, is this guy who's riding his horse and is single-handedly responsible for the rotation of our planet. Believe it or not, it's all controlled by one guy running on the globe. Check it out.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
What are we doing stopped here? Is your brain overheating?
Eventually, we will arrive in Armadillo. This is the Rockstar's clever way of getting you to follow the story in the way that they intended. They're deliberately taking you as far away from Bonnie McFarlane's mission start in order to incentivize you to go work for the Marshal. And while Red Dead Redemption is somewhat open-ended in the way that you can approach missions, you're pretty much strategically limited to a certain linear path. There's an illusion of choice when there's not really, because yes, I can go do Bonnie's mission, but in the end, I'm going to have to come here anyway, so default says do it in the most efficient way. This is clever game design, and I appreciate it when games do this, especially because then it allows the game to flow properly. There's nothing worse than doing a mission out of order and the characters pretend like that never happened, right, Saints Row 2022? I love destroying the Forge to then be told that the Forge isn't destroyed in the very next mission.
This is Armadillo. Manhattan it is not, but it does okay for us. Most important thing for you right now is getting yourself into Dr. Johnson's office to purchase some medicine. The first one's on me.
Thank you, miss. I'll pay you back.
I'm sure you shall. The doc's a good fellow. He saved your life, so be polite to him. Meet me in front of the general store when you're done.
I understand this is a tutorial on how to heal your character. I'm going to be 150% honest with you. I never do this again in the history of this entire playthrough. I will never go to the doctor to buy medicine ever again. I won't even remember to heal. Because I'm playing normal, do have the ability to regenerate health, and I never thought about this ever again. But it is extremely cool that it exists here. I will say that. I just suck at video games.
Well, thanks for driving me. It was nice to be able to enjoy the view for once, and a little company never hurts now and again.
You're more than welcome, miss. Least I can do. Thank you for the medicine.
Why don't you have a look around Armadillo? You can always take a stagecoach back to the ranch later.
I might just do that. Travel safely, miss.
Try not to get yourself shot. I won't be around to save you this time.
And with that, we're now kind of free to do whatever we want. We can go explore the wilderness or go hunting or just go check things out. And you're more than welcome to do that. And there is world events that will happen along the way. I won't spoil those for you. You should go check them out yourself. I'm just going to take a moment just to appreciate how alive Armadillo feels. There's people walking everywhere. They're talking, they're interacting, they're buying things, they're going to the saloon, they're eating food. And I really implore the Red Dead Redemption 2 role-playing scene to just look at a game that came out 16 years before the current year and maybe take some learning advice from this. Because my god, is Red Dead Redemption 2 roleplay boring as hell. And it's because you guys don't want to actually live in the universe you're trying to roleplay in. You just want to pretend like you're of authority because you work an 8-hour shift inside of a virtual video game as a sheriff, you porch watchers. Anyway, that's my rant. We're now going to go to see the Marshal and we're going to start a second storyline within the game itself.
Excuse me.
Hey, you got a visitor.
Shut up, you! Now what you want?
My name's John Marston. You wanted to speak to me.
I did?
Apparently so.
Why?
I guess because we're both in the business of the law.
You that fella from the train company?
No, I'm from Fort Mercer.
Fort Mercer? You them one of them Williamson boys?
Calm down.
Go on, shoot him, mister. Shoot him.
Come on, what, you getting kicked with me, boy?
What's going on here?
I got me one of them Williamson boys.
I got me one of them idiots who give marshals a bad name.
Jonah, put your gun down. You must be the man from Blackwater.
Yes, sir. Listen, that dog ain't too bright, but he seems loyal.
Jonah, get out of here for a minute.
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson, sir. And you. Oh, I done seen enough of your hide around here, friend.
I think there's some school children down the way you can go and frighten.
Oh, hardy fucking har. Dickhead.
What are you doing here, Mr. Marston? Apart from frightening my deputies.
I'm here to capture or kill Bill Williamson.
Okay.
Can you help me?
He's outside my jurisdiction. He's in the next county. Of course, Bill Williamson and his boys have tended to keep themselves away from my town.
So you're happy to have him out there?
Well, I ain't happy, but I also ain't suicidal. My job is to keep this town safe, not clean up all of these 3 counties. It's hard enough around here.
You know, I hear you speak, and suddenly I'm reminded of how some of the people I respected most in my life had a problem with authority. What's wrong with you?
Well, I'm sure you and your fine friends have enjoyed spending your time running around pursuing noble causes. My cause is to keep this town from turning into a living hell for the folks who live here. Whole world has problems, mister, and I'm here doing what I can.
Why? What's happening?
Right now, I got the railway, the people who pay my salary, trying to get me to turn a blind eye to them burning down settlements up there. I got a bunch of cattle rustlers out near Box Canyon needs shutting down. Not forgetting the gang that keeps murdering homesteaders out in the back country. And I got a bunch of hoods over in the saloon, drunk, threatening to shoot up the whole town. That's all I got today. But it's early yet. Give me a couple more days. There'll be more.
All right, tell you what. Let's go deal with them hoods in the saloon. Then we'll discuss Williamson.
Okay, boy. You're a persistent little cuss, ain't you?
Only when things matter.
I think we should talk about the obvious there. The frame rate drops. It's actually a common issue on PC. No, you will not have this issue on console. In my deep dives, I leave the game as neutral and as default as possible. That way we can see what does and does not work. This is obviously an issue with modern generation hardware, and I'm not going to fault Red Dead Redemption for it, but I'm also not going to let that slide without making a note of it, because this is something they could easily patch when they're selling the game. There is some workarounds to this. There's forums if you really don't want it to be an issue, but for this playthrough, it's every like 15 cutscenes or so, and then it just goes away for a bit, but it's absolutely completely fine while playing the game. We're at the saloon.
Dumb rat bastard now. Let's follow him. See what kind of hole he crawls into.
Let's go, Marston. I've been after that son of a bitch for months.
Well, it's time for the actual main gameplay loop of Red Dead Redemption 1, and that's to see somebody and then chase them across the desert. Sounds pretty boring, but somehow it's always entertaining. I don't know how to explain it, because in other games this would drive me absolutely mental, and I'm not a person who gets jaded by franchises or, my favorite thing. I'm completely fine with calling something out if I think that it's an issue, and in other games I think that it's an issue to constantly chase things. For an instance, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is filled with missions like this, yet Assassin's Creed Brotherhood drives me mental because of it. I think it's a perfect example of aesthetic, character, and world immersion that will allow it to exist. It feels natural that somebody would flee on a horse and then we'd chase after them. It doesn't feel natural to walk slowly behind somebody for 10 minutes and then have them turn around and be like, oh no, and then you deal with it. Though I will admit the fact that this lawman was unable to find the person that he's been hunting for months, and the guy's just chilling down the road in the saloon. In fact, to the point where he knew he was chilling in the road in the saloon is kind of a little bit stupid. Not gonna lie. It almost shows a little bit of the laziness that is the marshal, and I don't know still to this day if that was intended or not. Kind of seems like the marshal's pretending he's super overwhelmed by everything in order to turn a blind eye to everything and not have to deal with it. I have no evidence to back that up. It's just my own personal feelings about the marshal himself. It's almost mirrored when we attack Walton, the guy we're chasing.
Looks like we got company, boys.
Damn. Take cover. We'll work our way up this hill.
Hey, yeah, you, over here.
Welcome to the combat tutorial. Now, in a Red Dead Redemption, this game is very much a cover shooter. Very similar to Gears of War, but not nearly as strict of the usage. Now, obviously, if you're playing on harder difficulties, this will 100% be a crutch that you have to rely on. I don't like to torture myself for no reason, so I just play on normal. If the game isn't balanced on normal, then I don't know why they would even try to say that it's normal. But there is a cover system that you are supposed to utilize by moving through rocks and stuff like that. Obviously, in Red Dead Redemption 2, it's more heavily leaned upon, but in Red Dead Redemption 1, it's a nice side alternative. It allows you, the player, to play how you want. If you want to be a rough and tumble gunslinger and just push everything aggressively, you can. Or you could be more tactical about it and roleplay. We do a bit of both. I will say, though, that your guns are not accurate, and I do like that. I actually think that's really good. It's nice to not have pinpoint laser accuracy even when we do use dead eye. It makes the guns feel a little bit more normal without having the stupidness that is the modern day version of Bloom. Now, every once in a while, you are going to get a choice to either kill and or wound a target. I am always going to choose the option where we wound him just because I feel like that's the way John would deal with it. You may be different, and that's totally cool. In this case, we're just going to wound Walton.
Not a bad shot, Mr. Marston. Why don't you check in with me next time you're in town?
I don't want to be no policeman, Marshal.
Nor did I, my friend. I can promise you that. I'll see you soon, Mr. Marston.
Yeah. Come on.
This is the first time the game has just left you with a choice of where to go, to the Marshals or back to Bonnie's. We are going to return to the Marshal.
Hello? Hello? It's Armadillo 731. What is it with these things? Hello? It's a new line. Hello? Hello?
Sounds fun. What's happening?
I have no idea. Yeah, if it's important, they'll send someone down like they did with you.
Suddenly, the world is full of days.
Yeah. I remember when we first got here. We used to consider people from Dade County to be exotic. Now guys can get here from the Midwest, and they can do it in 6 days.
Things have changed.
They've gotten away from me. Hello? I don't understand it no more, boy. Honest to goodness.
I'm not sure I do.
Marshal! 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 I just been up in the canyon, spying like you said. I think I seen me a couple of them rustlers. I think it was the Ballard twins and a couple of Mexicans.
They up there right now?
Well, it was a group of 4 men rounding up Mr. Gulch's livestock, and none of them looked like any of Gulch's hands, so yes, sir, right now.
That sarcasm's most unbecoming, Eli. It's gonna hold you back in life, even worse than your lazy eye. All right, let's go. You ride with us again, Marston?
Will you help me?
I will try.
It'd be my pleasure.
our ride out to the basin, the marshal's going to ask us if we work for the government, and John's going to reply annoyingly that he doesn't and that the situation's more of a transaction. He is required to do something to receive something in return, and that's kind of where he leaves it. Arriving at the basin, we're going to have to start working our way through it and fighting against the twins, which turns out to be more of a small army. Now, this is our first real long fight inside of Red Dead Redemption. We're going to fight from one end of the basin, or the ravine, or the canyon, whatever you want to call it, all the way through to the very middle of it. Red Dead Redemption does a great job of utilizing space. So while it feels like we're fighting across a massive span of land, we're actually fighting in more of a lollipop, like a retro lollipop shape. We're winding ourselves into a tighter and tighter circle. But this is hidden so cleverly that you don't even notice that it's happening until the end of the mission, where you're like, wait, how the hell did I get down here? And that's a very great game design. I'm not even gonna lie. Now, is it a perfect lollipop shape? No, but that's essentially what it is. It's easy for us to put that image in our brain. Otherwise, there'd just be this massive crack throughout the middle of the land that would be very obvious as a setup point for a later mission. So let's talk about the fight. It is no harder than the first time you ever got into a gunfight in the last mission with the Marshal, or will it be any different than when you're in the very end game? I love that about the game. Many games try to make the game feel more in depth by making everything much more tedious to do. They do this by adding health and armor, or they do this by adding an insane amount of enemies, or they do this by having the enemies deal an insane amount of damage. Red Dead Redemption treats you with freaking respect. And I genuinely mean that. They don't make it feel awful. The guys you're fighting, yes, they might gain a little health later on in the game just because you're getting stronger weapons, but they always feel like a real person that you're fighting in a way that if we just put aside, IRL stuff. If I shoot him in the hand, he drops his gun. If I shoot him in the knee, he limps. If I shoot him in the stomach, he holds his stomach. If I shoot him in the hat, his hat flies off. It feels genuine. So when you're fighting for 8, 9, 10, 15 minutes at a time, it's always different. Adding to that is the fact that the rifles aren't pinpoint laser accurate. They have deviations. They shoot left and right and up and down, but within a reasonable scope. It's not like, say, Saints Row the 2022 edition, where the weapon bloom is so brutal you might as well just throw the magazines at the enemy. The combat is genuinely fun from beginning to end. And the game will do like subtle storylines along the way. Like, for example, inside of this mission, at some point the Marshal and his men are going to split and we have a choice to go with the Marshal or not. I would have loved to see it that if we don't go with the Marshal and we leave him alone, he ends up getting taken out and we end up having to work with the dumb one or the guy who spits the rest of the game. In this case, they didn't think or have that foresight at the time. I bet you if it happened in Red Dead Redemption 2, it definitely would have happened that way. In this case, the Marshal will just meet up with us and nothing changes. That's why I'm not noting it really that much. This is all so we can save the cattle and the farmers. And the way we have to do that is obviously by killing literally every single person inside of the basin. Remember when that guy with the lazy eye stated that he only saw 4 people? Well, it was more like 400. If I had a problem with every game that's ever come out, it's the fact that the enemy always seems to have unlimited resources. And there's very little to distinguish between the different gangs. The Bullard gang looks the same as Williams' gang, which looks the same as DeSantis' army, which looks the same as Ray's rebellion, with slight differences. But at the end of the day, they all feel the same and they all have unlimited amount of men to throw at you, the main character. Maybe the army, they can get away with it, but like when we're just talking about a bunch of cattle rustlers, it's hard for me to say, okay, there's 7,800 dudes in this ravine and I'm able to walk through them. I wish there had been more of a finite number. This can be mirrored by the gangs inside of Red Dead Redemption 2, especially when we're raiding that logging camp and you fight off like 300 dudes and you're like 8 people. It's there that we have to really stretch our suspension of disbelief. Now, once we free the farmers, the ranchers, the dudes that are being held captive, however you want to say it, we're going to be greeted by a cutscene where the Marshal's going to tell us to find somebody named Wes Dickens, a snake oil salesman and probably my least favorite character in the entire game because he's just freaking annoying in a way that just bothers me. Like a sliver under your skin kind of bothers you.
Thanks, Marshal. We're indebted to you with our lives.
Just get them cattle back safe.
All right.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Well done, Mr. Marston.
Yes, well done.
Now, about Williamson.
I'll do what I can. You know, as you can see, this country is infested with all manner of scum.
Say that again.
Well, one other thing, Marston. Mr. Johnson, sir. It's Mr. Wes Dickens. He's missing.
Who?
Mr. Wes Dickens, the tonics merchant. He was due in town last week.
Oh, the narcotic and bat piss salesman who cons housewives out of their money with promises of eternal youth.
Yes, him, but I think you're being a little unfair. He's helped a great many of the county, and many of the townsfolk are really missing him.
You hear that, Marston? We just butchered a gang of thieves, and the town is up in arms about a missing snake oil merchant. I am so glad to be serving such a wise and respectable people. Come on, Eli.
Even though the marshal told us to go after Wes Dickens, I can't help but return to Miss Bonnie McFarland. She's the love of my life, my shawty, my wife. I was thinking about her, thinking about me, thinking about us, where we're gonna be. I am so sorry. Moving on.
Mr. Marston, I've been hearing about your plans.
Have you, Miss McFarland?
Yes, from Lee Johnson, to settle here and build a life for yourself.
I'm afraid those aren't my plans. See, I already have a life. Well, I had one, and I'm trying to reclaim it. Or maybe what you could say is that I had two, and I'm trying to end one of them so the other can survive.
You do so love to talk in riddles, Mr. Marston. Do you do that, I wonder, as a substitute for having anything interesting to say?
Probably, Miss McFarland.
Oh, call me Bonnie, you fool. Call me Bonnie.
Miss McFarland, I'm married. I have a son. I had a daughter, but she died. Years before that, I rode in a gang. We robbed banks, trains, held people ransom. We killed people we didn't like. Bill Williamson was in that gang. Now, if I don't capture my former brother in arms, great harm will befall my family. Now, I don't suppose any of this is very interesting to you, but I hope it explains why I wasn't so eager to talk about it.
No, I do understand. I had no idea. You poor man.
Even in this new country, memories don't really fade. My father was an illiterate Scot born on the boat into New York. He never saw his homeland, but to hear him talk about it, you'd imagine he only ever ate haggis and wore a kilt. And he hated the English for what they had done to his great-grandparents that he'd never met. People don't forget. Nothing gets forgiven.
That's true, especially when it comes to money. And you know, even now, after all his labors, my father's debts are still terrible. I worry every day about us losing the ranch. It would kill him.
My father died when I was 8 years old. His eyes were, well, let's just say he was blinded in a bar fight south of Chicago. My mother died during childbirth. She was a prostitute and he was her, well, I don't know what he was. So I was sent off to an orphanage and ran away and fell in with a gang.
My word. What a difficult life you've lived.
The leader of the gang taught me how to read, taught me how to see all that was good in the world. He was a great man in a way.
But you killed people.
Sure. And I've suffered for it. And that's the life I left, or tried to leave. Oh, said too much, Bonnie. I'm an uneducated killer, sent here to do all I can do well. Kill a man in cold blood so that another man may do his part to cut crime in an area, and a rich man can be elected governor on the back of these promises.
Civilization is a truly beautiful thing, Mr. Marston. Listen, can you help me?
Well, I can try. What do you need, money?
No, nothing so complicated. I need an extra hand to take out the herd to pasture.
Sure. Point me in the right direction.
Few things to unpack there. One, we're starting to see that tight ball that was John Marston slowly open up to Bonnie McFarlane. And I do firmly believe, not just because I'm trying to put them together, I do think that John does have interest in Bonnie, but he's so loyal to Abigail, his wife, and his son that he won't do anything, which is honorable for him, and I'm not saying anything bad about that. Bonnie, though, is also extremely understanding of John's predicament. She understands he's married, and she's also learning that he's not even here on his own volition. He's being forced to come here, and it's very obvious through the way that John talks about the government, politicians, the law, and just the way that life works as a whole on the wild frontier that is the United States of America. And while the two have very opposing sides of the coin when it comes to murder and how to get things done, they both can see how each is beneficial to each other, hence that they bond closer and closer together. Now, we have to talk about herding cattle. When I initially played this mission, I forgot all about this before doing this, but I wrote down in my notes that this is a ton of fun and a cool experience. My God, will I hate this by the end of the game. These cows have to be the most annoying things in the world to ever traverse the land that has ever existed in any video game ever. Essentially, you're herding your mother-in-law after she's had one too many glasses of wine, and by a glass, I mean bottles. They go wherever the hell they want, whenever they want, how they want, and they just go wherever. Your job, even though there's other cowboys here, is to guide them. Going left will push them right, going right will push them left, and standing behind them will push them nowhere. They'll just go wherever the hell they want. You are supposed to weave and serpentine your way behind them to keep them going on the path, but then there's these staged events that happen along the way where they'll stampede, or they'll run away, or they'll just split up for undecided reasons, and it's at first you're charmed by it. It's a fun gameplay mechanic, but by the end of the game, especially when you have to do this over longer and longer distances, oh boy, will you ever never want to do this again. And when they stampede, you can stop the stampede, but it's extremely annoying to do so. And once again, I'm going to say that this is probably made harder by the fact I am on mouse and keyboard, so quick changes in direction doesn't happen very easily because your mouse and your keyboard control the direction. Or maybe I'm just getting older and I don't have the coordination I used to. You guys decide, but eventually we will get these stupid cows, your mother-in-law, to the oak tree.
Might be your true calling, Mr. Marston. Either that, or you were a cow in a past life.
Thank you, Miss McFarlane.
I'll see you later. I have work to do back at the ranch.
And with that, we're slowly learning how to be a cowboy. Even from the standpoint of being John Marston, we were a gang leader before, or a gang member at the very minimum. And now we are slowly learning how to live a normal life. This is all actually extremely important to the story. But we're going to go back and we're going to meet Bonnie McFarlane's father because we're totally not interested in her, and he's going to treat us like his son by being gentle and kind to us. Something my dad never did.
Well, hello, Mr. Marston. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you meet my father? John Marston, this is my father, Drew McFarlane.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Marston. Please. So, my daughter informs me that you're here on some secret mission to remove some undesirables from the county.
Something like that. I'm grateful for the hospitality, sir.
Well, you know, we've lived here for 30 years now. Came here from the east. The land had never been settled. For 10 years, we fought the Indians. Tough men. Then we had outlaws, and we had drought, and we had smallpox, terrible winters, cholera. I buried more of my children than I raised.
Sorry to hear that, sir.
I've seen strong men wither and die under that unforgiving sun. That whole herds of cattle take sick and die. But I've never once doubted my life here.
No, sir.
When I hear about this so-called federal government sending out agents to covertly murder and control people, then I start to worry. I mean, yeah, all right, Williamson is a menace, and men like him are the plague. But isn't a government agent a worse menace? And all that symbolizes, I mean.
You may be right, sir.
Well, you're a brave man. You're always gonna be welcome here. But you tell your friends out east that we don't want to live like that out here. Sneaking around and spying and secret missions. Right? It's preposterous.
Trust me, sir. I agree with you.
Good. Good. Well, we won't insult you any further. Come on, Bonnie, we got things to do.
Mr. Marston, do you want to join us? It's Daddy's favorite pastime. Apart from political discourse, that is.
What is?
Breaking in horses. Come on. I hear you're a pretty decent rider. For a city dweller, that is.
So Mr. McFarlane doesn't trust the government because they're sending around covert people to, well, kill and assassinate random people within the county. He's obviously talking about John and his current task to take out Bill Williamson. Though he's not distrusting of John, he's cautiously aware of what he's here to do, and the fact that he works for the government only amplifies that feeling. That being said, he can always get down and dirty with a hard-working man, in a non-Brokeback Mountain kind of way. In fact, he's so willing to see what John is made of that he invited him out to tame horses, and here is the worst part about this game, and kind of the coolest part depending on how you look at it. Taming horses itself is fine, doing it once is fine. Doing it twice is repetitive. Doing it 3 times is just too much. But if you decide to do all the side missions, you're gonna have to do this a lot. I will say, as far as like side content goes, it's not the worst. It's just kind of boring and overly done. And in the main story of Red Dead Redemption 1, the game we're playing right now, even including side content, there is some rare mounts to find out in the world, but truthfully, they're not really that crazy until you get to the DLC, the Undead Nightmare version. Then there's some truly spectacular mounts there. Now, I wish I could say that we only have to do this once, but that's simply not true. We're gonna have to do this a few times throughout our playthrough, and it's never any more complicated than running up to the horse and lassoing them, getting on them, and then hitting AD for about 30 seconds until you tame the horse. I guess the one cool part about it all is if you see a cool horse or a cool colored horse out in the world, you can stop, tame it, and now it's yours. For me, I didn't really care what horses I got. I rode one horse until eventually got hit by a train, and I don't even know how that happened. And then I just rode another horse until the end of time. I was never attached to my horses like you do get in Red Dead Redemption 2. Once we tame enough horses, we're going to head back to the farm where Mr. McFarlane's going to send us back to Armadillo. There's a lot of back and forth in the early game of Red Dead Redemption. Actually, it's throughout the whole game. Who am I kidding? I cut out literally probably 30 hours of just going from one end of the map to the other. Don't get me wrong, along the way I would stop and do side activities. So for me, it wasn't boring, but I knew for you guys, it would just be way too much in one video.
Well done, Mr. Marston. These are fine horses.
Hey, Bonnie. Amos was saying some horses been spotted somewhere outside of Armadillo.
Let's go, Mr. Marston. We can really do with those horses.
Now, as we ride towards Armadillo to meet up with Bonnie McFarlane's men, her ranch hands, whatever you want to call them, her version of Rip from Yellowstone, Bonnie and John are going to get to talking about the politics that exist within the world. Now, obviously, John, who's currently being used by the US government, is not happy with the current state of the world at all. And Bonnie, being a strong, independent frontiers woman, wants to see a woman become in charge. And both will make solid arguments as to why there needs to be political change in the world. And to be fair, we know through the power of history that neither one of them will be right at all. But it is fun to look at how they talked about it within the game. Eventually, we will run into Bonnie's men along the road where we're going to head out to the desert behind Armadillo, where the wild horses are running wildly. Now, in typical video game fashion, the second that we need to do anything, we will just be sent off to do it by ourselves, which is exactly what's going to happen. We're going to be sent out to herd the herd, I think that's how you say it, to guide the horses into the basin where the rest of the ranch hands can start like grabbing whoever they want out of the pack. Why were we single-handedly sent over there to do it? Video game reasons. Does it make sense? No. Probably would have been better to work as a team to get this done, but who am I but a lonely player just doing the tasks that are given to me? I will say, this is just as annoying to try to herd this herd towards Bonnie and her men as it was to herd your mother-in-law towards the oak tree. I don't find this part enjoyable at all, and I regret writing in my notes that it was fun because I didn't realize I was immediately going to have to do it and then have to do it multiple more times throughout the game. I really don't like this part.
But it fits the realm of cowboys there, buddy.
Yeah, but every job has a thing that you don't want to do, and this is it for me. I'll shoot people, I'll play blackjack, I'll play poker, I'll do the laundry. I don't care about any of it, but I don't want to herd horses or your mother-in-law anywhere, okay? Once we do herd the wild herd into the basin, where all of Bonnie's ranch hands are, they will magically let one of the stallions go by accidentally not being able to tame it. This will mean that us, John Marston, will have to chase the stallion down again. Just to recap the last few missions, we herded your mother-in-law, we herded horses, and now we're gonna go catch one of the horses that we herded 4 seconds ago.
Looks like we got the lot of them. What magnificent animals they are. Hey, the stallion's getting away. Chase him down. Bring him back.
First off, Bonnie, we didn't do nothing. I herded all of these horses to you and your men while you guys stood in this basin waiting for it to happen. Second off, Bonnie, you told us to come here because there was no escape route for the horses and they would be easy to round up. Third off, Bonnie, clearly you don't know anything that you're talking about because you didn't help me herd the horses, and second, there clearly was an escape route. In fact, it was right around the corner from where you and your men decided to set up. And now, we have to go chase down the horse. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, it seems more daunting than it is, and to be honest with you, when I did my playthrough, currently what you're watching right now, I did act like it was more daunting because I forgot that if you just chase the horse, eventually it'll just start turning around and then it'll just get smaller and smaller circles until you can eventually catch up to it. I way overdid this, and you can easily just do a quick cut across the desert and it will just start circling in the same spot. So if you can remember where that is, it's easy for you to catch the horse. Once we catch the horse, we're going to have to do the thing that we've done a bunch of times already. I am going to harp a little bit on Red Dead Redemption. The repetitiveness early game is a bit brutal. I understand why it exists though, is to get the player very comfortable with the Wild West and is going to get them very comfortable with the different mechanics within the game, but doing the same thing like 6 times in a row, that's a bit too much. Now, obviously, does it take away from the experience of the game? No, because your brain will immediately dump all this garbage stuff the second the game gets interesting. I'm only mentioning it because we're doing a deep dive and I have to cover each and every mission that we do. And when you lay out the missions in a nice neat line, you start to notice a certain pattern, which was completely fine for 2010 and is completely fine for today, as long as the quality holds up. That's why we're able to look at games like Saints Row 2022 and go, wow, that is a repetitive, boring mess, and look at games like Red Dead Redemption 1, for example, and say, wow, even though it's repetitive, the storytelling is so good that you just forgive it. It becomes part of the role-playing experience, if you will. Once we're done taming the wild horses like a Garth Brooks song, we're going to return it to Bonnie, who's just going to leave. She's just going to go away. Bye, Bonnie.
Thanks for your help today, Mr. Marston. We got some fine horses. You know, why don't you keep that stallion as your own, as a thank you from all of us?
Thank you, ma'am. He's a fine animal.
I will never ride this horse again in our entire playthrough. It is indeed not a fine animal. Or at least I wouldn't know because I forgot all about it. Never thought about it again after this mission. We are, however, going to ride it to Bonnie's house because we got more things to herd.
Come on, let's go!
Amos!
Get him in there! Come on!
Amos!
Hey, miss, I got most of the horses secure and the chickens.
Well, thank you, Amos, but it's the herd I'm worried about.
I know, they're scattered all over the valley and beyond. The weather is coming in real fast.
So what do you suggest, Amos? We leave the herd out there to be scattered by the storm and ourselves left here to die without a livelihood?
Can I help?
No, miss. If the men get caught out in that storm, they're gonna die.
And if we lose our herd, we'll all die, you stupid man.
Doesn't sound like we're left with much of a choice then. Come on, Amos. Round up your men. Let's get the herd.
Dang.
A common theme throughout Red Dead Redemption is the go to the immediate extreme of it all. Example A. Bonnie says that we have to go get the herd because if we don't get the herd, then everyone will die immediately because there won't be any cattle due to the fact that there is a storm. But the farmer guy goes, if we go out into the storm, we will all immediately die. And for some reason, there's no wiggle room in between these two things, except for when John just says, you know what? Let's just go get the cows. Now, I have to assume that there's some sort of logic behind this, but I know for a fact, living in rural Alberta, farmers don't rush outside the second that there's a storm coming in to save their cattle. Turns out, I believe it or not, cows can stand in the rain. They're not chickens. They don't just immediately look up and try to drown themselves. They just kind of just stand there and rain rains on them. This was such a drastic overreaction to the rainstorm. Now, when we go out there, you're never going to guess what we have to do. We're going to have to herd the cows, which is just Rockstar really driving home this game mechanic and, well, revolutionary for the time and this most incredible, amazing, beautiful mechanic that they added to the game. Doing it 3 missions in a row has absolutely killed the vibe of it all. And once again, I regret writing that this was super fun. Now, we're going to have to herd our mother-in-laws towards the oak tree. If you've heard this before, it's because we did it when it wasn't raining. Now we have the added danger of raindrops from the sky. It is the 1800s, so that's basically the equivalent of God himself pissing on my face. But once we get to the oak tree, my good golly, you'll never guess it. Because I've used the Lord's name in vain, he smites the tree in my way, causing a stampede of cattle.
Let's go.
They're spooked! We have to stop the stampeding! Do something! They're heading for the cliff!
Bonnie in the cutscene. They're stampeding. We have to do something. Bonnie out of the cutscene. Do something. They're heading for the cliff and then proceeds to ride the exact opposite direction of the cattle. So we chase down the cattle, and I'm going to be honest with you. We're going to save very little of these cows. I am going to run right past the cliff, and the cows are going to run right over the cliff. It's going to be a mass extinction of mother-in-laws across the board. Though some son-in-laws and daughter-in-laws are going to be extremely happy for the lack of mother-in-laws in this scenario. Yep. They just whoop right over the cliff. Just whoop, and now they're ground beef on the ground. Whoop, and they're gone. Anyway, so now that we've saved the cows from the stampede, from the lightning strike on the tree, we just have to guide them now for the next 4 minutes back to the corral, where they can stand outside in the rain. What did we accomplish here? In fact, I think we actually did more harm than good. We literally killed like 5 cows, and all because of lightning strike, because we moved them to the location of the one tree in the middle of the field. There's one thing I know about thunderstorms is you stay away from the tallest object in the field. Not in Red Dead Redemption. You go straight for that and you just hope for the best. Anyways, with that done, we're going to finally be done with this herding of animals for quite some time, which I am very thankful for. Unfortunately, we have to go meet my least favorite character in the game, Mr. West Dickinson, a whiny, arrogant snake oil salesman who constantly manipulates everybody around him, even John, because John lets him do it, but that seems like out of character for John, because John seems like the kind of guy who would call you on your bullshit. But what do I know?
You saved the herd back there. You might make a decent rancher one day.
Thank you, Miss McFarland.
Come on, boys. Giddy up!
Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. You need help? Mister, you alive?
Fuck, God damn it. Good heavens.
Excuse me?
I said, no, I'm not okay. Do I look like I'm okay?
You look pretty good for a corpse.
Praise be.
Move up, mister. Time to get you to a doctor or an undertaker. Whichever you need once we get to town.
St. Peter, open up them pearly gates. I'm coming home.
Come on, mister. Come on.
Hurry, sir. I'm bleeding like a badly butchered hog.
You'll be fine. Just focus.
You better take the reins. I don't think I'm strong enough. I'm finished. Done for.
Just sit up straight, will you?
To Armadillo! Godspeed!
Oh, Mr. Wes Dickens, or Nigel, if you will. I just don't like him. He does provide some comedic relief. It's just not my style of humor. But he also reminds me of the snake oil salesman from Little House on the Prairie. My mom used to watch that show religiously on repeat when I was younger, so I'm very acquainted with Laura Ingalls and Mary Ingalls. But in the later seasons, there's a 2-part episode with a snake oil salesman who shows up and kind of like manipulates a deaf boy. Anyway, I don't know why, but every time I do this mission, I immediately think of those 2 episodes. I spend my whole rest of my life never even thinking about Little House on the Prairie, but when I play this game, I immediately think about it. That and when I hear dun dun dun, and then I just pictured Laura Ingalls running down the hill because that's like the most common thing that I saw as a child. Weirdly off topic here. Anyway, so what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to race towards Armadillo before Mr. Dickens dies. Along the way, it turns out the people that he conned are going to be kind of, well, trying to finish off the job. Why they didn't finish him off when he was just laying in the middle of the desert? I don't know. It's not like he was hidden. He was slightly off the road with a giant wagon right beside him that literally says his name. But they didn't. And that's all we need to know. I will say that you are supposed to be able to aim and the horses will stay true to the road. They won't follow your waypoint marker or the path that you have set, but they're supposed to stay true to the road path that they're on. And it works most of the time. I wouldn't say all the time, because I found many times I'd be aiming and shooting at the bad guys chasing us, which we're going to do a lot in this game, and I'd end up randomly in a rock or halfway up a tree. But when it does work, it's extremely fun and it allows you to really feel like you're taking control. I don't know why, if we have to do these shooting segments, that we don't hand off the reins to the person that's with us, especially when we're on a wagon. Hurt or not, you'd think that they'd be able to control the horses for 5 seconds while I dealt with the bad guys. But they can't, so eventually we're just going to get to Armadillo after killing an absolute insane amount of people that are trying to kill Mr. Dickens. Thus, we will be delivering him to the doctor. The doctor who sells snake oil to women for forever youth needs to see the doctor. Isn't that interesting? Also, I hope I awoke like some core memories by bringing up Little House on the Prairie. R.I.P. Charles. And Mary was hot, even blind. Actually, I don't even know why I said that. She was just hot no matter what.
Where the devil are we?
Armadillo. We made it safe, you'll be happy to know.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're a gentleman and a true man of honor.
Coming from you, I doubt that means much, but I appreciate the civility.
I owe you, sir. And I always pay my debts. Jesus. But if I die, I'm sorry for it. If not, I'll be your man for...
Let's get you fixed up first. Then we'll decide what you're my man for.
Once again, Rockstar shows how ingenious it is with its like put you in this location so you're close to the next mission they actually want you to start. So we're going to head over and we're going to see the Marshal, and it turns out he's going after a gang he's been hunting down for quite some time. So of course, John is more than willing to help because he needs the Marshal's help.
Since you're here, you want to make yourself useful?
Not particularly.
Listen, son, I know you got a mission, but right now I need another gun.
Why? What's happening?
We've had this problem for months with this group of bandits who are getting drunk and murdering settlers. Last night they went to a big place up near Ridgewood.
They burnt the place down, killed the men, burning most of them alive, and raped the women. Women folk then got their throats slit. One of them survived and walked in here this morning.
Anyway, we got a posse gathering up near Ridgewood. Will you ride with us?
All right.
Thank you, John Marston. It's gonna be a bloody job.
Huh. I don't think I know any other kind, sir.
Hey, wait up!
While we ride out to track down this gang of drunken murderers who kill settlers, we are gonna talk about the snake oil salesman and the Marshal's opinion of him. It's pretty obvious that the Marshal does not like Mr. Wes Dickens any more than I do, though his 2 deputies do not have the same opinion of Wes Dickens. They see his worth to the town. It's interesting that they can both be so dumb, but also every once in a while just have these lights and glimpses of like they have some sort of morality to them. the end of the day, you're just supposed to mainly focus on the marshal and what he's saying, but I tend to listen to what they're saying as well. Along the way, we're eventually going to see a bunch of vultures circling what looks to be a camp. Arriving at the camp, we're going to be able to see exactly the extents that this drunken mob is willing to go in order to satisfy their bloodlust, something that highly irritates John.
Ain't no survivors here, Marshal! Man, this don't look too good.
Somebody was so busy killing people, they went and dropped their gun.
It's clear that these men are just killing for the sport of it. They're killing the horses, they're killing the humans, but they're not even taking what's valuable, showing just how absolutely insane this drunken group of men have become. This infuriates John because killing like this is murder, and in his eyes, if he's killing bad men, it's not murder. Something him and the marshal are going to discuss to relative lengths, but they're both going to agree to kind of look the other way on each other's opinions. Obviously, the marshal sees all murder as, well, murder, and John sees it as if you kill bad people that are doing bad things, then it justifies the cause. I'll leave it up to you to decide where you stand on that front. As we travel deeper into the desert, though, we are going to come across another camp of slaughtered innocents, thus fueling more of the rage that John is feeling towards this gang and how cowardly they are. Because that's what John actually thinks they are, is a group of cowards.
Man, more dead bodies. And the fire's still smoking. Those scumbags must still be around.
Come on!
Heading a little deeper into the desert, we're going to come across a small farm, and it is extremely quiet. Something that the marshal notes is not normal for this farm. It's normally bustling. It's kind of like a central hub to a bunch of different roads, so a lot of people normally travel through here seeking shelter, food, warmth, and/or food for their horses. But when we get there, there's not a single thing moving, so we are sent out to investigate the farm. Instead of checking the main house like one normally would, instead we're going to go check and be sent to check a bunch of side stuff like the shed and the outhouse, because everybody knows if there's supposed to be 20 or 30 people here, they're often waiting their turn to take a poop. It is the 1800s, and we've all seen that clip of Neil Patrick Harris, but there's no one around, so we go over to the barn to meet up with the marshal, to which we find out the barn has been boarded up from the outside. Who knows, maybe Sophia's in there. If you got that reference, you're an OG TV watcher.
There's no good reason for that to be boarded up. Come on, John, shoot that door open.
Holy sweet mother of mercy.
Please don't shoot me. Some bandits came by and took us hostage. They're holed up in the farmhouse. Some of my family is being kept hostage inside.
Well, it turns out that the giant building that could possibly house an entire gang was the exact building that houses the entire gang. Now, I don't know why the gang chose to wait until the exact moment that this lady decided to talk to us, to attack us, when it seems like the more opportune moment to attack us would have been when we were all individually searching locations around the farm. The house is central to the entire property, meaning that they could have somebody literally shoot somebody in each region that we were searching, easily eliminating the small posse of marshals and John before we ever even got close to the barn. Now, I understand that that wouldn't work from a gameplay standpoint because then we would have died and then there would be no more game. But from a logic standpoint, we have to kind of just point out the absurdity of the fact that they didn't even try to off us when we were all walking around separated from each other. Would have been the peak moment. We're going to fight our way into the house, and I gotta say, interior fighting in Red Dead Redemption 1, while entertaining, is a bit frustrating just because of where the camera sits on John. Even zoomed in and aimed, you often can't see what's going on, so you're at the mercy. Luckily, we do have Deadeye, which allows us some time to react, but I'm just pointing out something that's a little bit of a frustration when we are fighting inside. Luckily, we don't do it too often. The best way to describe fighting inside, it's like you can never actually see, which is perfect if you're going for an immersion kind of experience, but it's frustrating when you're going from a gameplay experience. And it's really going to be up to the individual who plays this on how they feel about it. Eventually, we're going to work our way upstairs where we're going to find out that there is somebody who's taken a lady hostage, and we're going to have to use the cover system as well as a quick draw to kind of do a simulated breach. I really like it. I think it's really cool. In fact, I failed the first time because I didn't do that. Then we're going to head outside where we're going to meet with the marshals, and we're going to listen to the women who are not happy with the current state of the police within the county.
Some folk tried to escape him to the south, but then some robbers started chasing him down like wild dogs. I thought you were supposed to protect us, Marshal. You folk ain't men. You ain't nothing. You're just some man on a government payroll taking money that the rest of us have to pay for with our lives. Yeah. What is wrong with this country?
Shut up, men. The man that kills the boss of that bunch gets $50.
It ain't about the money, Marshal. These are people's lives, people's homes.
Something we learn slowly about the marshal is he only acts when it's convenient for him. So while it's easy to see the marshal as a righteous man fighting for the people, you have to remember he knew about the gang member hanging out in the saloon and chose to sit in his office drinking and smoking cigars. He knew this gang was killing settlers and waited until the very last moment to go after them. And now, after killing the gang inside of the house, only after the women call him out for his laziness and the fact he's just basically collecting a check is he willing to go after the gang itself. On our way to track down the rest of the gang, the marshal's going to ask us about Bill Williamson, and John's going to explain to him that it's more of a transaction between him and the marshals he rode in on at the beginning of the game. He has to kill Bill in order to get something in return, almost like a currency. And though the marshal doesn't necessarily believe John, he does kind of just go, okay, I accept your answer. Common theme throughout this game is people just kind of accepting what was said as what was said. Getting to the gang's location or ambush point, we are going to get to meet our friend Bill again.
You just walk away now, John. I didn't kill you before, but I sure as shit will now.
Get yourself down here, Bill. You know you ain't man enough to stop me. You know I don't want to kill you, but I will.
You always did have a high opinion of yourself, John. Dutch always said you were an arrogant son of a bitch. I guess he was about right. Get him, boys! Everybody, take cover! In that shed!
My goodness, are we ever lucky that inside of every cutscene that we end up getting shot at, the people shooting at us have the accuracy of a blind person with cerebral palsy as well as Parkinson's. It always gives us just enough time to get into cover before we have to take out the enemy. Now, even though this gang had the high ground, as we saw in the cutscene, they're gonna choose to ride at us aimlessly and at the exact location in which we are looking at them. Meaning it's gonna be kind of like shooting fish in a barrel. Now, some people are gonna have this whole moral stance that you're not allowed to shoot the horses and you're supposed to shoot the guys that are on the horses. And while I agree with that, it's a lot faster to shoot the horses and then wait for the guys to get injured and then shoot them when they can't run. So if you're looking for a zero horse killing playthrough of Red Dead Redemption, this is not it. I'm gonna kill every horse I see, just to make it easier on myself to shoot the rider on there. We're gonna end up having to fight off 2 waves of gang members. They don't come from any other direction. There's no snipers, there's no, added mechanics. They just kind of run aimlessly at us while we're hiding in this rundown brick building. And personally, I don't really have a problem with it because the whole time I just feel like I'm an old Western cowboy living my best life. Like, it's very easy for me to put myself into the world of John Marston, and it's very easy for me to get immersed in this world. So even though we're talking about it and it sounds like I'm not having fun, I'm having an absolute blast right now, literally.
Hey, look what I got here. There's something that you're still breathing. Come here, boy. Come on, Bessie, give. Oh.
Norman Deek. Nice to see you again, buddy. Thanks for your help, John. Norman here is going to help us get to Bill. Ain't you, Norman?
Thank you, Mr. Dick. Mighty kind.
Fuck you! Hog tie him. Let's get him to jail.
With Norman arrested to help us get to Bill, we're going to find ourselves back at Bonnie's farm. And we're going to go meet with Bonnie, who's having an issue.
Excuse me, Mr. Marston. Have you seen my father anywhere?
No.
He went out this morning to ride the land and was supposed to be back hours ago. I don't know. The ranch hands have been out looking, but so far they found nothing.
Well, come on, let's go look for him.
So Bonnie's dad's gone missing. Where is he? We don't know. That's the whole point in the fact that he's missing. I know you expected me to say something different, but I can't. It's the literal word. Well, we ride out to try to find the missing dad. We're going to be talking with Bonnie. She's going to tell us that she has a brother who's moved and he's become a banker in New York or some up and tidy place, and basically he's left her behind, to which John doesn't agree with. He believes that if you are part of the ranch and you're part of the family, then you should stay here and help your family. He actually thinks less of Bonnie's brother for being where he is and how he's kind of just abandoned her to the frontier. To which Bonnie says she doesn't really care because she's a strong woman and she's willing to do this on her own. Bonnie is the definition of a character who is written into a video game to be a strong, independent woman, but does it in a way that doesn't feel like the game is trying to force feed it to you or spoon feed you her ideologies. We know that Bonnie is a strong, independent woman. She tells us she's a strong, independent woman, but we're not annoyed by it. This is often something that modern day games get wrong because they feel like the viewer or the player you need to have that message beat into your head. Red Dead Redemption does a great job of just allowing you to accept the fact that it exists and have your own thoughts about it. I love Bonnie personally. She's my shoddy, my wife, as we've already talked about earlier. Eventually, though, we will find her father, who has found out there's some evildoers here on the old McFarlane Ranch.
Daddy! What happened?
Nothing nice. Rustlers, I guess. Maybe the Baller twins, that bunch. Now you head back to the ranch right now and fetch a wagon.
Yes, sir.
Marston, you watch after her.
I'll do that, sir.
So we gotta return to the farm in order to be able to get ourselves a wagon to help clean up the dead horse as well as the dead man. Along the way, Bonnie's gonna yell about how she wants to go kill the gang members in Pike Basin, the basin in which we've already cleared out, and I also thought we killed the Bullard twins when we saved the cattle farmers that the Bullard twins had hostage in Pike's Basin, but I guess we didn't. Along the way back to the farm, though, Bonnie's gonna scold us as John Marston, about how we've killed too many men and we're also part of the problem and blah 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 blah. Something that happens a lot when it comes to character arcs is during these scenes is they just kind of take these weird left turns. We're dealing with a bunch of gang members here, and Bonnie chooses this time to randomly scold us about our past that we've been honest with her about the whole time. This happens a lot throughout Red Dead Redemption, and I will point it out as it happens. Getting to the farm, though, we're going to realize that the Bullard twins, even though the farm's got dozens and dozens of people on it, have managed to sneak onto the farm and light the barn on fire. Yeah, how'd that happen? We don't know. Video game reasons is why.
We can't get through the doors. It's too dangerous. Get a move on! Mr. Marston, please! See if you can get in through the loft.
All right, Bonnie, let me go jump into the burning building to save your 3 horses. I'll do that for you, Bonnie, even though you just screamed at me about how I killed too many men and I don't deserve to be around. I'll just go into the building for some reason. In all honesty, I actually remember this mission very vividly from when I was a kid because I was such an Assassin's Creed fan. I literally have 2 kittens right now named Jacob and Evie after the assassins from Syndicate. Their dad's named Altair, and we named one of their brothers who ended up being rehomed when he was a kitten named Ezio. Anyway, side note, I'm just a massive Assassin's Creed fan, so I always remembered this mission because it's the only parkour segment really in the entire game except for when we go after Bill in the upper mountains. I honestly like it from the aspect of I like Assassin's Creed, but I don't really think it fits into the Red Dead Redemption realm. It also seems weird for John, who wants to go home to his family, to be throwing his life so needlessly in danger. Being said, he always gets the job done, so we end up opening the barn doors.
He did it! Now get the horses out!
All right, Bonnie, I know I just jumped into a burning building for you to save your 3 horses, but now I will go save your 3 horses. I don't know why all the ranch hands you pay can't do it, but I'm gonna do it for you. I do owe you $15 after all. So we head back into the burning building and we're gonna smack 2 horses on their big, beautiful rumps, and they're gonna run out of the burning building. But the last horse, we have to ride that one out because it's the stallion we saved with her earlier. And by save, I mean kidnapped off of the wild plains of Armadillo. Once we're out of the barn, we're gonna take it over to the corral locale where we're going to meet with Bonnie. We're going to establish something that needs to be repeated at the end of the game. John's whole thing is to get back to his family and start raising his own cattle, so obviously the payment he wants for risking his life is cows. Fair trade, in my opinion.
You sure know how to handle yourself. Thanks, Marston.
Yes, John, thanks. You saved the ranch.
If you'll excuse me, I've got chores to attend to. Hey, hold on a second over there.
Sincerely, John. Thank you.
Well, I did all I could, Miss McFarland. Sorry about all the damage. That gang seems to really want you out of here.
Yeah, well, my father fought Indians. I scarcely think we're gonna be frightened by some white trash.
White trash can be pretty frightening.
Well, they don't frighten me.
Good.
John, my family owes you a great debt.
I think you got enough debt. You saved my life. All I ask of you is this. If I get back home and get my farm started back up, you'll sell me some cattle. I prefer doing business with people I know.
Of course, Mr. Marston. It'd be my pleasure. Well, you get some rest. I've got to go see how my father's bearing up.
Red Dead Redemption loves to do full circle moments. I think it's actually important in stories to do that. It gives the audience a fair amount of closure, or in this case, it gives us, the player, a good amount of closure. Plus, this is establishing our life after we're done whatever we're doing for the Marshals. So while it seems like a one-off comment, it's actually quite important to the story. It's time for the two characters we've been working for to cross paths in a storyline. We're gonna go meet the Marshal, and we're gonna learn that something's going on with Bonnie.
I don't have a clue. All right, but it's gotta be something to do with that government boy.
We'll talk to him, find out what he knows.
Fucking is. Where is she, Marston?
Who?
Who? My daughter, you fucking scum! Where's Bonnie?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since after the fire. Why?
Why? Because she hadn't been seen since yesterday afternoon. You know, I don't think I can cope. If I lose another child...
Now, Drew, nobody's lost anything yet. I'm sure she's fine.
Oh, Mr. Marshall! Mr. Marshall! Come out, wherever you are!
Who the hell's that?
Hey, buddy! That'd be your next fucking mare.
Even better! Good day, Mr. McFarland!
Get down from that horse, boy, or I'll shoot.
I wouldn't recommend that, mister. Not if Drew McFarland wants to see his Bonnie back in one piece. Hey, Mr. McFarland! This is a nice girl you got there.
Get out from there!
You know, part of me's got to thinking I should just marry her myself. Give her a baby and that.
What do you want?
That's better. I want Norman Deek. I want him set free. Then you'll get your daughter back, mister.
We don't do deals with outlaws, boy.
Yeah, you do! Let's not waste each other's time pretending otherwise. Old government themselves ain't much more than a bunch of crooks. This is the land of opportunity, mister. And I'm giving you the opportunity to get your daughter back before 15 friends of mine take out all their anger and their loneliness on her.
Where the hell is she?
Where is she, boy?
Bring Deke up to Tumbleweed in a couple hours. And don't get no funny ideas, or I will slit that horse throat myself. You boys have a pleasant afternoon. Yeah!
What do we do?
We do as he says. You and me, Marshal. Mr. McFarland, I'll get you your daughter back. I owe her that.
Please do.
I'll teach you some respect for the law. Hurry up, boy. Let's go. Quick as you can, Deputy. Make sure he's tied on good.
Stay with me, Marston.
I won't let anything happen to her, sir.
So we're riding out to Tumbleweed to save Miss McFarlane and doing an exchange of prisoners/hostages depending on how you look at it. From our perspective, we have a prisoner. From our perspective, they have a hostage. But if you look at it from their perspective, they have a prisoner and we have a hostage. You get what I'm saying? History's written in the eyes of the beholder, so is every action that we do. And to every villain, they're the good guy. And to every hero, they're the villain's villain. I'm getting a little bit too philosophical. I'm getting too much in my own head with you guys. Riding out to Tumbleweed, the marshal's gonna grill us on a couple things. The first thing he's gonna try to get information out of us is, what are we doing for the government? He does not believe that we do not work for the government. Even though we've been honest with him the whole time, he doesn't believe it. He still thinks that we are a secret government agent put here, not a gang member that's kind of working within the gray areas between outlaw and police officer. And while we keep reassuring him that we are in fact not working with the police or the marshals, he does not get the idea of it, but chooses, as always, to just accept what John's saying for what John is saying. Then the marshal's gonna switch gears and he's gonna start grilling us on the McFarlanes, trying to figure out where we stand with him and trying to make it sure, kind of almost in a big brother and or fatherly way, that if we hurt the McFarlanes in any way, or if we hurt Bonnie more specifically in any way, that he will in fact make our life a living hell. And while I appreciate the sentiment that the marshal is trying to portray to us, it's kind of a nothing burger if you think about it, because we've already seen that the marshal doesn't really do anything about any of the problems that are at hand until that problem literally becomes a festering wound that he has to address. We saw this happen with the saloon gang member. We saw this happen with the Bays and Wrangle rustlers. We even saw this happen with the people that took over an entire homestead. The marshal won't do anything until the problem's right in his face, meaning that we're pretty much good to go. If we did hurt the marshal's friends, the McFarlanes, he would just most likely sit in his office and do nothing about it. Eventually, we're going to cross a bridge, which brings us into the desolate ghost town of Tumbleweed. Tumbleweed was at one point a bustling town, but then was completely bypassed by the railroad, meaning that it died because no one's going to live in a town that's nowhere near the easiest access to the train. This is where we're going to get a cutscene and things are going to go a little bit off the rails.
Easy there.
John, you'll be exchanging the prisoner for Bonnie in the middle of town. Keep your eyes open. I sincerely doubt these scum plan to play fair.
Fair my ass.
You bet. Besides, Norm here is gonna be my shield, ain't you, Norm?
It'd be my pleasure.
Marston, lead Deke into town. Make sure you keep a gun on that son of a bitch.
I'm sure it's been nice for the boys to have a whore to play with. I hear those rancher girls like it in the rear. Maybe she won't want to go home. She's been fucked so good. Come on now, boys. Cut me loose.
Where's Bonnie? I thought we had a deal.
Well, you thought wrong. We don't make deals with the law.
Well, surprise, surprise, princess. Seems we find ourselves at a crossroads. No, but really, who didn't see this coming? The gang was gonna not honor anything? Nah, it was written in stone long before it was even foretold. We're gonna have to fight our way through the abandoned town of Tumbleweed. Honestly, I really like this segment because I like ghost towns. As I told you guys earlier, my grandfather was a pioneer. He was a gold panner by trade. Like, he literally just traveled around BC, going to places that looked very much like this and panning for gold. So I grew up in locations that looked just like this when I'd travel with my grandpa. And I just find them fascinating. The stories they once hold. Every building once held families. Every shop once sold goods. And I can't help but immerse myself into that world. That being said, there's 557,628 different enemies here that we gotta fight. And the only way to save Bonnie McFarlane, who's conveniently being hanged at this very moment, is by shooting the rope at a very specific spot. Not too low because you shoot Bonnie, not too high because it doesn't work, and you can't even shoot the rolled up rope at the top because that doesn't work either. I've always found this interesting because the game just told us to look for the thickest piece when it told us to shoot the stuff in the barn, and on the very next mission it's like, find the thinnest possible thing that you could possibly try to shoot a bullet through, and that's the thing you're gonna shoot at. And while cool, it's just a little bit weird to shoot at the rope instead of literally every other part of it. Once we shoot Bonnie down, we just gotta clear up the rest of the gang members, which for some reason there's still thousands of. I like the fact that in this game we have NPCs with us, but I'm gonna be honest with you, they don't really do that much to help you.
Bonnie, are you okay?
I'm fine now, Mr. Marston. Thank you. Thank you. What the hell took you so long, you stupid man?
Well, you weren't exactly helping me.
If you think I'm gonna lower myself by making a joke about being all tied up, you got another thing coming. Come on.
With that being said, we are pretty much done with Bonnie McFarlane's storyline. I know it's a sad day. We're also pretty much done with the Marshal as well, which leaves my least favorite character to work with, Nigel West Dickens and his gang of weird and odd men. So let's get started with this.
And I can tell you with no uncertainty that miracle cures are no laughing matter. I bid you good day, sir. Oh, Mr. Marston, good to see you. How have you been keeping?
I'm well, Mr.
Mr. West Dickens. Nigel West Dickens of Eastcheap, London, New Waverly, New York, and Armadillo, New Austin. At your service.
At my service.
At everyone's service. At the service of science, of knowledge, of life.
How are your wounds?
Much, much better. But then they would be.
Would be?
I know a cure for all ailments, Mr. Marston.
Ah, I'm sure you do. And I'm sure for just $2 an ounce, I could live forever.
Oh, but for you, sir, I'd do a bulk discount rate of $1.95 an ounce, as long as you buy 100 ounces or more. That's a lot of immortality.
Give it up, old man.
That's Mr. West Dickens to you, boy.
Give it up, old man.
Listen, Marston, I'm broke, but this stuff is good. It works. I need a healthy young man like you. Come along, let's ride over to my newest customer at Ridgewood, and I'll explain while we go.
Okay.
All right, John, let us make haste for Ridgewood Farm.
I can never explain to you why I don't like Mr. Nigel West Dickens, but I really just don't. Something about him just bothers me. He always comes across as the guy that would tell you to do something, help you do that thing, and then would be the first one to go tell the police that you did the thing. I guess maybe it's because he has no honor, maybe it's because he's slimy. I don't know what it is. He just sits on my shoulder the wrong way. And either you can look at that as I'm just being too immersed in the world, or you can look into this great writing. I said at the beginning of the game that Red Dead Redemption does a great job of making you like and hate the people that you're supposed to like and hate. And it does a great job of leading you to confusion, but it is not confusing for John or myself to not like Mr. Dickens. Now, as we head out to the Ridgewood farm, we have to just clear things up. There is not actually a customer here. What Dickens is doing is he's going to manipulate it in a way so we are forced to help him sell his snake oil, which conveniently will help us with our quick draw Deadeye, but Dickens doesn't know that. Essentially what's happening is Dickens is going to be deliberately slimy as well as deliberately vague about what's going on in order to trick John into working for him and helping him sell a product so he can make a profit. In fact, that's the entire story arc of the Dickens guy and his work with John. Along the way, John's going to quiz him about the serum and say that it's literally a scam, and Nigel's going to try to convince John that it's not, and that he has the healing words and the healing serum, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, it's a scam, he knows it's a scam, and he's literally just here trying to make a profit however he can. Dickens doesn't care who or what gets hurt along the way, as long as at the end of the day, he's long gone before that comes to fruition. And as long as a new dollar lines his pocket, he's good to go. Eventually, he's going to kick John out of the wagon and tell John to continue to walk towards Ridgewood. You'll understand why shortly.
Best you alight here, dear boy, so no one sees us arriving together. I'll see you there. Be ready to enchant the crowd.
Right away, alarm bell should have been going off for John, but instead he walks towards the group that is gathered in front of the snake oil salesman. Like I said before, this always reminds me of the two-part episode in the later seasons of Little House on the Prairie. No idea why, but Dickens just reminds me of Little House on the Prairie the entire time I play with him. Joining the group, we'll see pretty quickly why Dickens wanted us there.
Friends, hard-working souls of
Cholla Springs. Gather round, gather round. Do you suffer from rheumatism, lumbago, acute chronic sciatic, neurologic, or inflammatory pain? Well, I represent the only company that makes the genuine article that cures headaches, neuralgia, earache, toothaches, backache, swelling, sprains, sore chests, swelling of the throats, contracted cords and muscles, anxieties and ravaged nerves, stiff joints, wrenches, dislocations, cuts and bruises, and it adds vitality and vigor to the healthy man.
But can you prove it, old man?
Oh, I'm sure there's some customer here who could prove the qualities of it by taking a drink right now. You, sir, come up here. Step right up. That's the spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, pay close attention. This poor, wretched volunteer, entirely unknown to me, will demonstrate the effects of Dr. West Dickens' own patent tonic. Be you a cowpoke or athlete, this miraculous elixir developed with the wisdom of the East keeps the muscles supple and relaxes the cords. It loosens the joints and gives a feeling of youth and vigor to the whole system. Not possible, I hear you say. Well, doubt no longer. Faith can move mountains, but I ask not for faith. I am a man of science, and today science will be vindicated. Your eyesight has greatly improved. Is that not so, friend?
If you say so.
That's right, it is. You heard him. What a good sport you are, sir. Now, gaze over yonder at that porch. If you squint, you may just be able to make out the skull that's hanging there. Go ahead, friend. Shoot that skull and demonstrate the miraculous eyesight you now possess. Remarkable! The eyesight of an eagle, granted by imbibing Dr. West Dickens' own patent tonic.
Anybody can make that shot. This man is a fraud. If your eye's so damn sharp, why don't you try shooting my hat out of the air?
My friends, our test case has been challenged to shoot a gentleman's hat out of the sky above our heads.
You can fool these people, but you ain't fooling me. Right! Let's just see how sharp you is with a moving target.
Here's where Dickens' elixir actually helps us learn a new skill. We can now put an X on the spot that we want to shoot. No longer does it just slow time, we can actually mark multiple targets. So at least we're getting something out of this annoying transaction.
Have you ever seen such an eye? Behold the power of the elixir, plucked out of the sky.
Hey! Hey! What? You think you can put a hole in a man's hat and just walk away, do you? Hey, it don't work like that around here, mister. Come on! Are you a man or not?
A challenge of battle has been offered to our volunteer.
Hey, did you shoot my hat when I told you to shoot my hat and then the bullet put a hole in my hat that I told you to shoot? Well, we better throw down because of that.
Like, what are we doing here? Like, what? Don't offer to have your hat shot if you don't want your hat shot. But if you want your ass kicked, I'm more than happy to oblige with that, and I do.
There it is, skeptics and dissenters, irrefutable proof. Do not let this opportunity pass you by.
Look, he's over there. Go get
This
him.
ends now.
Watch out, he's got a gun.
Who the hell do you think you are? You ain't leaving here alive.
Marvelous shot, dear boy. The kind of deadly accuracy that can only be afforded by the West Dickens elixir. Come, I have plenty for all.
You'll be fine. Get out of my way.
Hey, where are you going?
I want a bottle. Get me a bottle, please. One of them right here.
No harm in trying one bottle, I suppose.
Well, I think that went kind of well, don't you?
I'm just glad that my normal job involves either chasing after cattle or murderers. Not the likes of you, mister.
Don't be like that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to say my goodbyes, head on back to the real world.
Wait, sir. I've been thinking about your predicament, and I think I may have an idea. I've been thinking I could be your cunning Odysseus. Beware of the Greeks burying gifts, sir. Williamson had better beware. We will make them into Trojans.
I don't rightly get you.
I want you to go and see my old friend Seth. He can come across as a little curious, but I'm sure you two will get on. He's most often found at Coots Chapel. He's very devout.
Why see him?
Because between him and me, we can get those gates to open for you, and you can walk right in, just like in Homer's great Trojan yarn!
Okay, now we get to go meet my second least favorite character, Seth, a creepy, skinny skeleton man who likes to play with dead bodies. Well, let's go.
Excuse me, are you Seth?
Who are you?
I'm a friend of Mr. Wes Dickens. My name's Marston. John Marston.
Goodbye, John Marston. It's been a great pleasure.
I need your help, Seth. We need your help. Me and Mr. Wes Dickens.
Let me be frank for 1 second, partner. I hate people. It was people who got me in this mess in the first place.
What mess?
Look at me. Look, scrambling around, looking for maps, half insane. I ain't washed in 6 months. My hair falling out, my mind's going.
What happened?
What happened? My partner. He stole half my map. I never would have done that to him. Never. Look at me.
Who did this to you?
My partner. My boy, my man. Moses Forth. I don't have the facility to tell you what I would have done for that man. And what I would do to him now.
Why?
Because he stole half my goddamn map!
And what map's that, then?
The map, partner! The map that tells me where it is!
Where what is, friend?
I ain't telling you that. I ain't. Don't make me tell, partner. It's mine! It's mine! All mine!
Sure. And where's this Moses now?
He's at Benedict Point. The law got him for exhuming. Some people, they feel differently. Not Moses. Him and me are the same. The self-same.
Well, come on, Seth. Let's go see Moses, get you your map back. Then maybe you'll help me.
All right, partner. Let's go.
It's not really Seth's fault that I don't like him. It's just the combination of the three characters we're going to work with over the next little bit kind of just get on my nerves. And it's, I think, deliberately designed that way to be. You know, Wes Dickens is a snake oil salesman. He's willing to use anybody to make a dime or a nickel or a penny or even just to be able to eat a bite of food. Seth doesn't have morals, and he just does whatever he wants as long as it involves dead bodies. And futurely, we're going to meet Irish, who is just a coward of a human being, like willing to let us die at every twist and turn. I think my biggest problem when it comes to these characters is these characters don't really seem to be the kind of people that John would work with even if he did need something. Even though John is part of a gang or was part of a gang, he has some sort of moral compass, and these three individuals have none. And while yes, you could see it as John putting aside his differences with people in order to be able to get to the results he wants, we're not even clear of why we need Wes Dickens or why we need Seth at this point at all. Wes says he can get the door open, but there is no way for us to know if he can. And then he just randomly told us to go get Seth, and we don't even understand why yet. And then we meet with Seth, and he wants us to go free somebody named Moses because he's got the other half to a map that involves treasure. This doesn't seem to me like a mission mission that John would partake in just simply because it's a waste of time. And I will say Red Dead Redemption doesn't do a great job of explaining why we need these characters. We only met the snake oil salesman because, well, the marshal told us to go find him because he was too lazy to do it himself. And then our first mission after saving the snake oil salesman, he sends us to go find Seth with no reason as to why. He just says he can help us. So other than the promise that he might be able to help us, we have no real evidence to back us up on why we need them. And so looking at it from John's standpoint, these are the exact opposite kind of people that the rest of the game is going to try to tell you that John wouldn't work with, even though we just worked with them. Along the ride, John's going to learn that Moses was also arrested for exhuming bodies, which is the act of unburying dead people to steal their gold, which is also grave robbing. And John's going to call him out for this immoral practice, to which Seth doesn't really care. He says he would rather be with the dead people than with the living. Randomly out of nowhere, though, Seth knows that we have a problem with Bill and says he's willing to help us if we help him get the treasure. Just seems like a forced story dialogue if you ask me, but we'll accept it for what it is. Apparently John being here, the entire county of the United States of America knows what he's going for. Eventually, we're going to arrive at this random building that's off the side of the train station that we thought would be absolutely not crucial to the storyline, but we end up here quite a lot throughout the game for some reason, for it not really being a big name city.
All right, this is it. Let's stop here a moment and come up with a plan. As far as I know, Moses is being held in that shack. There's a couple of deputies keeping guard outside. Can you distract him so I can sneak in for a quick parlay with that son of a bitch?
I'm sure I can think of something.
Lead them away from the shack and out of sight. Somewhere out past that hill.
My good golly, the sheriffs in Red Dead Redemption 1 do the exact same thing as the sheriffs inside a Red Dead Redemption roleplay. Stand on a porch and just look important even though they're just absolutely the most boring, pathetic human beings I've ever seen in my entire life. In order to get the sheriffs to actually do their job, because they can't clearly see the two other people that are in this entire tiny town acting suspiciously, we have to steal their horses and ride away. This is actually a tutorial, ladies and gentlemen. I understand that we are over 2 hours into this game, but we are still doing tutorials. This is to teach us how to evade the police, the sheriffs. Essentially what you got to do is avoid their circle. I will say it's fairly a fair system. Not always is it fair though. I did have a couple times where the cops would just randomly spawn in front of me, trapping me in between two cop bubbles. This happened very infrequently and never during the main story. I also had a few times though where my wanted level didn't actually go down even though there was no one around me. It would just stay up there. Once again, never happened in the main story. These are issues that happened outside of the main story. I'm going to chop it up to PC, port, modern hardware, all that stuff, but I will acknowledge it here that there was these issues. Once we escape the police who happen to find a horse, we then immediately return with said horse to the exact spot we stole the horse, and the cops just aren't here yet. And we're going to meet up with Seth, who's then going to confront Moses about the piece of the map that he's missing for the treasure that he wants to find, that we're not allowed to know about, but we're going to help Seth find.
Good job getting rid of them clowns. Now keep an eye out in case they come back. Moses? Oh, Moses! You got a visitor!
Oh my God, Seth. They arrested me. It weren't my fault. Ah! Get the hell away from me!
Get that slippery bastard! I need him alive, though!
Alright, so now we have to chase down Moses, take our lasso him, and hogtie him, and carry him back to Seth, because in every video game ever, you have to do everything. I don't personally have a problem with this, but it is something we're going to have to do a lot of later on in the game. And I like to point out things where if you don't like what you're seeing on screen right now, then you probably won't like the rest of what we're about to do, because we're going to do this a lot. I like the idea of being able to choose whether to shoot and or wound and or hogtie and or deliver or not deliver enemies to people. This layer of choice allows you to really immerse yourself into the world and really immerse yourself in the kind of playthrough you're going with. Now, obviously, with Moses, we can't shoot him or hurt him in any way. Well, you could shoot him, but you're not supposed to. Later on, though, there is choices that will be personal to your own moral compass, like whether or not to kill an individual or not. We'll see these choices as we play through the game. I just wanted to note it here and now because a lot of the times it ends in kind of this scenario. In fact, one of the world events that happens is you'll run into a sheriff on the side of the road whose wagon has been attacked by gang members and 2 gang members are running away, and you can either choose to shoot them and kill them, or you can choose to hogtie them and return them to the sheriff. This will give you honor and fame, either way. But just having that choice allows us to feel way more immersed in the world. Now let's get Moses back to Seth.
Mine! Mine! Moses, you son of a bitch! Where's my damn map?
Damn you, Seth! Damn you, Seth! You've always been a twisty little freak. I ain't telling you shit.
Then I'm gonna cut you up piece by piece. Till you find your tongue.
Friend, this man's gone crazy in the sun. I suggest you take my advice and start talking.
Shut up, Marston! I want to cut into a bona fide man's flesh. Ain't never cut into a live one before.
Oddfellows Rest. It's in Oddfellows Rest. Now, get away from me once and for all.
Well, ain't that a damn shame? I was starting to enjoy myself. I think you gone pissed yourself, Moses. Those deputies went and put a bounty on your head. Best we clear it now. Don't need the law on our backs. I don't have no money, but I got me a pardon letter. Here, take it. You earned it for helping me with the Moses. Come on, we can pay it off in the telegraph office. Best we deal with this now, mister.
In Red Dead Redemption, you get something called a bounty. This is when you do bad deeds, killing people, stealing horses, robbing stores, so on and so on. The higher your bounty, the more the law comes after you. There's 2 ways to get rid of the bounty, a pardon letter or by paying your bounty off. Either way, you have to go to the telegram office in order to do this. You can avoid getting a bounty by paying off witnesses if you manage to catch them in time. We're going to do a combination of both throughout our playthrough, but it never really became a problem that I was ever really aware of. I did a pretty good playthrough.
So, mister, thanks for your help.
Don't worry yourself with thanks, Seth. Just help me when I come asking.
No problem, mister. Master!
It's time for us to return to Mr. Wes Dickens, who's going to try to get out of helping us.
Mr. Marston, how are you, sir?
I'm all right. I met up with your friend, Seth.
Oh, Seth of the Dead. Yes, interesting fellow. You don't meet many men these days with the moral fortitude to cut straight to the chase like that, do you?
Thankfully not, Mr. Wes Dickens.
Yes, contemporary society is remarkably harsh on professional exhumers. But did you know that in ancient Egypt, it was an art form valued more highly than literature? I believe Seth comes from that school of thought.
How very interesting. Look, you thought any more about our plan?
Your plan, dear boy. Your plan. I am merely the help, not mercifully the arbiter of wisdom.
What you are, dear boy, is the man whose life I've saved twice now. A man who sells lies and deceit to unwitting people. A man who, if he doesn't help me, I won't think twice about putting a bullet through his skull, feeding to the vultures myself.
You see, Mr. Marston, you have the exterior of a violent man, but the soul of an angel, and that is what I think I cherish most about you.
That's what I thought.
But before we can attend to your particular problems, we need some extra lubricant to oil the machinery of business. And this being America, that lubricant with which we concern ourselves is money.
Money? What are you talking about?
Oh, we need weapons. Armor plate for the wagon. Extra hands. And I need some danger money.
So, let's sell some more of these cures.
Sell cures? Around here? Do you want to see me lynched? Oh, no. The sport of kings. Racing, my friend. The sport of kings. A noble activity without reproach. Exactly the kind of activity where a lying, cheating degenerate like myself can prosper. But come, let's finish the loading and we'll discuss it as we drive.
So we're going to head over to Gaptooth Breach, where we're going to be doing a carriage race. Along the way, Wes Dickens is going to explain to us, in order for us to be able to enter into the Fort Mercer where Williams is hiding, we're first going to have to armor up his wagon. It's funny to me how no matter what we do for Wes Dickens, and no matter how he words it to seem like it's in benefit of us, it only goes to help him. We have to go get money for him to upgrade his wagon, where when we're done with all of this, he will have an armored wagon and the money that we're going to earn from doing the race. Essentially, everything that we ever do for Dickens is always going to be to help him in a way. Even if along the way it seems to help us, it actually helps him out more. Dickens is clever in the way that he does this in order to make it seem like it's doing it for John, when in reality, it's only going to help him. This dude gets shot at all the time, and our armored wagon's definitely going to help him, more than it's going to help us the one time we use it.
Drivers! Y'all know the rules, but for you newcomers, this here's a fair race. Keep to your manners and let the fester cart pass. So now that's been said, y'all can get to running each other off the road like always. All right now, counting to three. Ready, set, go!
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing another race. I don't personally have a problem with this. I do personally know people that do have a personal problem with the racing inside of Red Dead Redemption. I don't think it's that bad. If you put yourself into the era and the immersion, it makes sense that this would be one of the pastimes that's heavily exploited within the Wild West frontier. Like, they don't have TVs or radios or any of that stuff to entertain themselves with, so racing would be a big draw. And some of my favorite scenes from Western movies like Man from Snowy River or TV shows like Hell on Wheels is when they do horse racing. There's something about it. Now, I'm too fat to ever do it, but I do admire people that do it. And my sister has a small homestead south of me, so I'm around horses once in a while, you know? I am a city boy, though. I grew up in Kelowna. I only moved to the country because I hated the city. Doing the race is a lot of fun, and what I will give Rockstar 100% props on is when we accidentally fail and end up flipping our cart. It's not an immediate reset where we gotta restart the cutscene and re-listen to the countdown. You can just reset and be back on the track. It's a small detail, but I appreciate it so much more than having to reset everything and re-listen to it. When it comes to racing in games, and you're playing a story game like the one we're playing right now, we don't know the path that we're racing, so mistakes are gonna happen. It's a trial and error usually. Can you get it done the first time? 100%. To the one guy that says that he can't, congratulations, you're better than me. But often what ends up happening is it'll be a trial and error that causes you to have to constantly restart the entire race, because the second you go off the path or you deviate the wrong way, the game goes, well, it's time to reset. The Witcher 3, The Wild Hunt, has a great version of this exact problem, where if you slightly deviate too far off the path that the game determined, it'll just reset the whole race, including the countdown and including the whole cutscene that leads up to it. It's needless time padding that pisses me off, so I'm going to give Rockstar props where it's deserved. If you fail, you can just bounce back on the track. If you lose the race, well, then you redo it, but at least you have the opportunity to catch back up. I appreciate them for that. Finishing the race, we'll obviously go talk to Mr. Wes Dickens.
Hell of a race, mister. I'll take care of this cart for Mr. Wes Dickens.
Come on, John. I suggest we beat a hasty retreat. Right, best remove ourselves from the stage before somebody decides they want their money back.
Fine by me.
Isn't that fantastic? The tears of the crowd, the thunder of the wheels.
The fallen rocks, the homicidal maniac.
Well Well done, sir. Well done. Having you as a ringer has netted us a fine profit.
We seem to be wasting time, old man.
Oh, patience, my friend. The Trojan horse cannot run before it can walk, if you'll forgive the metaphor. Next, we need to procure some grand and overwhelming firepower. And for that, you need to contact an old friend of mine. Goes by the name of Irish.
Irish?
Yes, he's an interesting kind of fellow. He usually can be found in Armadillo or some other town around here on some bacchanalian revel or such.
Great. An alcoholic arms dealer.
What could be better?
Okay, so now we gotta go find another person named Irish. He's my third least favorite character in the game, but the best of the worst of the three. He's just a coward and it drives me nuts how he conveniently always gets away with it. You'll understand. But we're not done with Mr. West Dickens yet, so let's go meet up with him, who of course is gonna need a favor in order to help us. That's the way it works in the Wild West.
Mr. Marston, sir. John Marston. Mr. Marston, don't be so childish. Come on, sir, I implore you. Okay. So I made a few innocent mistakes when last we met. But my plan is still sound. Together we can conquer, if not the world, then certainly Bill Williamson.
But first, you need me to do you a favor?
You read my mind. I can only deduce you've been taking my tonic, sir, as instructed. It can give the most ordinary of intelligences a remarkable insight.
I'll give you insight. I'll show you what your guts look like.
Please, sir, this show of petulance is nothing short of embarrassing. Think for a moment, sir. Think.
I'm thinking about how much of my time you're wasting.
Sir, I am about to do something which I greatly discourage in all wise and rational men. A selfless act. For you. But, sir, before I act selflessly, allow me to act selfishly and sell some of my wares.
Fair enough.
Oh, good, sir. Come, and let's go visit some of our fine friends in the other oil business we have here in Plainview. These men need all the help they can get.
Is it still a selfless act if it requires a selfish act first, or is it still asking for a favor but in a different way? The game's gonna pretend like John is kind of like stupid, and throughout the game they're gonna constantly say that he's uneducated, but I feel like even he understands that this is bullshit. We're gonna head over to the crowd where the shenanigans are gonna get started.
Friends, hardworking souls of Plainview, do you suffer from rheumatism, lumbago, acute chronic sciatic, neurologic, or inflammatory pain? Well, I represent the only company that makes the genuine article which cures headache, neuralgia, toothache, earache, backache. Well,
this man is a fucking charlatan. He just got done swindling us down at Cho Springs with this song and dance.
I say we tar and feather him right now.
I say we shoot the bastard.
I think it's time we take our business elsewhere. I apologize if science is not your forte. Good day, one and all.
Okay, it's time to flee the area because apparently every ordinary man and or woman who has been swindled by Mr. Nigel West Dickens is willing to risk their lives in order to kill him for being swindled. It's a drastic step, but this is the dying frontier of the United States of America, so we have to just accept the fact that this is one of the ways that they chose to die. And this is the hill that they chose to die on. As we escape, our job is to simply defend the wagon. At some point, we're gonna have to blow up a roadblock, and at other points, we're just gonna have to shoot a whole bunch of bad guys. There's a few things to note along this way. For some reason, the wagon in which is being driven by Mr. West Dickens will randomly slow down and then speed up, and then slow down and then speed up. From the best of my research, this is due to a frame rate issue with the PC port, not knowing how to pathfind, so it struggles back and forth. So you're gonna see me struggle here. It's not me slowing down the wagon. It is quite literally the game doing that. And it is frustrating, but I'm going to note it as a my problem, not you problem. I just want to take a moment before I skip to the end of this mission, because this goes on for about 7 minutes, to quickly say, I personally think that John Marston is actually quite intelligent. He might not be book smart, but he is literate, he can read, he's well spoken, and he is extremely, let's call it, street smart. Also, his ability to read individuals and their character is a bar none. He's able to pretty much pinpoint exactly who a person is within seconds of meeting them. There's a reason why he doesn't share his history with characters like Wes Dickens, Seth, and or Irish when we meet him. But at the same time, there's a reason why he does share his history with characters like Mr. McFarlane, Bonnie, and the Marshal, and future characters that we're going to meet. So even though the game is going to try to spoon feed you that John Marston's dumb and he's just an idiot, I personally believe that he is not. I believe he is a man who is quite capable of doing whatever he sets his mind to. And a man who's capable of doing whatever he sets his mind to cannot be called a stupid man. Now, in the interest of not wasting your time, I'm gonna skip to the end of this mission because it is quite literally just defending this wagon for an extremely long amount of time. All to be told to go meet with somebody else at the end of the mission. And as much as I enjoyed the mission, it's not enjoyable to watch me ramble on and on and on about the mechanics of a mission that is just sit here and shoot people. Just do that and you'll have a ton of fun.
Impresses me with the speed with which a group of men can turn from passive sheep into murderous wolves.
I'm impressed with how you nearly got us killed back there.
Yes, perhaps we should shelve the tonics business for a period. Let's say we try our hand at racing again. There's a meet at Rathskeller.
You're trying my patience, Mr. West Dickens.
Well, I'm sorry, dear boy, but I'm only an aging vendor of exotic elixirs, not the bloody U.S. cavalry. Forgive me if matters take some time to prepare.
Before we head off to meet Irish, though, the West Dickens' next mission starts right here, so we're just going to do that.
Mr. West Dickens!
Ah, Mr. Marston! How wonderful to see you, sir. How wonderful.
Are we ready then?
Yes, sir. Nearly, sir. Barely nearly, sir. I just need some cash to get some extra hardware fitted to my old Trojan horse here.
You what?
Never mind, sir. I can only presume that you have not enjoyed the benefits of a classical education, so I will not take umbrage if some of my illusions sail over your head, sir.
I won't pretend to understand you, but I will endeavor to make you understand me. Either we do this right now, or I put a bullet in you and get on with my day.
Please, I knew you were a violent man, Mr. Marston, but I did not think you were a stupid one. We need money to outfit my carriage, to turn a simple tradesman's vehicle into something more subterfuge. And I'm about to tell you how we are going to gain said cash. Now I know that you ride very well. So come, sir, to Rathskeller Fork.
If you feel like you've already heard this exact same thing being said, you are not wrong. We actually just did this exact same setup for the previous racing mission. I don't know if they deliberately accidentally reused the exact same sequence of events in order to trigger the races, or if this was just the way that writing was in 2010. But when we did our first race with Mr. West Dickens, he said the same thing. He needs money. He needs to lubricate, and the lubrication that he needs is money. In order to get money, we have to go do a race. He said the same thing again when we sold the tonics, and now he's saying it again when we are doing another racing mission. There's two ways to look at it, or I guess three. The first way is that it's lazy writing, the second way is that this is just who West Dickens is, and the third way is that they didn't intend to accidentally reuse it back to back to back. In all reality, you're not supposed to do these missions in the way that I'm doing them. You're supposed to do them broken up by side activities, world events, as well as side missions. In our playthrough, we're doing them back to back to back, even though in my actual experience, I was doing the side content. But when you watch them all stacked up in a row, you kind of notice the problems that exist and the same exact speeches that are given. It's almost as though it's written in a way that if you had forgotten, well, the game will remind you gently in case it's been hours in between the last time he said it. But stacked up the way that we're doing it, you're just like, man, he's just repeating the same dialogue over and over and over again. With that being said, though, we will arrive at the race location. This time, we are not in a chariot, we are on our horse. It's a horse race, ladies and gentlemen.
Gentlemen, this will be a fair race. No shooting, stabbing, cliff pushing, rock throwing, cactus grinding, neck lassoing, setting fires, or other acts that causes the rider to unfairly lose his blade, or bleed heavily, or black out. Get yourselves ready. Set.
This race is going to take us 3 minutes and 15 seconds to do. I'm not going to waste your time with that. I will say, however, though, with how much the guy talked about no cheating in this race, I firmly expected there to be some sort of cheating in this race or a gang to attack or something. The setup was there, it just didn't happen. In reality, I believe that's ingenious writing, because I, the player, expected something to happen that didn't, and that immediately sets it up that this game will make twists and turns that maybe you don't expect, and I appreciate that about Red Dead Redemption. In all reality, there's absolutely no reason for anybody here to cheat other than they wanted to win, and seems how we have no personal investment with any of the characters here, it makes sense that no one cheated, they just raced fairly. Now, of course, we're gonna win, because we have the classic tap, 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 pause mechanics on our side. If you do that, you can run forever. You don't ever have to worry about slowing down. I should have added earlier when we were talking about the horse races the first time though, is if you slightly deviate off the road left and or right or touch what they determine as wild country, your horse will randomly slow down. And I mean randomly because sometimes it doesn't and sometimes it does. So just stay on the road and you're perfectly fine. Winning the race, we will then have to go and meet with Wes Dickens, my least favorite character in this whole goddamn game. And we talked about him so much already.
He came, he saw, he conquered. What a fantastic spectacle, John. Let's take a moment to bask in the glory of our victory.
Have we got enough money now?
All right. Yes, once Seth and Irish have furnished their side of the bargain, I think we should be ready. Quite a team we've assembled, don't you think?
A bunco, a grave robber, and a drunk. How could things possibly go wrong?
This is the problem when you don't do missions in the order that the game intends you to. Dickens is referencing the fact that we put together a team of Seth, himself, and the Irishman. We've never met the Irishman because I did the mission we just did before going and seeing the Irishman. So I think it's time we go meet the Irishman.
Yes, boyo, you messed up properly this time, didn't you? You little paddy bastard! You thieving McCunt!
You got it all wrong, Welsh. All wrong. It was French, I promise. He said he was going to rip you off. Now he's ripping me off.
Here, keep on talking there, Irish! In about 15 more seconds, your whole world's gonna turn black!
What's up, boys?
Fuck off, boyo. This don't concern you.
When a man with a sing-song voice tells me to fuck off, it always concerns me, boyo.
Look here, this Paddy bastard stole our guns, tried to steal our horses. Law's clear on the matter.
I never stole nothing, sir. Never did, not in all my life. That French cunt is playing with the Welshman's tiny and ineffective mind.
Hush your mouth.
Anyway, you all got horses now. No one needs to die. Leave him be.
Who do you think you are, boyo? The bloody cavalry?
Your voice is really starting to get on my nerves, boyo.
And you're getting on my nerves.
Yeah. This ain't nothing to do with you.
Mr. Nigel West Dickens said you'd help me locate a machine gun. And since I just saved your life...
I can't thank you enough for taking care of those two degenerates. Untrustworthy, poor in personal hygiene, lacking in the finer qualities of a gentleman.
What about the gun?
It'd be my pleasure. She's magnificent, government issue. It'll be a bit of a ride, but we'll get there soon enough. Follow me, fella.
Okay, so we saved the Irishman from the Welshman and the Frenchman. As we ride out to the location where the gun's supposedly gonna be, we are gonna talk to Mr. Irish about whether or not those people were bad guys. It turns out they were actually friends who came together over here off the boat and been running together for a long time. But even though Irish was friends with them, he doesn't care that they're dead because, well, that's just the way the world goes. I think that you are starting to put together that there's a common theme between the characters that we meet in the storylines that we have to do them in. If we were to break them down by chapters, Chapter 1 was the Marshal, Bonnie McFarland, and Mr. McFarland. They're loyal, hardworking people and salt-of-the-earth kind of mentality. Chapter 2 has been Dickens, Irish, and Seth, people with absolutely no moral compasses whatsoever, and willing to walk over anybody to be able to succeed where they want to. The exact opposite of Chapter 1. This is a common theme throughout the entire game. Now, on our ride there, I have to note that Red Dead Redemption reuses locations a lot. So when we arrive at this location, I want you to remember it for, let's say, the final mission in the game. Spoilers, I know, but you don't know what's going to happen. All we know is that when we first arrive here, we're going to hope to God that there is a machine gun here because that's what we need in order to be able to attack the fort with our ragtag group of ne'er-do-wells, Seth, Irish, and Dickens. We're going to learn that there's going to be a common theme with this Irishman. He's fantastic at Irish goodbyes.
You can make quick work of those fellas if they give you trouble. The gun's stored just inside that shack.
What about you helping me out?
I'll cover you from the ridge. I'm better from long range. It'll be a piece of cake, fella. Trust me.
Heading down into the cabin area here, we're going to have to just acknowledge the fact that John should have picked up on the social cues as well as the body language of Irish that he would never have his back. So while we fight off of roughly half a dozen men here, cowardly Irish is going to be running away because that's what he does. It kind of drives me nuts that I personally believe that John is a smart individual and he is fully aware of everything that's about to happen with these characters. It's hard not to believe that with how he social cues off of like Dickens and Bonnie and Mr. McFarland, or how he reads morally future characters that we're going to meet. Yet at the same time, he's constantly getting won-overed by these random individuals who are clearly using him for their own selfish needs. It's never explained, but most likely these people here are people that have wronged Irish and he's just sending in this gunslinger to get the job done. Because as we go into the cabin, we're going to realize that there is nothing here. Though admittedly, John should have checked the chimney, because everybody knows that's where you store money. Red Dead Redemption 2 callback? If you've played it, you understand what I'm saying. Needless to say, we get nothing out of this except for a whole bunch of dead bodies and problems. So we have nothing left to do but to track down the Irishman for a second time.
It's not here. That lying sack of shit.
Where are you? Oh, who do you want? I see you. Get away from me.
Right here. Where's that machine gun, Irish?
Oh, Mr. Marston. I found you one.
Found us one, Irish. We're in this together. You, me, and an assault on Fort Mercer. I'm the guy that saved you from getting killed back there, and who you owe your life to, remember?
Not really. Happens to me all the time.
You don't want it to happen to you again, do you, Irish?
No, friend. I wants to buy you a drink. I wants to tell you how much she means to me, how special you is.
And I want to tell you that if you don't produce a Gatling gun within the hour, you'll wish you'd been killed back there.
It's the whiskey, sir. It gives me the memory of a newborn babe, as innocent as can be.
And it makes me violently angry. Shall we go look for that gun, sir?
Yes. Let's do that.
Alright, conveniently, Irish, after leaving us to kill a bunch of people at a cabin that were completely unrelated to our problem, has managed to track us down a machine gun. It just happens to be at a mining facility for some reason. Even John's gonna call this out. What do miners need with a Gatling gun? To which it's just easily dismissed as miners are crazy people and super protective of their mines. So protective, in fact, that they're literally willing to get a Gatling gun from the military to mow down anybody who might try to assault their mine. it's going to be very interesting to see how this just doesn't come to fruition. What I mean by this is that when we actually do go to assault the mine, we're going to notice that the Gatling gun is the one thing that seems to be missing from their defenses. We'll understand why when we get there. I'm not going to waste your time with the ride over there. It's just Irish talking a whole bunch of nonsense about a whole bunch of things we don't care about. Getting to the mine, though, we're going to see that it's in Gaptooth Breach, a location we've been to many times now. Turns out this is a very popular destination for Mr. John Marston.
The entrance is plain to see, and there's a shaft them bastards used to haul out heavy ore. I mean you, can use that lift to get you and the gun to the surface. I do it all myself, but the mines play havoc with me sinuses. I'll find us a fine place to hide these horses, and then return with a borrowed flat wagon.
I'll meet you at the mouth of the mine shaft. And Irish, I strongly advise you don't run off this time.
Maybe Irish wasn't so wrong about miners being hostile to anybody coming near their mines, as we are immediately greeted by two miners who come out to just basically shoot us in the face for being too close to them. The Wild West, where people died from stubbing their toe or being shot for walking too close to somebody else's mine. It was a hard world out there. This will lead to our inevitable assault into the mine. I would have loved to have seen it be a little bit more, you can either be tactical and stealthy about it or not. Though the game challenges us to an all-out gunfight and we accept their challenge. Believe it or not, fighting your way into the mines is a little bit harder than I thought it was going to be. We take a lot of damage going in, and we're kind of forced to hide in one of their elevated towers to heal while trying to fight them. As you play through Red Dead Redemption, you're going to have to upgrade your weapons. Otherwise, when the health gets a little bit higher on the enemies to counter the weapons you should have already bought, you're going to do very little to no damage to them. Meaning even with quick draw, you might have to do 2, 3, 4, or 5 bullets. This isn't a problem because normally you're going to the store and you're upgrading your gear, you're doing side activities, you're finding loot out in the world. I just haven't really focused on that, so this is a personal problem for myself. Eventually, we're going to end up fighting our way into the mine. We're going to have to fight through the mine. Now, I find it extremely funny that this mine just has TNT just willy-nilly wherever the hell they want, often right beside burning oil lanterns. And I find it funny that these miners, rather than trying to melee fight us inside of the mine surrounded by fire and TNT, choose to engage in gunfights with us conveniently right beside the TNT. I know that we're nitpicking right now, but that's the whole point in these series, is just to nitpick on things. I feel like miners who are so desperate to protect their mine would be smarter in their storage of the TNT, instead of just having it kind of everywhere. But also, miners would know not to shoot beside the TNT, and definitely they would know not to smoke cigars and/or have oil lanterns right beside the TNT. So while we are being nitpicky for nitpicky's sake, we can safely say that what we're saying is factually true. Eventually, we will fight our way to the bottom of the mine, where we're going to find out that the Gatling gun that these miners have to protect the mine is at the very bottom of the mine shaft, not even being used by anybody to fight us. Kinda rendering everything Irish said about the miners wanting to protect their mine with the Gatling gun useless because they put it at the bottom of the hole. It does absolutely no good down there. I understand that it was done this way for the mission's gameplay's sake, but in the scheme of how the world would work, this doesn't make any sense. What they should have done is had the gun up top with a limited amount of ammo and then had us have to go down to the bottom of the mine to get the rest of the ammo for the mission. So essentially break the mission into 2 parts. Gatling gun helps defend the mission. We get introduced to how the Gatling gun fights against us. Gunner runs out of ammo, or we kill the gunner, realize there's no ammo, and then we have to go down to the bottom of the mine to get the ammo because the miners didn't want to store it right beside the Gatling gun in case somebody came to save it. That would have been a better way to go about it. I'm okay with either way because I love this game, but at the same time, we can't ignore amazing plot holes like this just because we enjoy the game and yet be so hard on other games like Saints Row 4 and Saints Row 2022. If there is a plot hole, you bet I'm gonna poke it to see what's inside of it. Getting to the gun, we're then gonna have to push it through the mine again. Now we're going to do the exact reverse of what we just did. We're going to push the minecart through the mine back up to the surface. I think this part's really cool. It adds a little bit of immersion. It doesn't just immediately cut to a cutscene of us leaving the mine. We have to fight our way out. All the problems we just talked about are still here. Miners shooting beside TNT, oil lanterns beside TNT. All that stuff still exists. I just think it's really cool to have to push it out. I know it's a stupid thing for me to be fascinated by, but you got to remember, sometimes doing mundane tasks helps do immersion, right? If the game just skipped to a cutscene, we wouldn't feel gratified in getting the machine gun. Or we wouldn't understand how we just magically got it out. It could be inferred, but it doesn't mean that we understand it. So yes, it's a small detail, but I thoroughly enjoyed it and I thought it was really cool. Plus it leads to this really cool segment later on in the mission when we meet up with Irish here, who does magically return this time, which is nice of him to do.
I thought I'd be looking at your corpse being hauled up this lift. Load up and I'll engage the gears. Oh, there she is. What a beautiful weapon. God's own gun. Ain't that the truth? I got us a borrowed flatbed parked down there. Don't let go of her. She's a beast.
Now we have to do this on-rail section. See what I did there? That's a mining joke. We're gonna ride the minecart and fight off the enemies. I just thought this was like the coolest thing ever. I thought this back in 2010 and I had so much fun doing it in 2026. I'm not even gonna try to josh you on this one. This was straight gold. Mining joke. You guys see what I did there. It's just fun. It's just fun. There's no other way for me to explain it to you. This is the kind of fun that doesn't feel forced. It just happens and you admire it for it. Other games often try to force you to have fun, and when you force somebody to have fun, they don't have fun because it feels forced. When you just say ride this thing and shoot people, people are like, yeah, I like what we're doing here. I see the vision, Rockstar. I see the vision.
Let's go!
A short wee ride now, and we'll have this executive peacemaker delivered to Old West Dickens.
Just make sure it doesn't fall off on the way.
With the Gatling gun secured, we're going to need the ammunition, which means we're going to have to go find Irish and another drunken problem. Luck of the Irish, they call it.
Up, sister. Put them up.
Irish, what are you doing?
Who the hell are you?
Give me that. I'm your old friend Amnesia.
Oh, good. Blimey.
And I've come to tell you, if you ever pretend to forget my name or your debt to me again, I'll make sure you reach heaven before these two ladies. Now get down there!
Oh, Mr. Marston. How are you?
Ashamed. Ashamed to know you. What the hell's wrong with you, robbing these gentlewomen and ladies of the Lord?
I thought they was doxies.
Ladies, I'm sorry about this man. He's unfortunately lost his mind to the demon drink. At least I hope he has, and he wasn't this stupid all along. So, please excuse us. Now, Irish, that Gatling gun doesn't work. I find that rather upsetting, don't you?
Oh, heartbreaking. Which is why I was just coming to see you when the drink got the better of me. Come on. I know where we can find the parts for you. Motherfucking Mary.
I know Irish is supposed to be this charming drunk character that we remember, similar to Trevor's band of ne'er-do-wells in Grand Theft Auto 5, but he just drives me nuts. He's just always doing something that you know he knows he's not supposed to be doing. And well, yes, we could say that he's lost to the drink. Just seems like a cop-out for just a terrible human being, which is what Irish is. Now, in order for the gun to work, we're going to need something called ammunition. Bullets, and for the bullets, they're conveniently stored here in Thieves Landing. Thieves Landing is known for, well, just being kind of like the Wild Wild West's Wild Wild West. Anything goes here. Why there would be nuns here? I will never understand that, but they were. and we save them, and that's doing the Lord's work. So we're going to head over with Irish to the location in which the rounds are apparently going to be stored, and apparently his contact inside of the warehouse, one of the workers there, was going to leave the gate unlocked, which will conveniently be locked, because, well, Irish never seems to be able to have a plan come to fruition without somehow messing it up. This will lead us to have to walk around and try to find another way in, where we're going to learn that Irish's contact isn't fake after all and is a real human being that is actually working for this warehouse, but he's being held hostage. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, everything is just terrible if Irish gets involved. They say luck of the Irish, but it's more like the bad luck of the Irish when you talk about Irish. I know there was a lot of Irish and Irish, but Irish, I didn't have to talk about it.
Shakey's made the arrangements, and he'll... Oh, shite. Sounds like Shakey's only gone and got himself found out.
All right. Now all we have to do is find out who you work with. You hear me? Shaky, you wretched fucking son of a whore.
Suck my...
Again!
Oh! Labor relations don't sound like they're exactly at an all-time high. You sneak in and get poor Shaky loose. I'll go get the wagon. Good luck, Marston. He's a good man, that Shaky. I'll be waiting out by the front gate with the wagon. Good luck.
Classic Irish, having to conveniently go get the wagon at the very moment in which we would probably need his help the most with the problem at hand. Now, obviously, this is nothing that John can't handle. Once we find our way into the building, that is, we will be tasked with, well, freeing Shaky. Shaky is Irish's contact. At first, I thought we had to do this all stealth, like, you know, doing stealth takedowns and walking around with our Bowie knife and just wild westing our way through here. In fact, that's what I tried to do at the very beginning of this mission. I snuck in and I was being all like sneaky, and I was tracking down the guy and I was going to follow him to the location because I didn't realize that the location of the guy was right underneath me. And I thought he saw me, but then he didn't see me. So then I continued to follow him for a while, and then he led me to the actual location, but then he just turned around and started shooting me. So then I had to fight my way in like normal. I'm sure there's probably a way to do things stealthily, and we will later on once we unlock throwing knives, because believe it or not, we unlock things throughout this entire game, which is actually great game design because it feels like we're growing as a character. But I wish there was more early game stuff, you know what I mean? Now, obviously, you could try to do it in many different ways. This is just my playthrough, and I encourage you to do your own playthrough and share with me what you guys are able to do. But I just wanted to do it stealthy, and I was not able to, and I'm sad about that. Needless to say, we'll kill everybody, and then we're going to free our boy Shaky. Or I guess it's Irish's boy.
Please, mister. Thank you for your kindness, mister. I thought I was dead, man.
My kindness is only as good as the bullets you can fetch up for me and your friend Irish. Let me down, and you'll be a dead man.
This is gonna be one hell of a fight.
So now we gotta fight our way out of the warehouse. Now, fun fact for you guys. If you stayed this long, I think you earned the ability to learn a little bit about me. Down below on every single deep dive, you may notice that there's something called a disclaimer that tells you about a speech impediment I have. I was born with a fat tongue, but you guys don't know is I also had a severe stutter for about 10 years of my life. I went snowboarding once at Big White, and we were going down the Black Diamond. My friend called over to me, and he said, "Hey, come this way," and he ended up veering off to the right when I was going left, so I tried to cut real sharp, and I ended up smoking a tree going super duper fast. This caused me to have a severe concussion to the point where my brain was literally being crushed by the blood that was inside of my skull. And I got to the hospital where they were just about to start draining the blood out of my skull when I just happened to start bleeding from my nose and ears, releasing that pressure for them. So they never drilled my skull, but what ended up happening is after I hit that tree, I had severe memory loss for years. But I also magically got a stutter. And it took, well, probably a good 8-9 years working with a speech therapist to be able to get rid of that stutter, but every once in a while, it comes back. Mostly if I get super stressed out or angry about something, I start stuttering, which usually makes me lose the argument, because as soon as you start going, the person that you're arguing with laughs and then also mocks you, and then you lose and you feel like a little tiny baby. But when I was in the army, I had a super bad stutter, and often people would kind of make fun of it, which was fine. In fact, my best man at my wedding and the godfather to my kids is probably the #1 bully of my stutter and loves to trigger it whenever we go on trips together or we see each other. I'm not somebody who gets offended by it, so it doesn't bother me, but I do find it kind of endearing to see somebody in this game stuttering the way that I used to stutter. A lot of the times when I'm editing, I have to cut out a lot of the stutters, as well as when I like slur together words because my tongue is just it's swollen. I don't know how to explain it. I can't say certain words, like Elmo. Not Elmo as in E-L-M-O, it's A-M-M-O. For some reason, my dumbass tongue adds the extra L. Just one of those things. My aunt can't say spaghetti, she says sketty. You get what I'm saying? Just thought I'd share a little bit as we fought our way out of here, because what am I really gonna say? We killed a bunch of dudes and then we left.
Now we're even.
Half even, Shaky. You still owe me for them morphine pills to calm your nerves. Shake.
You'll get your half. More, you dirty fucking snake.
All right, gentlemen. Let's go.
Fucking fuck.
Oh, my virgin ears.
All right, hop on. I'll get us out of here.
Now, if you thought we were done fighting over this ammunition for the machine gun, you'd be 100% wrong. No. Now we're riding shotgun. Fun fact, the reason why we call riding shotgun is actually from the Midwestern times, where you would often have somebody who had a shotgun ride with you in the shotgunner's seat, hence the term riding shotgun. While we ride with Irish, though, we're going to have to fight off a whole bunch of people who are coming after us for the ammunition we just stole, for a gun that we stole from a different group of people. The resources we need in order to storm Fort Mercer seem to be spread out across the entirety of the United States of America. And for some reason, whenever we need these things, that's when everybody else needs these things. For example, why didn't the miners have the rounds for the Gatling gun inside of the mine? Or what were they planning to do with the Gatling gun? For that matter, why did the rounds for the Gatling gun get stored in Steve's Landing when the Gatling gun wasn't here? A lot of things aren't making sense. Along the route, we're going to call out our friend Irish here for never actually helping in the fights. He conveniently always has to go do something else. And Irish, in his sly, snaky way, always has a way to word it in a way that makes it sound like he's helping us, even though it's not helping us at all. He's a coward. He's a slimy rat who is basically no better than the cockroach hiding underneath of your seat as you sit in your chair right now listening to this video. The second you go to look for him, that's the moment he's going to scurry away. The second that you're able to try to find him, that's when he's going to scurry away. The only time you're going to be able to get the upper hand on Irish is when Irish happens to take himself out, like a cockroach caught inside of the sugar bag. Needless to say, we're done getting the parts for the Gatling gun. We have the ammunition, we have the Gatling gun, we have armored up, or at least gotten the money for Wes Dickinson to armor up his wagon. So all that's left to do is to get Seth on our side to help us get into Fort Mercer, which means we're going to have to go see Seth after delivering ourselves and the ammunition to the next location.
Impressive, Marston. We'll have Wes Dickens's wagon rigged and ready to go soon enough.
Seth.
Hey, John. Hey, partner.
You what you need? Ready to help me?
Not quite. Not quite ready. You see, I wasted a bunch of time looking for that last bit of map. And I got to thinking, Moses was a liar. And I imagined myself doing all kinds of unpleasant things to his corpse. And then I realized...
Realized you were sick in the head? That you needed to move on with your own limited time on Earth?
No, partner. I realized Moses weren't no liar. The issue was Aiden O'Leary, who said he had the body. Aiden died in that flu epidemic, and the bodies weren't even buried yet.
Got the body sitting in the back of that wagon behind you?
Yes, sir.
You're not even gonna wait until they're buried before you...
Well, they don't care, do you, boys? Honest folk off to a better place. Apart from that Aiden O'Leary fella, I never liked him. They say he laid with his sister. I don't like women, partner. I don't. Not since Mammy died.
Seth, what are you gonna do with those bodies?
I'm gonna take him back to a nice quiet spot and look for the map. I needs the map, partner. I needs it.
I feel that Seth is this world in this universe, Red Dead Redemption's universe of Golem. Definitely, that's the vibes I get. Like, if you just made it sound like Golem, then it would make sense.
It's the map, John Marston. It's you got the treasure, John Marston. Little hobbitses with the little hobbit's feet.
Anyway, you guys get what I'm saying. That's my vibe. You guys might have a different thought on it. Basically, here's how this is gonna work. It's a quick mission, and it's mostly just to get us to Tumbleweed to continue the next mission with Seth. All we have to do is drive the wagon while shooting at everybody who's coming after Seth, who's exhumed these dead bodies. Because apparently, when you exhume dead bodies, the entirety of the United States of America is ready to go and deal with that. For some unknown reason. They just are, and you have to accept it as what it is. So we have to just race there. As I said earlier, if you go to aim, the horses are going to stay on the road. They're not going to follow your waypoint. They're not going to follow the path that you've set on the road, but they're supposed to stay on the road. The sad truth is this is a great mechanic when it works. More often than not, the second that I'm done shooting at the bad guys, all of a sudden my horses veer into a random rock, tree, or off a cliff, or wherever they're going to go. Well, not off a cliff. There's always conveniently a wall that stops them from doing that. Not like Red Dead Redemption 2 in that way. The entire time that we are fighting off hordes and hordes of bad guys, Seth will be rooting through the corpses in the back of the wagon looking for the map. Few questions. Why didn't he just look through these inside of the grave? Was this just forced for the storyline and gameplay side of it? 150% this is what this was done for. Because every other time we've seen Seth, he's just been digging inside the graves right where they lay. This is the first time that he has actively taken the bodies to some other location in order to be able to loot through them. This is just Rockstar's way of getting us to Tumbleweed so we can wrap up the Seth storyline, so we can wrap up the Bill storyline, which will then wrap up the Dickens, the Irish, as well as Seth storylines, Bonnie McFarlane, Mr. McFarland, as well as the Marshall storyline, and allow us to move on into, let's call it, Act 2 of Red Dead Redemption 2. 1. Sorry. I know, getting ahead of myself. I'm playing 2. I'm all over the place. And while it works from a getting the player from point A to point B standpoint, it doesn't work from a gameplay standpoint because it doesn't make sense. Why dig up the bodies, put them in a wagon, and drive them to a different spot to then loot the bodies, to then do what with them? Just throw them out? The whole time we're doing this, Seth is explaining to John Marston how he relates closer to the dead than he does human beings, and he feels warmer beside them than he does by humans, and how he's willing to go to the ends of the earth for the dead, but he's not willing to do that for a living, breathing person. But this is immediately and almost instantly kiboshed by the fact that he just throws them aside the second he gets what he wants. Two ways to look at it. It's either that Seth is a liar who will say whatever he wants to justify what he's doing because he knows it's wrong, or 2, Seth has no moral compass and he makes up stuff so he feels better about the fact that he actually has no feeling towards anything. Either way you look at it, Seth's insane. Now, I'm not going to waste your time any longer with this. We're going to get to Tumbleweed and that's going to end the mission. Why? Because Seth found his piece of treasure.
Thanks, mister. I reckon I'll sit here a while trying to figure this out. I'm gonna be rich.
When you're done with that, get over to Fort Mercer. I need you inside that place.
After I find my treasure, mister. Is it? Huh? Not talking to Seth today? Oh, the old silent treatment. Oh, whoa, whoo-hoo. That's quite a stench.
Hey, Seth. Seth, come back here.
Oh, hey, partner. I was just looking for you.
Looking for me? What? Over there?
How you doing?
I'm good.
Well, see you later, partner.
Where you going, partner?
Nowhere.
Okay. Nowhere wouldn't happen to be where that thing you're looking for is kept, would it?
No, sir. No, sir.
Come on, partner.
Okay, I was just fooling. Partner, you know, the thought of that treasure does funny things to me.
Okay, so we're finally going to go after the treasure that's been being hinted at through the entire Seth story arc. Can we just talk for a moment about one of the biggest pet peeves I have when it comes to any movie, video game, or book ever? It's when we, and the main character, in this case is John Marston, spend a bunch of time with a side character, in this case Seth, looking for all of the evidence in order to get us to the location of the treasure. Only for us, after completing all of this extra work, all these hours of endearing with Seth, to be immediately confronted by not 1, not 2, not 10, not 20, not 30, but dozens and dozens and dozens of treasure hunters who somehow pieced together everything that was going on without any of the evidence that we've been forced to go get. This is the main problem that I have with all of the Uncharted series. Nathan Drake spends so much time gathering up the evidence, solving the puzzles, only for him to exit the area that he's in, the relic, the tomb, the whatever, the ruins, to meet with Sully, who somehow always finds his way to the door at the exit and not ever through the rest of it with him. But at the same time, the bad guys also always magically find their way through the entire thing and manage to get there in order to be the obstacle in Drake's way. The same thing could be said about Tomb Raider. Or in this case, the same thing could be said about Red Dead Redemption. You guys have watched us go through the missions with Seth as he dug up dead body after dead body after dead body to find the pieces that he needed, going and finding down Moses in order to be able to get the piece of the map that Moses had, and then going and getting Irish. And like the amount of work we've done to get to this point only to be immediately greeted by an army of treasure hunters are wild. So we're gonna have to fight our way through all of Tumbleweed, all the way up to the mansion, all the way through the mansion, and even kill the treasure hunters that are inside of the room that the treasure is in. And the only way that this works is if you don't look too closely at it from the Rockstar's development standpoint, because the plot holes here are absolutely mind-blowing. But at the same time, we can tell that Tumbleweed at one point was a bustling city. There's lots of buildings here, almost equivalent to the size of Armadillo. We can also see the giant mansion on the hill, which definitely at some point would have been explored and or lived in by somebody who was looking to shelter themselves from the cattle-killing storms that roll through the United States of American deserts. And at no point has anybody at any point walked up to the only treasure chest in the entire building to open it to see what's inside. That's a whole lot of suspension of disbelief that I'm not ready to give Rockstar, and I have to just call this out as what it is. This is lazy as fuck writing. You could have had us go through a mine system, a cave system. You could have had us go out and dig in a bunch of different locations in the desert. You could have at least hinted at some point that treasure hunters were going to be coming after us, but really nobody other than Moses has been talked about. There's the odd reference here or there to people following Seth, but it's just like, hey, they're here, not so much as like, hey, this is the people who are coming after you. We don't know their motives, we just know they're here. I know some lore fanatic of Red Dead Redemption is going to come in here and absolutely go blah 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 blah. I'm saying for just taking it at face value, this is not good writing at all.
Finally, I see the light at the end of this very long, long tunnel. Seth's gonna be rich after all these years. It's silk sheets and Parisian whores from now on, mister. Goddamn hell is this? A glass eye?
I'm sure whoever that belonged to treasured it very much.
Stupid liars. Those stupid chicken shit maps. Making a damn fool of me. A glass eye! It's a glass eye!
Stop with the tears and help me with Williamson's gang. And you can come up with another excuse to go exhume one of your old friends.
Hunting dead man's treasure ain't done me no favors. Sure. I'm ready for the living. I'll see you and Mr. West Dickens over at Fort Mercer when you gentlemen is ready.
And with everything we've done, the last 3 hours and 5 minutes, we are now finally ready to go after Bill Williamson, our old gang member at Fort Mercer where this all began. Let's ride, ladies and gentlemen. Let's fucking ride.
John? Marshall?
Gentlemen! It's time. We must go.
Why? What's happening?
Seth has managed to get himself inside. But we can't leave it too long, or they will soon realize how
very curious he is and remove him from the premises. Or slit his throat and watch him bleed to death. But for a minute, he will delight and amuse them. That's when he'll get us inside.
Okay.
Marshals of the law, when the shooting starts, take that as your cue to start awarding each other medals. I mean, take that as a cue to get inside and clean up the mess.
Oh. All I care about is Williamson. It is vital we stop him.
Agreed. That man is a stone-cold killer.
Williamson's a proud fool. The question is which will win out between his pride and his instinct for survival.
Ensconce yourself in the back of my wagon, John, so that we can make our grand entrance.
Come on, let's go.
All right, good. Now just stay put till I tell you otherwise. That scoundrel serpent better not let us down. Once we're inside and I've lulled our adversaries into a false sense of security with some beguiling sales patter, I will give you the signal.
What signal?
The moment you hear a sharp rap on the side of the wagon, rise like the phoenix and start shooting like you've never shot before. This is it, my dear boy. A moment of truth. Me and you, John. One last time into the breach. This is going to have to be the performance of my life. I hope my nerves don't get the better of me. I'll be honest with you, John, I'm a little jittery. John? John?
It reeks of miracles back here.
Thank God. I'll be ready with that machine gun, my dear boy. I'll be a sitting duck in there.
Hey there! Come on in! Come on in! Welcome to my humble abode! Come on!
Yeah! Greetings, my good men. What would you say if I said immortality was at hand? What would you say if I told you I could teach you to fly? What would you say if I told you I could turn a man into a beautiful woman? Impossible, yes, once, but no more. Gentlemen, I bring you wisdom from the East. I have here in this wagon some of the finest goods, the best medicines, and the newest inventions available for you and your families. Exotic trinkets from the far reaches of the earth, elixirs that give vigor and strength. And for you men of physical skill and athletic physique, this miraculous elixir can keep the muscles supple and relax the cords. It loosens the joints and gives a feeling of vigor and freshness to the whole system. Why, some men have reported to me that after drinking it for 1 month, they can chew through steel.
What the hell? It's a trap!
And just like that, we are now assaulting Fort Mercer, where it all began, where we got shot in a single time in our stomach outside and we just laid there dead until Bonnie McFarlane picked us up. I have to say, the Gatling gun is actually insanely fun to use, and it feels really, really good to mow down all of these bad guys inside of this fort. I will say, though, it's extremely inaccurate for what it is, and the game is going to make us use it a lot of times. And every single time, I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it for you. I did wonder, though, where is Mr. McFarlane? He kind of owes us one after saving Bonnie from the bandits. I would have figured he would have at the very least been here. I understand why Bonnie's not. She's very against killing and all that stuff, but I feel like Mr. McFarlane kind of owed us. It would have been a great opportunity to have John kind of get pinned down and then he saves us and then they're even, you know? Eventually, though, we're going to have to get off the Gatling gun.
Fucking dang pig! Them cocksucking son bitches escaped the other side of the fort!
Alright, let's go. Let's find those bastards!
Now it's time to do what we do best, which is slinging lead from the hip. Well, it's actually using Deadeye to make sure that we hit our shots, but we're not going to talk about that. I have to say, some games do a really good job of making you feel part of a team, and like every NPC that you're working with is helping you to a common goal. And I would say that Red Dead Redemption does a great job of that. Are you, the player, going to kill most of the enemies in front of you and your posse? Yes, 100%. But the characters talking in the background, giving callouts, saying where enemies are, as well as just simply seeing gunfire come from your side of the battlefield feels extremely good, especially when you see a guy go down from a shot you didn't take. Other games have tried to do this and absolutely failed. I'd say Saints Row 1 and 2 did good jobs of making you feel like you're part of a gang, and then after that, it was basically null and void. But running through this fort with the group of ne'er-do-wells and miscreants and misfits that we've all put together over the course of the last 3 hours feels so good. It feels like we worked towards something, and to be honest with you, if this was where Red Dead Redemption 1 ended, I think it would have been okay. Now, obviously, it can't end here because we have the advantages of playing Red Dead Redemption 2, but if this had been where it had ended, we got a fair amount of content out of this, and I haven't even done all the side content and hunted everything and done all the challenges. The writing from the start to the end of this so far has been so strong that you constantly feel like you have to be close to the end, and you're just never quite there.
That's the last of them. We still can't find Williamson anywhere.
Hey, it's the snake oil guy!
Gentlemen, let me in, for goodness sake!
That fool must be hiding.
Men, it is time to start tearing this place apart and find out where he's cowering!
You've got sense of urgency here, please!
Open the gate! It's the snake oil guy!
Get the goddamn gate open and lock it behind him!
Oh, we've got company, gentlemen. These scoundrels have got reinforcements riding this way.
Oh, my good Lord above! There must be 100 of them!
Well, it's time to mow down an insane amount of bad guys that are coming to attack the fort that we just attacked and took away from the bandits that once were protecting this fort. And there's well over 100 of them. No, we can't trust that sack of moldy potatoes that is the lazy-eyed sheriff. There's like 30, maybe 30 at max. But I will say, absolutely chewing up the enemy with this Gatling gun, it is satisfying. It is definitely worth the time that we took to get it. I wish we got to use it a little bit more. Oh wait, this game's nowhere near done yet, so we will. But that being said, I have to acknowledge it. We have not seen Bill yet. Not even a sniff of his premature balding head. Not even a look at his one-sided gray mustache. Mr. Bill Williamson has nowhere to be found inside of this fort. So we just have to infer that he is either not here or he's in this attacking force that is leading the charge towards us. One of these two things will be true, and that will mean that the other thing is not true. I'll leave it up to you to decide which is or is not. Or you can wait for the game to just tell us what it is.
Bill ain't here. We looked everywhere.
Hold on! Oh, darn, I missed it. Mr. Marston, we got a live one. He says, Bill's already run off to Mexico yesterday morning.
You'll never get him. Javier Escuela. He's gone to see Javier Escuela. That should make things interesting. Where in Mexico?
How should I know? Oh! Where in Mexico, you little shit?
Someplace near Chuparosa, I think he said.
That's bandit country.
Chupa-feckin' Rosa? Well, I'll take you there, John. I'm real popular down there. You just meet me at the ferry. I've got lots of friends down south.
I'll see you at the ferry, Irish.
I'll just get me things.
I'm sorry about this, John. I guess you'll be heading to Mexico?
So it would seem. How is it down there?
Wonderful. A sweet, peace-loving people with a love of social justice. May you always find coin in your pocket. It's been a pleasure spending time with you, boy.
You too, Mr. West Dickens. Marshal?
All right, boys. That's enough.
I always liked the fact that John took a moment to just take in Fort Mercer and the fact that he was leaving his newfound friends behind to go to Mexico. Javier Escuela is the second person on John's to-do list when it comes to working for the Marshals to get his family back. So it's off to the dock to meet with Irish. Meeting with Irish at the dock, we're going to see this pretty cool system that they use to traverse from the United States to Mexico across the river. It's essentially a raft tied to a rope that you pull on and it pulls you across the river. I just think it's really, really cool to see old-timey tech like this that would have been absolutely mind-blowing back in the day. And we look at this and go, hey, build a bridge. The worst part is that there's a bridge slightly down the road from us. We could have just rode across.
Yes, well, that's what makes you such an interesting fellow, Mr. Irish. Ah, Mr. Marston, I've come to wish you well. How are you, sir?
I'm okay.
It seems that our friend Mr. Irish here is well connected south of the border.
Oh, it's true. They love me down there. It's like a second home. I've got more friends than you could shake a stick at, should you so desire.
So you know the way?
Oh, it's easy. We just get on me raft here and let the current sweep us away to paradise. Come on then, Dovey.
I'm not sure your idea of paradise and mine are quite the same, Irish.
Relax. We'll have a great time and we'll find your man Williamson, no bother.
I hope so.
Hey, come on now. Look at it this way. I know we ain't exactly old pals, but, you know, have I ever done you wrong?
No, but not through lack of trying.
Hey!
Well, you boys have fun down there. I shall miss you, John Marston.
Thank you. Where are you headed?
Oh, me? Oh, London or Paris or maybe Peking. I'm a traveling man, sir. This land is much too small for the likes of me.
Well, try not to get yourself killed.
Oh, well, yes, we men of science are not a very loved bunch in this land of myth and superstition. I'm off to the civilized world where men like myself are revered and given medals. Ha!
Have fun.
The same to you, sir. The same to you.
Nice of you to turn up for once, Irish.
What do you mean?
In usual fashion, you conveniently missed all the action at Fort Mercer.
What can I say? I woke up with me head in a pair of tits, and it felt ill-mannered not to get reacquainted with him.
At least you got your priorities straight.
You know me, Johnny boy. I'll be late to me own funeral. They say God invented whiskey to stop the Irish from ruling the world. Shite, somebody doesn't like us.
Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Our impromptu trip to Mexico with Irish, the guy who just volunteered to take us to Mexico, is somehow being ambushed by enemies of Irish at the Mexican border. Now, we have three ways to look at this. Either A, there is constantly about 700 people standing at this bridge crossing with the rope in order to wait for Irish to come across in order to kill him. Second, we can just assume that the Mexicans are trying to keep the Americans off of their land, which as we play through, we're going to learn that there is some political discourse between the US and the Mexican border, but they don't really care that either side crosses over either way, it seems, in the general consensus of things, so that one might not be true, but it is something we should think about. Or third, the game developers didn't want to have us have a moment of no action, so they just inserted this random ambush to fill up time. And fill up time this will actually do. The first ambush takes about 3 minutes and 12 seconds to accomplish. I'm not going to waste your time with that because that's a long time to watch me float down a river slowly. If you want to see that, I'll make a vlog of me going to the Penticton Canal in the Okanagan next summer and putting my pasty white fat bloated whale carcass into a tube and float down that. But we're not going to do that here. Once the ambush has been secured, by secured I mean we killed everybody that was attacking us, both the men and women, equally without discrimination, we will then scold Irish for lying to us.
This is the fourth time your so-called friends have nearly got me killed. I thought you said they loved you over here.
They do. At least the lassies do. Oh, them big brown eyes. Turn stone into butter, they would. The Mexicans know how to make a bottle of liquor, too. Oh, that pulque? Now, there's a drink as would take the frost out of a frosty morning. Oh, you're gonna have some fun.
I'm just here for Bill Williamson.
Well, I'm glad to be back. This place is a wild devil's paradise.
Apart from the fellers trying to kill you.
Down here, they call me El Rato, the cat, on account of me stealth and cunning.
I'm pretty sure rato means rat, my friend. I like it, though. A little more inventive than Irish.
Well, you Americans never were very creative with your use of language, was you, John Marston?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He's not actually liked down here. He's known as a rat. Now, I have to talk about a few things before we get further into the story. I found the first time I went to Mexico, it was like getting a free DLC for a game. You had no idea what to expect, and here you are going to a whole new country. And I still have that same feeling here today in 2026. But after playing through the entire game of Red Dead Redemption 1, I will say that the writing, the characters, and the gameplay loops in Mexico are a lot weaker than they were in the first quarter of this game. The first 33.33% of the game. This is split into 3 acts. 1 is inside of the US, 2 is inside of Mexico, and 3 is inside of another part of the US. I found that my playthrough, I found myself questioning a lot of what was going on inside of Mexico, and in Mexico, instead of having really good dialogue scenes in between driving to locations, there's now going to be a prompt to just skip to the next location. That kind of made this entire region feel a lot less polished than the first region inside of Red Dead Redemption 1. This is obviously a personal opinion of mine, but I wanted to share it here and now so I didn't have to cover it later when we're just randomly skipping to a location. It's literally an option it gives you. There is some dialogue that will happen, but then you'll see later on where they didn't polish out those parts. You'll hit skip to location and it'll just be like 4 minutes of nobody talking with a weird cinematic camera effect. We'll talk about that more when we get there. I also want to note before we get too far away from when you guys would remember it, I did find it a little bit endearing that, Wes Dickens showed up to say goodbye to us as we left for Mexico. As much as I hated him, he was the only one that came here to wish us off and wish us good luck on our adventure. Not Bonnie, not Mr. McFarlane, not the Marshal, not the 2 deputies, not even our favorite person in the whole world, Seth. Just Mr. Wes Dickens, so I will give him that, and we'll pay him back for this kindness later on in the game. Eventually, we will survive the 2nd and 3rd ambush, and then we'll be able to go to the shore.
Oh, these horses look fresher and healthy.
Before you degrade these poor fools any further, tell me where I'm headed.
Of course. Let me think.
You do know people down here, aside from your friends who welcomed us on the way.
Yes, I think so. I was real drunk last time I was here, John. You know how it is. I met an American guy, saw him shoot a man, drank with him in the village of Chuparosa. Funny guy. Or was that Canada? No, that was Canada. Guy here, not funny, but he's real nice. Failing that, you could try the provincial governor, Colonel something or other, some Spanish name. He's based out of Escalera. I played 3-card stud with him. Or was it 4-card Monte? I forget. He was a real nice chap. Or maybe he was a real bastard. I was real drunk last time, John.
Well, thanks a lot for your help. Oh, let me guess. You gotta be on your way.
The famed hospitality isn't what it once was, and I've never been known to overstay me welcome. So off I go to greener pastures. Good luck, John. You're an angry and a feck ugly man, but not a bad one.
And there goes Irish. Now, I have to say, this is going to be the first song inside of the game that I have to mute the audio for. There's 2 times in Red Dead Redemption where they use an actual song to be able to enhance the experience. One is right now when we first arrive to Mexico. The second time is when we have to ride to a certain location in a big impactful moment. And while the song is immensely immersive, I can't show it to you because YouTube's copyright claims would just immediately eviscerate this video and take it out of the algorithm. You guys know the drill. Just know if you go back and you replay this game, be sure to maybe take a moment and slow ride through the Mexican landscape while listening to this amazing song that you can't hear. Just trust me, it's pretty good. Kind of goes like this. I'm in Mexico and I'm riding my horse. He's got big balls and that guy grabbed them. Yeah, I'm in Mexico. Gonna have some tequila and go to Chuparosa. That wasn't it, but that came out of the top of my dome, and I think I might have a future as a musician. Let's go to Chuparosa.
¿Qué pasó con el otro? No interrumpas, pendejo, deja la casa. Y les digo, de aquí para acá.
Chingan a su madre. Que no trae ese güey. Y de aquí para acá. Pendejos.
¡Eh, gringo! ¿Hablas español?
No, sir. Pardon, pero yo habla un solo poquito español. ¿Habla English?
Oh, sí, gringo. Hablo mucho inglés. Sí. Hablo filthy fucking bean eater. Hablo slippery little Mexican. Hablo little piece of shit. ¿Comprende, amigo? ¿Comprende? Hey, what are you doing here, gringo? I don't remember inviting you to my country.
I don't think you did, amigo. I mean you no harm.
You mean us no harm? This is funny. What harm could you do to us exactly?
Nothing, amigo. Now, I appreciate the welcome committee, but I'd hate to spoil a beautiful afternoon on such beautiful land with any further unpleasantries. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Hold it, gringo. I think you're forgetting something. A little taxation. I have a large family.
Very big. I too have a family, friend. So that we may see our families again, I suggest we part ways amicably.
Can I see the boots, gringo?
I think you can see him from where you're standing just fine, senor.
Take off the boots, Americano.
As you wish.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed, sir. What a great way to improve border relations. An illiterate farmer crossing the river, coming into their civilization and butchering the local peasants? Thank you very much, sir.
Don't mention it, old man.
You kill peasants, you become a peasant.
I never aspired to be anything more.
A socialist, huh? No wonder you left America.
I'm many things. Most of them bad. But a man of political principles? No.
Well, then I fear Mexico may not be for you, sir.
Don't you worry about me.
Oh, but I do worry. An angry man a long way from home, a man who handles a gun as sloppy as you.
I can handle a gun okay, partner.
Yeah, as long as you're killing quail or peasants. But if you have to face another man, you don't stand a chance.
And you do?
Can show you a few tricks. Come with me.
Hold on. What's your name?
That doesn't matter anymore. And you?
I never had a name, mister. I was raised in an orphanage.
A real American, huh? Wonderful. Just wonderful. Well, you won't make it in the circus, but you can shoot. Keep on practicing.
Thank you, old man.
Now, who are you?
No one interesting. Who are you?
Landon Ricketts. Not a name that means much anymore.
Means a little. You were famous when I was a boy.
Yeah, killing men's a strange kind of fame. I was the fastest in my time. I must have been. I'm the only one left.
What are you doing here?
Living quietly. Waiting.
For what?
I don't know. And you?
I'm looking for a couple of men. Bill Williamson, Javier Escuela. Escuela's from here.
It could be. This whole place is teeming with Americans on the run. Mercenaries, locals hell-bent on revolution.
Revolution? Another one?
Yeah.
Never really ends. This whole place has been a hotbed for revolution since before the Spanish left. Now there's another local guy running around promising the peasants their freedom. Just like the last 2 or 3. Local government, foul bunch. Colonel Allende, he runs this place like a feudal king. He's an awful individual.
Is that so?
Yeah. Until someone puts a bullet in his head. Come on, let's get back to it. You gotta keep that back straight. Otherwise it makes the gun jump.
See if this Schofield makes a difference. Now that's a real gun.
The legendary Landon Ricketts has just given us a new gun to use and new ways to use our Deadeye. Before, when we used our Deadeye, it would put X's on the location in which we looked at. Now we can actually pick the locations in which we want to shoot. This will come into a crucial need later on in the game. If Landon Ricketts rings a bell for you, it's because in Red Dead Redemption 2, he's heavily referenced in the Gunslinger missions, as well as he's on the Gunslinger cigarette card packs that you get. In fact, he's number 10's card. So while we are currently 3 hours and 31 minutes and 53 seconds into this video, we are still doing tutorials because in this new region, we're learning new mechanics. We have to evolve in order to be able to combat the new things that this game's going to throw at us. So yes, we are doing a tutorial, but no, it doesn't feel like it. After completing shooting a bunch of beer bottles and stuff like that, we are then going to be confronted by somebody who lives in Chuporoso, a hub city that we are going to be returning to over and over and over again. I don't know if it's really a city or a town or a villa. It's a place that we're going to be here a lot. Turns out there's some problems that we're going to have to sort out, and that's only going to happen after we shoot a whole bunch of birds out of the sky.
Senor Ricketts, por favor, senor. Our bank wagon's under attack just outside of town. We need your help again.
Whoa, slow down, Ramon. We'll take care of it.
Thank you, senor. Again, you are the savior of this town.
Well, my friend, are you ready to take a less theoretical exam?
Sure. I don't think I ever rode with no savior before.
Come on, these people need me.
Well, it's time to ride out and save the bank cart. Now, it's funny that it's being attacked just outside of town, and we just happen to walk through the gate in which we're leaving from, which means we probably should have been a little bit more alert of the fact that there was a gunfight happening, like, I don't know, 3 seconds down the road, but let's pretend like we can just look past that. We're going to do that by looking past that. We're going to ride out to the location in which there is a current hostage situation happening and the current bank card is being taken under control by a bunch of bandits. This is to act as a tutorial to hostage situations in which we're going to have to react to throughout the rest of our time in Mexico. Even though, if you remember clearly, we already did this once when we stormed that farmstead where the ladies got mad at us and the sheriff for not taking care of the American borders properly. The only difference between that time and this time is the fact that 1, we're with a gunslinger, 2, we have the ability to choose where we put our X or our Deadeye spot, and 3, we're with a gunslinger. Like, come on, this is cool as hell. Once we save the hostage, we're then gonna have to help protect the wagon on its return visit to town, where you guessed it, we're gonna have to shoot a bunch more bandits who are gonna come after this thing because, my God, are people in the Wild West absolutely stupid and blindly rage at everything they're doing. They basically put on horse blinders and just only look at the very thing that they're trying to do without ever thinking about the consequences at hand. At this point, I'm pretty sure we've racked up a body count well over 1,000. There's actually stats, but I forgot to check them. Getting back to town, that will finish our glorified tutorial mission 3 hours and 40 minutes into this game.
Sano y salvo. Nunca podré agradecer lo suficiente.
Buy me a whiskey later, and we'll call things about even. Muy interesante. Gracias, amigos. Mr. Marston, how the devil are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Mr. Ricketts?
I'm good. I'm glad you're here because these men were just telling me about Mr. Escuela.
Javier Escuela?
Emilio, let me ask you something. His nombre is Javier Señor Escuela? Is Javier to see?
No sé, señor.
He doesn't know.
I got that bit. Ask him, was he about 5'8"? Mustache? Did he have an American in tow? A big American?
Emilio, the Stabacon, Grande Americano?
Yo no sé.
No.
Again, I got that.
But they do have his sister. Emilio's, I mean. She's a fine young woman, a teacher, a human being, not the clothed vermin so many people seem to have turned into.
Tell him I'm sorry.
When a man's family is involved, you need a little more enthusiasm than mere apologies.
I have enough worries, sir. This man's problems pain me, but they're not quite my own.
Those who sit on the fence make a choice, in their own way. Don't you think, Mr. Marston?
Of course. And what about you, Ricketts? A man living in the past? A man who ran away from home? What choice did you make?
I'll tell you what choice I made. I'm a fighter, sir, and I'll fight to the end. I think we should get going.
As we walk towards the train, Landon's going to say that we need to have some more help in order to deal with Bill. Okay, great. So we're restarting the entire story again, because that's exactly what we just did for the last 3.5 hours dealing with it in the US. We had to help all those people for help with Bill, and it seems like we're just repeating that again down here in Mexico with Landon. It really kind of starts to set up this whole, like, Bill is larger than life. He's bigger and badder than we could ever hope to deal with, and so when the game starts to do something like that, you have to kind of start thinking, like, hey, we're going to be gearing up for one hell of a boss fight. And if the game happens to let you down on that front, then it's not your fault that your expectations were raised too high. It's the developer's fault for raising them that high. Now, getting to the train, we're going to take a seat, and you're going to see in the bottom right corner, we're going to get the prompt to skip to next destination. And this is what I was talking about the change in Mexico from the US. You just kind of jump around in Mexico a lot. Not in a bad way, it's just worth noting.
It's the only way to travel, so they keep telling me. We'll get off at Casa Madrugada and ride from there. Don't worry about me. I'm too old for sleep. I'll wake you when we get there. Come on, horses are over here.
We're going to ride with Landon to a small town in the rural areas of Mexico to meet with a man named Carlos, a butcher who happens to know where Luisa is being held by the military. We're going to learn that down here in Mexico, women are kind of treated like cattle. So where up in the US, we were herding cattle, down here, we're constantly saving women who are constantly being mistreated by the men of Mexico. Now, obviously, this is a tough issue to talk about now in modern day 2026, but in the 1800s, this was a legitimate problem for them. And I always kind of did admire the fact that Rockstar was willing to tackle an issue like this no matter how much it would piss people off or trigger people. I will say, playing it again, maybe they were a little bit too ham-fisted in their approach, as every single mission has a woman being mistreated by a Mexican man. Whether it be that they're trying to force themselves upon them, or they're literally kidnapping them, or they're just using them as like personal dumpsters and forgetting who they are even when the women themselves risk their lives to save them. It's just something to note as we move through the Mexican storyline, because it might be off-putting for some people to see and deal with. But it is part of the story, and we're going to explore it. And I'm not a pussy, so I'm not going to sugarcoat the things that are happening here anymore. Talking to the butcher, he's going to tell us where we can find Luisa by helping us find Luisa.
Carlos.
See?
We're here for Luisa. She's still being held up in the caves?
Yes. She's still up there. Who's the cowboy?
We're here to help.
Muy bien. I can distract the guards. You and the gringo can get inside.
Let's do it.
I will keep them talking, senor. The rest I will leave to you.
All right, so as we walk with Carlos towards the cave in which Luisa is being held in by the Mexican military, he's gonna go and say that he's gonna go and distract the guards that are guarding the cave so we can sneak into the cave. It's very important that we sneak into the cave. So important, in fact, that Carlos is willing to risk his life to lure the two guards at the cave entrance away. I need to express this one more time to really drive home this fact. Carlos is gonna lure the guards away, risking his life so we can sneak into the cave, and expresses clearly that we cannot shoot. The second that Carlos leads the guards away, we are gonna charge into the cave, guns blazing. Like, I don't even think they're around the corner. In fact, we're inside of a kind of like a ravine cave system, so that means our gunfire is definitely gonna ricochet around, and those guards would 100% know that they had been duped, and they would just shoot Carlos and then move on with their day. Weak writing, Rockstar, on this one. Very, very extremely weak writing on this one, because there's absolutely no point in any of this build up to Carlos leading the guards away when the very second that Carlos walks past us, Landon's just like, shoot everybody. Fucking shoot him. We don't give a shit. I know Carlos is risking his life. Just kill everybody in sight. Just do it. As we find our way through this cave, I'm going to take a moment just to share a story I had when I first ever went to Mexico. It's actually the one and only time I've ever been to Mexico. My friends own a timeshare at one of the places, the resorts down there, and they brought us down there in like 2018 to Puerto Vallarta. Can't say it properly. You guys know. And we went out drinking one night, and we were at this bar across the road at this place called Steve's Bar. And across from Steve's Bar was a gay bar. And so me and my friend, at the time I smoked cigarettes, were outside having a cigarette, and I had my back to the gay bar, and there was all these people. They were whistling, like, you know, and stuff like that. And I was just ignoring it, and then they started like catcalling, and then they started saying ginger, ginger, ginger. As you know, I have a big old ginger beard, and I was ignoring it. I didn't think anything of it. But then my friend who speaks the language said, hey, they're trying to get your attention. I said, well, I don't know them. I don't know anybody in Mexico. I'm the whitest guy here. And I ignored them, and then they started whistling more and yelling and yelling and yelling. So I turned around, and when I turned around, instead of, you know, the catcalling that they were just doing, they let out an audible, "Aw." I have never been more defeated by a group of people that I had no interest in being sexually aroused by than in that moment. I was deflated. Genuinely, I was. Imagine looking so good from behind, you had 3 or 4 dudes catcalling you from the gay bar, but when you turn around, they get depressed. I think about that moment often. Anyways, at the end of the cave, we end up by Luisa's cell, which we're just gonna blow open with fucking dynamite. Yeah. Just blow it up, bro.
Stand back, damn it! Here goes. Come on, boy! Poor girl's barely alive. Let's get the hell out of here before any more of them show up.
It's going to be no surprise that more of them are going to show up. We actually have to fight our way back out of the cave and then down through the ravine. Not going to waste your time with it. Obviously, I get it done, and we're going to have to wait for Carlos on the other side. There's like this small moment where like Ricketts is like, hey, where's Carlos? He better not have stood us up. And you're like kind of thinking that maybe it was all a trap in the end, but then he shows up anyway and helps us out. And with that, we've saved Luisa, a girl who's going to help us for the rest of our Mexican adventure.
Thank you for saving me. You're good men, friends of the people of this land.
Was someone named Harvey Escuela one of the men holding you?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. But I remember that name from prison. Bad people spoke of him.
I told you, John, he's still in Mexico.
Okay, then. I guess we'll keep looking.
Yeah.
Now, you probably thought we were done with tutorials, but my good golly, we're 3 hours and 45 minutes into this game, and we're about to go do some more tutorials. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it done.
Por unos pesos podemos retirar a mi cuarto y conocernos mejor, ¿eh?
No me toques.
I fold.
No tengo nada.
Gentlemen, I thank you. Oh, yeah. Hey, Mr. Marston. How you keeping, sir?
Just fine, thank you. And you?
Oh, very well, sir. Thank God my wife died. Unlucky in love, lucky in cards. Tarzan, champagne for everyone.
Keep playing, Mr. Ricketts.
Oh, I'm sorry, Herr Muller. I'll keep playing you in servitude for the rest of your life on Earth, if that makes you happy. Yes, I shall indeed, sir.
Well then, your deal.
Oh, Marston, would you like to join us?
I don't think so. I'm just gonna have a drink.
Oh, come on. Sit down. Sit down.
Okay, then. Gentlemen?
Hey.
Na mach schon!
This is the poker tutorial. Now, poker's been in the game the entire time we've been playing. I don't know why Rockstar decided to have the tutorial for poker at the very middle of the game. Most likely, at some point, you've stopped by the saloon to play a round of poker. This is obviously something they corrected in Red Dead Redemption 2 because everybody remembers the mission where you go as Arthur and you meet with the poker guys. But like, we're almost 4 hours into this video. This is like 30 hours into the game and we're just doing the tutorial for poker. Now, I suck at poker. I never claimed to be good at it. I'm not going to claim to be good at it in the video game. I'm just going to skip past this part. Poker's not my thing. I'm a blackjack guy. I don't really care for poker at all. Blackjack or Texas Hold'em, whichever one is better. But no surprise, we're going to be accused of cheating. Why? Because the German can't handle that he lost. It's interesting, in about 60 years, another German won't be able to handle the fact that he lost either.
You fucking cheat!
Excuse me?
You fucking looked in my fucking cards, you fucking cheat!
Now, Herr Muller, let's calm down. There must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. Your Yankee friend here is a fucking cheat.
Easy there, Germany. Calm yourself down.
Oh, yeah, you know exactly what you did.
Yeah, I know exactly what I did, friend, which was nothing. Now, I'd prefer it if we could all play a friendly game and no one get hurt.
You planted this guy, Ricketts.
Now, why would I do that? I've already beaten you. Now, calm down and let's finish the game.
There's no more cards game.
Ease up there, friend.
There must be a name for this.
A Mexican standoff. I know this one.
An impasse, sir. An impasse. We could all die here and now.
I'm not fighting you, Ricketts, but the Yankee him I don't like.
He's done you no harm, Muller.
He's done me no good either. Outside, winner takes the pot.
The winner will take what he wants. The other man will be in no position to argue.
Sanchez will be my second.
As you wish, Germany. As you wish.
Welcome to the next tutorial that is well into the lifespan of this game. This is the dueling tutorial. I personally think dueling is kind of underutilized in this game, but I will admit it's still utilized enough that I think about it and think it's pretty cool. The way it works is you're going to wait until the game tells you to draw, then you're going to hit draw, and then you're going to tap a bunch of buttons and hope that you tap your buttons faster than your enemy taps their buttons. Now, you can mess this up, and we will in the future here very shortly, but in this case, we're going to be able to kill the German relatively quick. I wish there had been more dueling. I wish I was able to go challenge people to duels, just like random dudes on horses and stuff like that. Show up to some dude's homestead and just like kick his door in and be like, you, me, duel outside, winner gets the house. You keep the kids if you die, you know what I mean? But you don't. So we're gonna kill the German and move on with our day.
Your health.
You, the man they call Marston, see? You like killing? Watch me cut her throat.
Nice friends you got here, Mr. Ricketts.
Tú y yo, Marston. Peleamos ahora, We fight now.
As I said, it's very easy to fail the quick draw section of the duels, or in this case, the hostage situation, which is the duels, but with human shields. I never understood this part. Like, what is this guy hoping to gain by just grabbing a random woman and then charging at us and then telling us he's going to kill this woman? Could the same effect not have happened from across the town or on the balcony, or just telling us that they did it? It's kind of forced just to simply force another version of the tutorial on us, and it just just comes across as just odd. Just extremely odd. There's no reason for this. What are his motives? With the German, we understood the motives. With the bank cart, we understood the motives. Here, I don't understand the motives. I don't understand the motives of any of the people that we're fighting right now. I have no idea why these men chose to die because another foreigner, a German, called us a cheat and lost a duel. This doesn't make any sense. And I know we're nitpicking here, but that's the whole point in the video, is to nitpick things that don't make sense. So I'm just gonna move on confused and finish this tutorial up.
Well, I must say, you tourists certainly bring peace and prosperity to this land. Then again, I doubt Muller will be missed.
He wasn't much of a poker player.
I am so incredibly lost right now.
Hey, Gringo!
Mr. Ricketts.
Come on in. Sit down and have yourself a drink.
Sure. Say, any word of Javier Escuela?
No, nothing yet. Say, why are you after him anyway?
We're old friends. We was kind of educated together.
So what is this, some kind of high school reunion sort of thing?
Something like that. Well, you've killed people. You lived the life.
That I have.
And I tried to stop. I mean, I don't know. I tried to go straight. I did. I left the gang after the gang left me. Left me to die after I'd been shot. They'd all gone crazy anyhow. Our old leader, fella you probably heard of. Anyway, he more or less lost his mind, went and shot a bunch of people unfair like. I got shot in a robbery. They left me, and I left them.
Well, that's how it goes.
Already had me a woman, got me a farm, then I got me more trouble.
Sure.
Been sent to track down the men I used to run with. Track them, kill them.
Well, if you don't, someone else will. There's no escape. Look at me, I spent 25 years killing men. Look at me now, sitting around here like some low-rent would-be messiah. We're relics. Come on, have yourself another drink and let's wallow in a little self-pity.
Sounds like a plan.
To your health.
Mr. Ricketts! Mr. Ricketts! Thank the Lord I have found you. And you, Mr. Marston.
Let me sit down. You all right?
I'm well, sir. But Allende is sending more men to the death. Prisoners who have not been tried. A prominent writer, Castilla, and a local official whose only crime was not putting the small holders on the street when they were late with taxes.
Writers and government officials. For once, I agree with Allende. Some men need to be killed.
Mr. Ricketts!
I was just joking. Where are they?
Out near Escalera.
Let's hang up our self-pity and go shoot ourselves some bad guys. You're gonna be all right.
Thank you. Both of you.
Buenas. So you guys got a little bit of the backstory of John Marston and his gang. Now in 2010, we are piecing this together as we play the game. We're slowly learning who Dutch is, we're slowly learning who Bill Williams is, and who Javier Escuela is. As well as like the little tidbits here and there of like Abigail and her son Jack, as well as our daughter. In 2010, this was the way that we learned the game. Obviously now in 2026, we have the added knowledge of playing through Red Dead Redemption 1 and Red Dead Redemption 2 in any order that you want, but if you play 2, you already know how this all unfolds. So we're gonna ride out with Mr. Ricketts here in order to track down the military convoy that has the prisoners that are being sent out to be executed. I've always wondered why they are traveling them to just shoot them when they could just shoot them and they don't have to travel with them. It just seems like an extra step that didn't need to be taken, but I wasn't alive in the 1800s, so I don't know the rules of the, you know, the trade of killing off random politicians and taxmen. As we ride with with Ricketts. We're gonna kind of like argue back and forth over morals and like different things. Just more of like a friendly banter than really an argument, but it's worth noting that the two don't really see eye to eye, but they both respect each other. The old dog respects the new dog and is willing to allow the new dog to do new tricks while still having the new dog respect his old ways. I probably said that in the most confusing way possible. Eventually, we are going to find the convoy, and we're simply going to take out the drivers of each caravan, and then we're going to take the caravan, and we're going to drive that caravan back to America by crossing the bridge that I rumored about earlier. Remember when I said there was no reason for us to cross the river the way that we did with Irish other than the game forcing us to do so we could have that ambush scene and the float down the river scene? Sometimes missions are simply there just to show off the mechanics of the game, and you cannot convince me that that mission wasn't there to show off the fact that you could float on a raft down the river like Tom Sawyer. Especially because there's a bridge slightly down the road that we very easily could have crossed over with our horses and gear and not have to been sitting ducks literally floating down the river. I'm off topic, I know. Once we get to the United States of America, Ricketts, or Landon, is going to tell us to go back and see Louisa, the girl we saved in the cave and the girl who just told us about the taxman and the politician who have been locked in cages and being sent to be executed. Louisa is going to slowly grow into a strong, rebellious fighter woman, and we're going to learn it's because she's in love with a man named Reyes, a Mexican rebellion leader. More on him in a bit. We're going to go back and talk to Louisa.
We'll handle it from here. I know you got other matters to attend to.
It's been nice riding with you, Mr. Ricketts.
And you too. You took me back to another time. Talk to Louisa. She'll help you, and she's well connected in that other land. I hope you find what you're looking for, Marston.
You know what I'm looking for.
If you say so, Marston. If you say so.
Just kidding. We're actually going to go meet the easily most vile characters in the game, DeSanta and his boss. We'll meet his boss in a mission or two, but DeSanta's right there with him. They are terrible, terrible humans.
What do you want, gringo? What are you doing here? Have you heard? There's a war going on.
My name's John Marston. Been sent here to retrieve a couple of men. Can I speak to your commander?
You want to talk to my boss, gringo?
I guess.
Because I'm not good enough for you?
No, sir.
You think you're better than me? You come to my country, my poor little country, and you think you can be friends with the president?
No, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Things must have come out wrong. Maybe you can help me.
You'll be sorry, friend. Relax, amigo, relax. How you?
Sure. Somewhere between a threatening stare and the soldier's armed to the teeth? Yeah, you had me.
Welcome to Mexico, amigo. Let's come meet, drink, and then we'll talk. My name is Capitan Vicente de Santa.
John Marston.
My country is in pain, John Marston. Terrible pain. The rebels have seized the people by the throat and destroy a way of life.
I'm no politician, sir.
And I am no soldier, a killer. But we are both beholding to our time. A brave man, perhaps you've heard of him. Coronel Allende. He's trying to preserve the order in our province. To keep our civilization alive. It is tough. The people are confused and usually swayed. Sometimes in the service of what is right, you gotta do terrible things. breaks my heart.
I also am no moralist, sir.
I wish I enjoy your freedoms, Mr. Marston.
I'm trying to find a man, an American, an outlaw named Bill Williamson. I believe he came here to seek protection from another outlaw named Javier Escuela.
You're no moralist, but you hunt outlaws?
So it would seem. You heard anything of these men?
I am the government, or what is left of it. Outlaws seek each other. They're possibly hiding with thieves and killers who pose as freedom fighters in the hills around here. They're united under one traitor named Abraham Reyes.
Where could I find this Reyes?
If I knew, I would be there, hunting him with everything that is true within me. Reyes finds you.
Like cholera.
Something like that. But it's possible, though. My men are trying to lure him into a trap. Possibly, you could ride with us. And if everything goes okay, I'm sure the Coronel will help you.
Okay.
¡Vámonos! Are you going to ride with me?
All right, I've skipped ahead to where we get to the train. This is a fake supply train for the military that the military is using in order to lure out Rey's men and his rebellion in order to take over the train. Things are going to get a little confusing in the way that Rockstar is going to tell the story. Now, it's not confusing as in the way of like the story gets convoluted. It's more confusing as we bounce around and we end up working for DeSanta, then we end up working for the Colonel, and then we end up working for Reyes, and it's going to bounce around because it doesn't seem like any of these people realize that John's working for everybody, but also everybody's aware that John works for everybody. And from a gameplay standpoint, it becomes confusing from a character arc. DeSanta is not a person that John would ever remotely work with. The guy's unfaithful to his people, he's unfaithful to his men, he's unfaithful to himself, and he surrounds himself with like-minded individuals. You'll understand what I mean as we play through the next couple story arcs. I'm also going to reiterate that DeSanta and his men basically use women as cattle. They're herded around, used up, and then slaughtered like they mean nothing. This will be literally a common theme. Everyone does that except for DeSanta. He's more than willing to go get the women for everybody else, but he's more into the boys. In fact, it's heavily hinted at throughout the rest of the game that he might also be interested in the little ones. As later on, there will be a off quote saying, the little ones will sleep easier in their beds knowing that DeSanta is no longer here when eventually we turn on DeSanta. Now, I understand from a moral standpoint that John doesn't like these people, and from a I have to get the job done, he's willing to work with everybody. It just doesn't seem to fit that niche because both sides are just conveniently gonna forget. Like, for example, right now we're killing dozens and dozens and dozens of Rey's men as they try to take over this train, but when we go to work for Rey's, he's just gonna forget about it. He'll make an off comment here or there, but at the end of the day, he doesn't really care. But then when we work for Rey's, DeSanta's men are gonna be like, forget about it though. There will be a bit of a change later on. Now, as we defend the train, they're just going to come in waves at the train, and all we have to do is just kind of do the herding technique of serpentining from one side of the train to the other side of the train, and then taking out the rebels as they come at the train. I remember this being a lot harder back on controller back in the day in 2010s than it is currently, where I can just point and click where I want to go with my guns on mouse and keyboard. Pretty much up until the end of Black Ops 3, I played on controller and console wholeheartedly. I only switched to PC when PUBG came out. And then I bought 3 gaming PCs in 1 year because I started with a laptop, then I bought a shitty computer, and then I bought a better computer to be able to play PUBG religiously for forever. And since then, I have not looked back from my PC gaming days to my console days. Admittedly though, there is times where I genuinely miss sitting on the couch and just enjoying a game while leaning back. I find mouse and keyboards a bit sweaty, and it also takes away from some of the experience from games like, for example, in Red Dead Redemption, where I can just point and click at exactly where I want to shoot, and it just happens. There is a little bit of charm to playing on controller, and I won't deny that. And I am envious of controller players that play games on console now in 2026. I feel like everybody plays PC because you don't have to pay for subscriptions and all that garbage, but you're also missing a little bit of that nostalgic vibe. In fact, in Assassin's Creed, I usually try to do my best to play every Assassin's Creed on console and controller just to simply enjoy it. Even if I do play it on PC, I will play it on controller. I know we sidetracked fact. I'm just trying to give you as much of this mission as I possibly can. While we're doing this, I'm just gonna say a special thank you to our channel members, especially if they're still here 4 hours into this video. I appreciate every single one of you guys to the ends of the earth. Seems like every day I'm waking up to a new channel member and I can't possibly fit you guys into the videos that I'm editing because you guys are coming at me faster than I can do it. But I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. You guys went the extra mile to support this channel, and I appreciate you guys for doing that. And to all you unpaid workers, if you guys choose to become a channel member, you'll get access to videos just like this as soon as they're done. If I finish it and I'm 3 weeks ahead, well, you got a whole new video 3 weeks ahead of everybody else. The second I'm done with the video, I upload it to you guys and the channel members get access to it. If not, and you choose to stay an unpaid worker, then hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and leave that comment down below of your favorite mission in Red Dead Redemption, your thoughts, your opinions, who you liked, who you didn't like, and you'll get it every single Friday like clockwork. With that, let's skip to the end of the line when we're done killing all the rebels that are attacking the train. Believe it or not, I'm still not past the point that every single enemy that we fight just seems to have an unlimited amount of men that are willing to die for their cause. Well, simultaneously, we're constantly told how much every single one of these people is struggling to hold on to the armies that they got. I gotta be 1000% honest with you guys. Maybe if we just I don't know, trim some of the dead weight off of these dumb idiots that run straight at bullets, we might not have to have such an issue with keeping our rebellion and our military fed and clothed, as well as supplied with gears and weapons. Not saying that that's the case, but it seems like we could probably trim some of the fat off of these bloated enemies.
Todo bien, compadre? You did a good thing for Mexico today. Colonel Allende will be very pleased.
¡Los rebeldes están robando el tren!
¡Levántese, perezoso, que para qué le estoy pagando! Marston, you're gonna have to do something.
What?
You have to go out there and stop the train before it crosses the bridge.
Yeah.
¡Todavía levántese! ¡Usted también! Y allá atrás, muévase! ¿Qué le pasa a usted? ¡Ay, Dios mío, levántese! ¡Ya mismo!
Oh, perfect. Even though I just killed about 718,000 of these guys, the rebels have managed to steal the train from the literal army. Apparently, we just left 3 guys to guard the entire train. Oh, man, it just makes sense if you think about it. Now, fun fact, if you actually do fail this mission, there is a designated and well-animated cutscene for failing this mission, which means if you don't stop the train before the bridge that the rebels are about to blow up. But I'm going to leave that to you to go find out if you decide to play this game. As always, I don't show you guys everything that happens, just in case you guys want to replay it. There's some surprises along the way for yourself. But I do always admire it when developers take the time to code in something for a failed state of the mission, and in a way that feels impactful. I always remember in Battlefield 3 getting my finger bit off by the rat and then being shot by the guard, and I remember in Red Dead Redemption failing this mission and watching the train absolutely explode into a billion pieces. In this video, though, we succeed in the very first try, totally and definitely not at all failed this once. Reminds me of the train mission from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to give you guys a little bit of a disclaimer. At this stage in the game, I don't know why, but Rockstar chose to drop you off on one end of the map for a mission and then tell you to go across the entire map to get the next mission, only to take you back across the entire map. It's 10 to 15 minutes every single time you want to start the next mission. There is fast travel points if you go to a train station or you happen to find a carriage. But often these are going to be off the path and you're going to feel like you're wasting time to go get them. This was an active choice that Rockstar made to expand the gameplay time. Even though the world is interesting, it's not interesting enough that every time I do a 10-minute mission, I want to travel 15 minutes back to where I just was. Is it game ruining or game breaking? No, but I do have to note that that is the mission structure for all of Mexico. It wasn't a problem before, and it's not a problem after. It's only in Mexico do we have these massive distances we have to travel to start the next mission. In the next mission, though, we're going to meet the second worst and most vile character in the entire game.
Eres llorón, maricón.
¡Me das asco! Hablas lealtad, pero eres transparente. Estarás aplaudiendo cuando mi cabeza está pelado, ¿verdad?
No, mi excelencia. Mis hombres y yo estamos trabajando noche y día por su honor.
¿Honor? ¿Qué eres, un muchacho? Jovencito, sin vergüenza. ¿Qué diablos este cabrón?
That's the man who helped us defeat Reyes. The man I spoke to you of. A friend of Mexico.
Hello, sir.
Hola, gringo. So you are the bounty hunter, huh? Have you found your prey yet?
No, sir.
Perhaps you come to hunt me, huh? Your country loves to make trouble in mine.
Perhaps, but it isn't so.
Perhaps I should tie you to a horse and let it drag you around town. Or let the dogs fight you, huh? Then see what you say.
I'd say the same thing. I'm here to bring two men to justice. Nothing more. Your politics or ideas of entertainment are not my concern.
I suppose not. Pero son tuyos. Sinceramente, espero que me encontraste alguna compañía más interesante que esa bruja que me traíste anoche.
Let me ask you this, sir. Do you know anything of the men I'm looking for?
Escuela is from this province. His father was a borracho, a drunk who worked as a laborer on land cultivated by my uncle. Men like that are natural allies for Reyes. My people have lived and worked here for 100 years. We brought civilization. And these people, these fucking monkeys, despise us. We brought them God! And they turned their back on him. Now I fight to help them from themselves, to save them from themselves. I see in their faces that they would kill me if they could. Is she only a tyrant? That is the way it is. These people need a ruler.
Well, sorry to hear that.
Sorry? Why be sorry? It is a way of mankind. A fight between two forces. Que será, será. What will be, will be. But I know one thing, Senor Marston. Force, force, must be used if you're to have your own way.
I'm sure.
Now, perhaps you can do me a favor while I find these men for you.
After we find the men, then I'll help in any way I can.
You are in no position to negotiate. Now, por favor, a bunch of these idiots men are fighting at Tesoro Azul. Now you head there and you lend your support. Baboso, ¿cuántas veces voy a decirte? No ponga detrás de mí. ¿Qué eres, cabrón? No está mi sombra. Vaya.
Now, so far, we haven't seen the colonel do anything wrong yet, but he is an absolute vile human being. What is interesting, though, is we're going to ride out to this town where the army is currently absolutely massacring an entire place. And along the way, we're going to see just how desensitized to everything that DeSanta is, because he's jovially going to request that we race him to the location. Now, John doesn't know what we're going into. He's got a kind of an idea. He understands that there's an assault happening, but he doesn't know to who or to whom or to what. So he agrees to the race, and we're going to race there joyfully to basically arrive at the very public execution of a bunch of men on the outside of the town against the wall. Literally, we are joyfully riding to watch a firing squad kill a bunch of innocent people. It's going to be the first real moment where John's going to start to question, like, just how deep is he willing to go to, you know, save himself and his family. Obviously, he's going to go the full distance because that's the entire story arc of this game, but you can tell that he's starting to be a little bit like, oh, whoa, who am I fighting for here? Essentially, DeSanta and his boss, as well as Reyes, stand for every single moral thing that John is against. Women killing, women raping, innocent killing, killing for no reason, robbing from the innocent, being disloyal to your wife and family, manipulation. Every single core fundamental moral value that John Marston has, the characters that we meet during this segment are literally the exact opposite. Reyes doesn't care about women, he uses and abuses them and tosses them away, he's unloyal. DeSanta, it doesn't care about human life in any way, shape, or form and sees it as a sport to kill these people. And well, the Colonel is, well, the Colonel. He's just an asshole no matter how you shape or frame it. This isn't even the worst that we're going to be asked to do. Sure, we're killing rebels in a way, but there's also innocent people here. Every man has a wife and a kid, a home, and that's where John's going to have to accept his fate.
¡Idiota! ¿Pero qué haces? ¡Santa! ¿Por qué tardaste tanto? ¿Y quién es este gringo? Nos debe un favor. Cada hombre ayuda. I hope you fight better than this little girl, gringo. Come, let's have some fun.
You can hear the joy inside of the soldiers' voices as they get ready to literally kill a whole bunch of people of their own country. Now, they call them rebels, but it's easy to see that this could easily be blurred just based off of what the military wants whenever they want it. For example, in this case, they need a bunch of women for their own selfish needs, so they can call literally anybody a rebel for any reason. We've already actually seen this happen when we had to transport the taxman and the politician because they were accused of being rebels just for simply not doing their job immediately upon whenever the army determined it needed to be done. Meaning that yes, we are currently being told these are rebels, but are they maybe possibly just regular Mexican people trying to defend their home from an invading army? I'll leave it up to you to decide because the game just tells us they're rebels, but John doesn't even get the sense that these are rebels. Quickly realizes that the military's here for selfish reasons.
I heard the little horse crying in that house over there. Remember, nobody takes them before Allende.
We did all this just to get women for Allende?
No, that's just a bonus. This village is riddled with rebels. Make sure they don't have homes to come back to. There are fire bottles over there. Use them to burn down some of these houses.
And what makes you think I'd do that?
You want to find Javier Escuela, don't you? John, you're helping Mexico. ¡Vámonos, muchachos! ¡Buen trabajo!
Yeah, we did all this to get women. I know that the guy said that we did this because there's rebels here, but he didn't offer any other proof than trust me, bro. And the fact that we're burning their houses for some unknown reason, if we just killed the men and the women are being kidnapped, it doesn't make any sense other than to send a message to everybody else. It always bothered me that John was willing to do this because this is everything that he's against. I understand that he has the Javier Escuela and Bill Williamson at the end of the table. That's the carrot on the rod, if you will. But at some point, he has to draw the line in where his moral code is able to be crossed. He's in a new country, the marshals aren't here, there's nothing stopping him from just not burning down the house and killing DeSanta and his men. It's not like he hasn't killed dozens of men before. But this constant carrot on the stick is what drives John to break every part of his moral compass. And while yes, we could argue it's for the greater good to save his family, it's just hard to think of a man that is as rigid as he is in his morals, bending them all willy-nilly for whoever possibly might have information that he needs. You think by this time he would have learned that he's been burned more times than not by trusting that people are going to help him figure out where Bill is, or in this case, Javier and Bill. Nonetheless, though, John does burn down the houses because he has to, and we're left here to once again travel across the entirety of Mexico to restart the next mission. Gotta love the travel. Though it is clear that John is starting to absolutely loathe DeSanta and his men, well, pretty much the entire military that exists within Mexico. So he's returning this time pissed off.
Mr. Marston, ride with us. We've been betrayed.
What's happened?
There's no time. Ride with us. Then we'll find the man you seek. Come.
There's a convoy waiting for us. Come, we must hurry.
You know, I'm getting pretty sick and tired of every character that we meet that happens to know that we're looking for Escuela as well as Williamson constantly saying, do this for me, and then we'll go find the people that you're looking for, only to never actually do that. If you think about it, even back when we worked with the Marshal and all those guys, we did all the work and they just showed up once we found Bill Williamson. Though admittedly we did know he was in the fort and this is the only time we're actually looking for him, but the characters then also said the same thing. Do this for me, then I'll help you. Do this for me, then I'll help you. In this case, the rebels have taken over one of the military's forts, if you can call it that. Don't know really how that's a betrayal. It's kind of what, two warring factions do, but hey, word it however you want. So we're going to ride with the convoy out to this fort. Now, if you remember earlier, I complained about the fact that Mr. West Dickens' cart would constantly slow down and stop. The same thing's going to happen here, but when we get ambushed, it's going to be a little bit more annoying because we will be assaulted the entire time by the rebels, who seem to constantly know exactly where we are no matter what we do. While we defeat the rebels, DeSanta's going to complain about his boss, the captain that we're going to see. The fat guy who ordered all the women be taken back to his boss. He's that fat, porky, disgusting, vile human being that we saw literally last mission. Eventually, we're going to defeat the ambush, and then we're going to arrive at the military encampment, which for some reason they decided to set up right at the base of the mountain where the fort is, immediately giving the enemy the high ground position over their encampment. There couldn't be a worse spot in the entire history of the world to put your attacking forces. We are literally within rifle range of the enemy. You know how we know that? Because we're about to have to fight off the enemy who are shooting at us from their fortified location, as well as from the high ground. I gotta be honest with you, if we didn't show up, this military would have been completely and utterly obliterated. And if this is the kind of strategy that the Mexican military is employing in the 1800s, no wonder the rebels were able to push them back so easily. You could have just gone outside of rifle range and set up your camp. You decided to set it up here. My God.
¿Y dónde carajo están nosotros que necesitamos? ¡Nos van a masacrar con estos focos!
Rebeldes que tú y tus hombres se habían encargado nos atacaron. Ten cuidado con ese tono.
Master, come on. Ignore this stupid.
Shut your mouth off this boy! Gringo, take that sniper rifle over there.
Alright, so we got a sniper rifle, and I think it's actually a really cool weapon, obviously. Everybody loves a good sniper. But I want to take a quick moment just to talk about the fact that we are literally standing here at the bottom of this basin being fired at by the rebels because this guy is calling DeSanta an idiot because he's some sort of office person. Meanwhile, this is where he chose to build his base. His FOB, his forward operating base, his encampment, whatever you want to call it. This is the location he chose, and the rebels have the entire goddamn literal U-shape of the cliff face to fight them from. Obviously, we're going to be able to fight through this. I just want to point out the stupidity of this entire premise of this. As somebody who served in the military, I'm very well aware of how military base coordination goes, forward operating bases, and encampment protocol is. But just simply looking at history and the way that the Romans set up their camps and stuff like that, it is extremely easy to see why this was stupid. Obviously, it's probably just a design choice from the Rockstar development team standpoint, but I would have been okay if we were just outside of rifle range and then we didn't have this forced impromptu ambush. But I am nitpicking at this point, but I have to because the game is so goddamn good. We have to pick and choose the battles that we take, and this is the one I'm gonna die on. Let's talk about the fight overall. In my gameplay, we are fighting through a storm. In all honesty, I haven't played Red Dead Redemption 1 since 2010, so I don't know if you can do this in the daytime or whatever. But I will say having the added storm has added so much ambient to this, it's not even funny. We're fighting up this hill, the rain's pouring, there's mud everywhere, the screams of men are echoing through the chasm across the cliff faces. Bullets are shooting everywhere, ricochets are going off in the distance, and you just see shadows coming over the hill. It is so cinematic. I don't know how this isn't talked about more. Moments like this is where you really can take a player to a whole different dimension of enjoyability, where you take them past immersion and you put them in the role of the character they're playing. You put them into the movie. It's very hard to do this intentionally. It usually happens by accident. There can always be an idea. There can always be a seed that grows into an apple tree. But there's so many pieces that have to come together to make a fight this cinematic that when we do get moments of this, we should definitely 100% praise it. Because moments like this in modern day games are fleeting. They're far and few between. Most of the time, it's either forced action like in, say, Call of Duty, or it just falls on its face like in games like, say, Dragon Age the Veilguard, where you have these cinematic fights, but it's only cinematic because the game's so boring everywhere else. Red Dead Redemption is very good at pacing itself. Is there repetitive missions? Yes, but at the same time, the backdrop makes up for this. The characters make up for this. And when you have a moment like this moment will erase a lot of the negativity that we've had leading up to this point, or things that we didn't like the constant traversal across the whole map. your brain will immediately dump that terrible information to make room for a spectacular fight like this. Meaning in years later, when you go to remember Red Dead Redemption, you're not going to remember the fact that you wasted 15 minutes in between every single mission running back and forth across Mexico trying to find where DeSanta is. Instead, you're going to remember the epic fight through the thunderstorm up the muddy hill, battling waves and waves of rebels as they shoot at waves and waves of the military. You're going to remember the sound of the ricochet off the cliff faces, the screams of the men as they died, the horses running across the lightning lit sky. That's what you're going to remember, and I have to praise it while we can. This fight, though, is very cover based. If you try to run out in the open, you are going to be absolutely obliterated. As I've said many times now, and we learned from Fortnite, that if you have the high ground, you're most likely going to win the fight. We are fighting all the way uphill to attack this fort. The only thing I wish that they had added to this fight, if I was just going to add something just to make it even more immersive, we're talking about a fort, right? We know that there's Gatling guns, we know that there's cannons that exist within this world. We in fact are going to use both and have used one in this playthrough. Imagine coming up this hill and you've got cannonballs raining down and explosions going off and bodies flying everywhere. That would have just been the chef's kiss, the cherry on top, the perfect point. Does it exist in this mission? No, but my god, would it have ever made it so much more cool? Eventually, we are going to arrive at the fort. It's just as simple as shooting everybody that's out there, because apparently the rebel snipers are like, let's stand up and have from our kneecaps up showing to the enemy, instead of just, being a normal sniper, resting your rifle on the bricks and then using that as a stability force, and then you only have your head showing. I'm not going to question too much further. We're just going to get to the fort and move on.
Tengo hambre, lo que sea, mujer. Amigo, ¿qué pasa? Killer like you deserves fine women and wine. The best pleasures Earth can give a man.
I need some information, DeSanta.
All in good time. My man and I will finish our business here and we can talk back at Escalera.
The next time I see you, I need some answers, Captain.
Go get drunk, go get a woman! Enjoy life! It's a beautiful struggle!
Ándeles lindas y patrióticas.
Dale, que ustedes son putas y lo saben.
Por favor, no me obligues.
Oh, mi amor, nadie te está obligando a hacer nada. Solamente quiero que animes al hombre que va a salvar a tu padre. ¿Tú quieres a tu padre, cierto que sí, linda?
Huh? What's going on here, Captain DeSanta?
Just a little recruitment. Nothing for you to be concerned about.
You boys using women soldiers now?
Our costumes are none of your concern.
Apparently not.
¡Santo mariconcito! ¿Me encontraste algunas chicas? Ay, mamacita, ¿dónde has estado toda mi vida? Ven, mujeres. Ay, me gusta.
These two patriots were keen to make your acquaintance, the Coronel.
Fantastic. I love patriots. Hey, John Marston, you here to fight the war? And we shall make a patriot of you yet.
I hope so. Any word of those men?
Oh, yes. I heard they were riding with Reyes. I wanted to talk to you about it. DeSanta, hable con él. Tell him what I wanted.
His Excellency, El Coronel, would like to employ you in escorting a train down rebel country. The job is dangerous, but you'll have the honor of...
Mira.
Another patriot?
Of knowing that you served Mexico in her fight against forces that would destroy our society.
How much you offering?
20,000 pesos. And information as to the whereabouts of Javier Escuella.
Okay, then.
Mexico loves you, Mr. Marston.
She has a funny way of showing it.
Oh, gringo! Ride with us!
I'm not going to waste your time too much with the travel across the Mexican desert all the way back to Chuporoso. What I will say, however, is earlier I mentioned the fact that once we get to Mexico, it's almost like a totally different design team and or development team worked on the Mexican part of the game. It's not as polished as the first and last chapter of Red Dead Redemption 1, and a great example of that is the fact that when we're riding with the vile fat beast that is this military commander, You'll notice that our camera's going all over the place. This is meant to be the cinematic camera, and it's usually retained for when we're riding in a stagecoach fast traveling. But for some reason, only in Mexico do the developers choose to use it to pass time when we're inside of the cart or the wagon. I don't know what the intention was here, but it's extremely off-putting and it's actually rather annoying, especially because eventually we're going to get ambushed, which would then make you think that you, the player, should have your eyes and ears open for rebellious forces that are coming to, ambush us. But the camera, the second that the ambush is finished, immediately starts doing this all over the place, swinging around and randomly looking at wheels and cactuses and stuff. Thus, once again, proving that we aren't supposed to be looking around, only for us to be once again ambushed. I have said multiple times that I feel like the development team for Mexico was different than the development team for the United States. Or at the very least, the development team for Act 1 and 3 were different than the development team for Act 2. I've broken up this game into 3 acts, by the way. I don't know actually how many acts it is. And I say this because there's just so many different design choices that kind of just scream that it wasn't the same people. In the US, at the beginning of the game, oftentimes a mission would lead us relatively close to the next mission, while simultaneously leaving us far enough away that we'd be willing to, maybe go explore, check out a side location, do a side quest, help with a world event, but the option was there and it never was really tedious. Then we got to Mexico and every mission seems to take us across the entire goddamn world for some unknown reason. Sure, we rode the train, but then the train drops us off at a random bridge on the opposite end of all of Mexico, and then the very next mission is on the very exact opposite end of Mexico, only to get there to then be taken once again back across the entirety of Mexico to restart and do the process over and over again. That's just one way that it's different here in Mexico. The other way is this camera all over the place thing that you're seeing on your screen when it happens. It doesn't make any sense and it doesn't feel good or look good, and this won't even be the first or last time that it happens. At first, when this first happened, I legitimately thought I had accidentally hit a cinematic camera button, similar to that of what you have inside of Grand Theft Auto 5, but I didn't. It turns out this is just the way that they designed it. It's kind of funny to me because my mom back in 2010 used to watch me play Red Dead Redemption, and she could watch me play the entire game, but for some reason, when this part happened, when we were on this thing, she would get motion sick, and I remember that because I was no longer allowed to play Red Dead Redemption in the living room. Back in the day, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, people had family TVs, and everybody sat in the living room, and you shared that TV with everybody. It wasn't common to have a TV in every single room and 15 computers, 27 Xboxes. One TV. Your mom watched her soap operas while she cooked dinner, you got to play video games, and she'd pop in to see what you were doing kind of thing. And if you were really rich, you had a TV downstairs as well. But that's where your dad sat down to drink beer and watch his football games or hockey games or whatever the sport is of your current place where you reside. Anyway, eventually we're going to get to Chuparosa.
Here we are at last. Soldados, abordamos el tren.
Now, how cool would it have been to have Landon Ricketts walk up and go, "Hey, John, what are you doing here? What are you doing working with the military?" Because earlier, Landon did warn us that we can't play both sides of the coin. We can't work for the rebels, work for him, and work for the army. At some point, somebody's going to try to kill us. Just would have been just a little bit of a chef's kiss on it. You know what? I'm going to keep saying that because there's just these moments where you could just see if they went a little bit further, it would have been that little bit better. But he doesn't come here, but we're going to go hop onto the train and we're going to enter into one of the more cinematic missions of Red Dead Redemption 1. I know I'm saying that, but we just did one. But come on, this one's going to be pretty cool too. So here's what we got to do. We have to man the Gatling gun and absolutely massacre entire bloodlines, entire lineages. Generations of Mexican rebels are going to push towards this train to try to take it over, and we are going to mow them down. Now, I said at the very beginning of the video, if you wanted a gameplay, walk through, let's talk, deep dive, let's play of Red Dead Redemption 1 without any horse killing, this isn't it. And if you don't want to watch a bunch of horses getting mowed down by an absolute machine gun of a gun, then you need to close your eyes right now, because we are going to kill so many horses. Sadly, there wasn't much need for glue back then, so they just kind of went to the wolves. There's not really actually too much to talk about here. We're on rails, get it? We're on a train. But we're just gonna kill rebels. That's it. There's no big cinematic moment. There's nobody climbing over the train. There's nobody that gets on board. We don't have to go do any tasks. It's literally just sit here and shoot the bad guys. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I'm completely for it, to be honest with you. Like, sometimes it's nice to be able to just turn off your brain and just enjoy something. It seems a little bit weird and maybe a little bit sadistic to say that I'm really happy that I got to enjoy shooting a bunch of people with a Gatling gun, but that's all I got to do here. I'm okay when games don't think that they need to fill up a time space with a bunch of mundane tasks. Like, if they had us randomly have to run to the front of the train to put wood into the furnace in order to keep the train going, that would have just become annoying. If all of a sudden we had to go and like randomly detach a train car in order for the train to move faster to get away from the rebels, it also would have been annoying. Sometimes it's okay to just let something be what it is. Not everything needs to have 15 different levels to it, 87 different degrees, and 72 different tasks to do. Modern day games often think that you need to fill up space in order for the player to be engaged. You don't. You absolutely don't. You can also just let the player be immersed in the world. In reality, if we were just to like take ourselves and say, okay, we're actually in real life on this train and there's all these people here, do you really think that we're going to be the ones that are sent from one end of the train to the other and doing this task and doing that task? No, there's going to be multiple people sent to do multiple things throughout the entire thing. The train would be a beehive of activity with the soldiers. Modern day games seem to think that you need to do everything or else you are not immersed, and what ends up happening is it kind of starts to feel like you're just checking boxes in order to make the developers feel happy. Like, okay, he went here, did this, check. He went over there and collected that, check. He saw that, check. He went there, check. He talked to that person, check. And what can end up happening is the game feels less immersive and more like a to-do list. Red Dead Redemption does a great job of, you know, having missions where that is the case, where you're doing a bunch of random stuff, while simultaneously having other missions where they just kind of let you exist in the world. Let you process what you're being told, what you're seeing, what's going on. Let you mull over things and chew on it for a second. And I admire that about Red Dead Redemption, is it's okay to be in that. I was once told that it's okay to be with your emotions, and that the act of giving a hug to somebody who's trying to work through something and process something can sometimes disturb that process, because it's not them looking for the hug at that moment, it's you looking to stop them from being uncomfortable. But if you just let them mull through that feeling for a minute, they'll come to terms with it, and when they're ready and they've processed, they'll come to you for the comfort. And I've never forgotten that, because I see that all the time. When somebody's upset or somebody's bothered, somebody jumps in to solve that issue for them by offering them comfort immediately. And what ends up happening is you stop the processing part. It's very much what this mission kind of feels like. It's allowing us to process everything we've been seeing. To process how DeSanta has this gay lover that is just the worst human being in the world. DeSanta's also the worst, but he's not the fun kind of gay. That's the annoying kind of gay, where everything you do somehow becomes a sexual thing. We got to process how the Colonel literally is willing to just defile whoever he wants because he's just a horny dude that has too much power. Or the fact that the fat dude with the eye patch is more than happy to kill everybody. This is that mission that allows us to mull over all of that. And while we can't make any choices that are going to change any of the outcomes, it allows us, the player, to kind of just process, reset, and be okay with it. With all that yapping out of the way, we're going to end up at the end of the mission where we're going to be told to go see the base commander, which is really just the guy who's in charge of like the 8 tents in front of us.
Here we are. Thank God. We are lucky to be alive. Go to the camp. The base commander will want to speak to you.
Señor Marston, ven aquí.
Senor Marston, thank you for your efforts. The escort was a success.
At least some of your men survived.
I didn't think to survive myself. My whole life I have dreamed of a glorious death. Vamos! Rapido antes que nos ataquen otra vez. These socialist pigs cannot be allowed to win.
Now, I should note that we weren't actually supposed to survive that mission. It was a suicide mission that we were sent on by DeSanta. The supplies were never meant to make it to that camp. In fact, they were fully intended to kind of just be sacrificial. It was DeSanta's way of cleaning up the captain as well as us. Well, the Colonel's way of cleaning it all up. This is to just motivate John to go and meet with Luisa, the girl we saved with Ricketts at the beginning of the game, which is conveniently going to lead us down the rebellion path, where we're going to go work with the rebels. I just wanted to note that. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense on why we ended up here.
No pesa mucho.
Está bien, mamá. Está bien.
No. Ah, señor Marston. Mamá, papá. Este es el gringo que me salvó.
Muchas gracias. My family's indebted to you. Forgive my English.
What's happening?
Great and terrible things. The revolution is coming. The country will be in turmoil once more. This time, we hope it's the last time.
Does that seem likely?
With Abraham Reyes, anything is possible.
Where's your family going?
My parents and my brother are headed to the hills. My sister has to flee. The army have an unfortunate way of treating women.
And you?
Don't worry about me, Mr. Marston. I'm living in history. I'm not afraid to die.
Your nobility's almost as affecting as your naivete.
I would rather be dead than a cynic like you, Mr. Marston.
I would too.
I know you're not really like that. You saved me.
Luisa, ¿quién va a salvar a Miranda? Tenemos que llevar al puerto. Su barco sale al anochecer. No queda tiempo.
Mr. Marston, can I ask one more favor of you? Can you take my sister to the docks? We are sending her to work for a kind man in the Yucatan. She's too young for revolution.
Okay. Anything I can do to help out?
The boat leaves at sundown. Miranda, vamos.
Oh, Dios, Miranda. Ten cuidado. Adiós. Te amo.
Emilio works as a driver. We will take his stagecoach. Let's go, before I change my mind.
¡Paren! ¡Papeles! Este camino está prohibido.
What do they want now? Act normal. It's nothing to worry about.
Te conozco. Eres un pinche rebelde. ¡Disparen! ¡No les dejen escapar!
I'm not going to spend too much time on this mission. It's a pretty quick one. I do want to note, though, that Luisa talked about somebody named Abraham Reyes. Reyes was the name that we were told earlier by the captain that might know where Bill is. Same with Ricketts. He also rumored about somebody named Reyes. Reyes is the rebellion's leader. He's also a terrible human being, but we'll get into that later. Due to the turmoil in Mexico, we're going to take Luisa's sister to the dock so she can, escape the future coming war. Few fun things to note about this. It's one of the few time missions inside of the game, and I'm not somebody that likes time missions at all. You could probably tell that by my Saints Row 2022 deep dive. I hate time limits. I think that they're just random arbitrary things, but every once in a while it adds to the experience. This is a perfect example of that. She's on a deadline in order to be able to escape the country before a war breaks out, and we get that. Another fun thing is that the army is going to set up random roadblocks. I find it a little weird that it's the only mission in the entire game where the army's like, we're going to set up roadblocks freaking everywhere to make sure that this one person doesn't leave Mexico. You could argue that they were doing this to stop everybody from leaving Mexico, but when we get to the docks, it's just Luisa's sister and the guy who's on the raft. There's nobody else. It would be one thing if we saw a bunch of other people trying to escape Mexico. It's just us, so it feels a little bit like, what's going on here? I'm gonna choose to deliberately just accept this as a palate cleanser mission to kind of just get you out of the seriousness that was the entire military storyline. A lot of heavy topics were hinted at throughout that entire playthrough. So I'm just going to take this as a palate cleanser, and you can take it however you're going to see it. We're going to get Luisa's sister to the docks, so we're going to drop her off, and then we're going to start the rebellion storyline.
Gracias a Dios! We made it in time! Thank you for everything. Will I see you when I return?
Not likely. I ain't planning on staying very long.
In some other life, then?
Maybe. You should get going. Travel safely.
Oh, Mr. Marston. Mr. Marston.
What's wrong, Luisa?
I don't wait for myself, but for my country. Abraham Reyes has been captured.
He has?
He was coming to meet me at Roca Madera. It's a very romantic spot. It was a beautiful night, yet he was ambushed by patrol. My heart is breaking, but I cry for Mexico.
Where's he being held?
El Presidio. You know, in our hearts we are married already, but his family do not approve. How could they, when I'm little more than a peasant girl? But that's what makes Abraham the man he is. He doesn't care for their bourgeois, snobbery, or elitism. He sees the real me. The woman.
I'm sure.
I'm going to go and rescue him or die trying.
Oh, whoa. I don't think that's such a good idea. Ride with me to near the jail. We'll figure out how to rescue him.
Mr. Marston, you're truly a friend of this land.
So everyone keeps informing me.
El Presidio is to the north. We must hurry. Who knows what they will do to him?
Okay, just to establish for you guys where we're at. We worked for the military, now we're gonna go and save the rebellion leader from the military. We are gonna go get the rebellion's leader, Abraham, from the military. Have I established that enough for you? There's a lot to talk about once we get Abraham, but leading up to getting Abraham, there's not really much to say. Luisa's gonna drive us to the fort, where we are gonna then hop over the easiest wall we've ever seen in our entire careers as outlaws, and we're gonna sneak up to the conveniently placed sniper rifle, and then we're gonna kill every single military member inside of the fort. Luisa is gonna help us not at all. She's gonna do absolutely nothing. I want to note though that I do like Luisa's character, but I really do feel like Red Dead Redemption kind of did her dirty by making her kind of fucking stupid. They try to give her a character arc, right? She's supposed to grow into this rough and tumble rebellion woman. But at the same time, she's just so naive. Don't understand why I say that moving forward, but you have to remember, she just helped us and got us to smuggle her sister out of the country to save her from the upcoming war. She is quite literally in bed with the rebellion's leader, and she helps lead some charges and missions throughout the rest of the rebellion storyline. But at the same time, she's absolutely one of the stupidest people ever, because in her heart, she believes that her and Abraham, Mr. Reyes, are married. You'll understand why that's not true. And then at the same time, you'll understand at the end of all of this why I consider her absolutely one of the stupidest people in the world. She's so brilliant in some aspects and then just absolutely stupid in other aspects. To be honest with you, the only real strong woman in the main storyline that we have played is Bonnie McFarlane, and she's only there at the very beginning of the game and at the very, very end of the game for like 45 seconds. I'm not saying that there needs to be strong women in every single thing, but I will say that in Red Dead Redemption 1, they kind of treat women like they're retarded. I understand it was a different time and a different era, but if you're gonna have a woman like Luisa, who's literally a teacher, which means she's intelligent, make her intelligent. That's all I'm saying. I understand the rest of it, but like, don't make somebody a teacher and then also make her one of the stupidest people in the game, but also at the same time one of the strongest. Do you get what I'm saying? Anyways, we're gonna go save Reyes.
Luisa sent me. We have to meet her by the river.
¿Qué?
Luisa, the girl you're marrying.
Oh, yes. Such a devoted thing. El amor de mi vida. Now get us a horse, my friend. I am in no condition to ride myself.
So we got Mr. Abraham Reyes, the rebellion leader, who doesn't even know who Luisa is. Now you understand it. He just bangs everybody, says whatever he needs to get it into their pants, and now he's got a woman who's literally going to sacrifice her entire livelihood to help him with his cause, and he can't even remember her name. This will be a common thread, which brings me to what I wanted to talk about. The military uses and abuses its people, rapes and pillages its women, and destroys entire villages for their own purposes. They were the evil guys in the storyline, but we worked with them because of the fact that we needed information from them about Javier and Bill. But after the events of the previous mission where we were sent out to die, we decided to go work for the rebellion by meeting up with Luisa and now saving Abraham Reyes. Abraham Reyes is the rebellion leader, and they are fine with using women and raping women and pillaging villages and taking whatever they want in the name of freeing their country. They're the good guys. Well, at least that's the way that the game tries to portray it. In reality, they are the two sides of the exact same coin. The way that Red Dead Redemption likes to tell its stories is it likes to play on the opposites. Chapter 1 was all about loyalty, hard work, and salt of the earth people. Bonnie, the sheriff, the father. Chapter 2 was all about immorality. Seth, West Dickens, Irish. Chapter 3 is all about good versus evil and how it can be perceived from either side. Abraham's the rebellion, the Santa is the army. And while I like it from a story standpoint, it's a little bit annoying to play through because there's just so much that happens that doesn't make any sense, right? Like, we worked for the army and then we just immediately on the flip of a hat, we just go, you know what? We're gonna go work for the rebellion. And this was even hinted at by Ricketts earlier in the game, saying we can't play both sides. Well, we're about to learn the repercussions of our actions. Should probably talk about what we're doing. We're just gonna race across Mexico with Abraham on our back, killing a bunch of military members who for some reason know the exact path we're going to take to get to Luisa, but don't think to go to the end of the path to stop us when we get to our destination. I know we're nitpicking, but that's the whole point in the series. If they were genuinely going to try to stop us and they genuinely knew where we were going to go, why wouldn't they just go to the end location? Why do all this wasted men along the way? I understand it's for gameplay. Let's nitpick where we can, okay? The game's good. We get it. I'm just nitpicking because I can. Getting to the other side, we're going to see just how not truthful or genuine Abraham can be as he pretends that he remembers Luisa, the woman who he just said he has no idea who she is. And it's only because he wants to get his dick wet.
Abraham, Mr. Marston.
Oi!
The revolution will live on thanks to you.
Yes, indeed, John. You are as a brother to me. And my people need a man such as you to help our cause. My ranch is in Agave Viejo, and let me say, my brother, that we await you.
Well, best of luck to both of you, but I need to find 2 men so I can return to America.
No problem. I will help you find those men. And in return, you will win a people her freedom.
Viva Mexico!
¿A dónde tú vas, bella? ¿Eh? Bye, John. Vente conmigo. Tú sabes que en esta luz puedo ver el fuego en tus ojos. Laura, dame la fuerza para luchar.
After freeing Abraham Riaz, we're going to return to DeSanta for some reason, because we just killed a bunch of army people, so we should probably return to the army. It's obviously not your choice, it's the Rockstar's choice to force you into the storyline. It's just super absurd that we would do that.
John Marston! Good news, good news. The Coronel himself wants to speak to you. Come.
Dámelo, dámelo, besito, besita. Don't be so conventional. Look at that ass, huh? Magnificent. Not save her for later, or I'll kill her and all her family. They're probably rebels anyway, huh? Anyways, it's good to see you, amigo. Good to see you. You know, you are a rare find. A gringo who is also a friend of our country. Bienvenido. We welcome you.
Okay.
Relax, relax. I have some wonderful news for you. Quite wonderful, in fact. You know the men you hunt? They have been captured in Chuparosa. I want you and DeSanta to ride out there, and then you can take possession of them. It is my gift to you for all your help, senor. Although part of me wishes that you would remain here and enjoy more of our hospitality, huh?
Thank you. If it's all the same, I'd like to collect the men. I have a wife and son at home whom I miss.
Don't we all, amigo? Don't we all? DeSanta, I want you to take care of Senor Marston. Vámonos, cabrón, go! Adelante! Mi amor! Mi amor!
Follow me. A wagon has already been prepared.
The tension is quite literally palpable between DeSanta and John. John kinda suspects something is off here. It's a little too convenient. And DeSanta is oozing with anticipation of what's to come, almost reveling in the fact of he's gonna betray John. I'm spoiling a little bit of the mission, but like, come on, we saw this coming. We just freed the rebellion leader. And right after we do that and we kill dozens and dozens of the army, their leaders reach out to us and go, hey man, we got that thing that you were looking for this entire time. But John, being John, can't possibly see through all the smoke and haze, even though he can perfectly see through the smoke and haze, and he goes with DeSanta to Chuparosa. Once again, it would have been amazing if we got there and out comes Landon Ricketts and he just bang, bang a couple of the guards and goes, John, it's a trap. And the next thing you know, we're in this firefight, we're ducking, we're bobbing, we're weaving, we're working our way through Chuparosa while the army's fighting against us. Boom, down goes Landon. We rush over to him, we help him, we're gonna cutscene, we drag him behind some barrels. He tells us that he saw them setting up a trap inside of the church and that Bill and Javier aren't here. And just as he's about to tell us the location of where they are, boom, Landon gets shot in the head by none other than DeSanta, who's using a sniper from across the way in the church that we were going to be trapped in. But none of that happens. We just get there and then we walk slowly to the church with the people that are very much oozing the anticipation of what's to come, like dogs beside a T-bone.
Mr. Marston, gracias for your service to this land. ¡Levanten esta pizza, mierda! ¡Levántenlo! Marston! ¡Hey! Marston! You have betrayed this land enough. I hope you have a clear conscience, because you're about to meet God.
My brother! They will kill you if we don't get your ropes off! Over here, I will free you!
Well, that worked out really well for us that DeSanta didn't think to check for rebels around all of Chipperosa. Also, where are the human beings of Chipperosa? You know, the civilians. Where is Landon Ricketts? This is the place that he's been known to be at for literally over 20 years. So where the hell is he? Why isn't he helping us? All questions I have, none of them will be answered. We're going to race across all of Chipperosa while dodging, bobbing, and weaving around bullets until eventually we arrive with Abraham Reyes, who's going to cut us loose, conveniently enough for us. Once cut loose, we're going to help fight with the rebellions and push the military into the hotel. I'm going to call it a hotel. I don't know if it is a hotel, because there's also a bar here that we conveniently own an apartment in. I don't know how the military didn't see this coming. It seems like every once in a while, the game just chooses that the people that you're with are kind of stupid. We've been going back and forth with each other, the rebellion, the military, each ambushing each other and each knowing about the ambush and each setting each other up for well over 3 hours now of game time, or like 5-6 missions. But this time, the army didn't even think, even for like a nanosecond, that there would be rebels here. Now, obviously, this works out for us. I just like to point out the stupidity in things. Fighting our way through the place is not that hard. The army's no different than anybody else. We just shoot them in the face and they fall down. I know, shocking. The one very, very silver lining, the beacon at the end of the tunnel, the lighthouse in the fog here, is the fact that we do get to kill that vile, putrid, fat little eye patch wearing man. I have a visceral hate for the 3 antagonists in the military sections of Red Dead Redemption. I don't like any of their characters. I don't like any of the character arcs. I don't like what they stand for. I don't like any of them. And obviously, it's going to be different for every single person. IGN's walkthrough of all this calls DeSanta charming and talks about his leader, his captain, as a man with a glorious mustache. And all I see is vile ants that deserve to be squashed for how they treat humanity. Their total disregard for life in all of its forms, it just bothers me, which is good storytelling. Just so we're clear, this is not an insult. This is praise. To make me hate something that vividly is good work.
My brothers! Today, we have proven that the days of this evil regime are numbered. Soon, we shall be free, living together in a noble republic, justly ruled by fine men. But, el trabajo, the job is not done. Our struggle is not over. We will fight all day and night until local tyrants like Allende are no more. And him and all his dogs are brought to the sword. We shall be free. This time things shall be different for every man and woman in this land. And one day soon, Allende will know justice! My brothers, fight on! In our hearts, we are all free! Let us make it so! ¡Viva la revolución! ¡Viva México! ¡México! 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 ¡México!
I know we're supposed to be happy that we have helped the rebellion fight for their country, but it's hard to be happy to see somebody as vile as Mr. Reyes succeed, in my opinion. It feels like we are currently in a lose-lose-lose situation. We help the military, we lose. We help the rebellion, we lose. We don't get Bill, we lose. And because we have this one glorified weakness, that being our need to find Javier and Bill, all these different groups of people we wouldn't normally interact with are pushing on that in order to get us to do what they need. That being said, we're going to head out to meet with Luisa, who's now running like a small rebellion. Though she's not without her own woes, as we're going to find out that her father has been murdered. And in order to avenge him, we must go work for Reyes, as the army is approaching and he needs help dealing with them.
Hey, señor.
You want trouble, friend?
Manos arriba. ¡Antelas!
Tranquilo. Tranquilo, amigo. Tranquilo. Ya lo tengo.
Muévese, cabrón. Muévese.
El mundo es muy difícil. Tenemos que jugarlo bien. Mr. Marston, I knew you would come.
Thanks for the welcoming committee.
I'm sorry, we cannot be too careful. The world is very dangerous.
Especially when you greet it with a gun.
Please. Mr. Marston, my father was killed yesterday. The army found him and accused him of treason. They cut out his heart and fed it to their dogs. Allende did this. Then he took the honor of 2 young girls.
I'm sorry to hear that, Luisa.
My father must not die in vain. His death must mean something.
It'll mean that war is brutal and unnecessary and good people die. And that's all it will mean.
That is not enough.
Well, you know I'll do whatever I can, but I have problems of my own.
We all have problems. This is about the people. My father died for his people. For these men and for millions like them, that they may be free.
While there are guns and money, there won't be any freedom, Luisa.
Mr. Marston, the movement is on the brink of great victory. Allende knows this and has sent for reinforcements. Abraham Reyes asked personally that you stop them reaching Escalera. They are coming by the old trail. You must ambush them.
I have my own family to worry about.
Mr. Marston, I have lost my father. My mother is in the United States. My sister has fled. I have no family. Just because. Please. Good actions make you a good man.
Then I'm doomed. But I will help you, out of respect for your loss.
Thank you, Mr. Marston. Thank you.
I have skipped to the part where we're actually going to do this mission. It's really actually kind of a cool mission. We're going to actually set up a trap for the military, but not in the standard like the rest of the Red Dead Redemption game where it's just like stand on the side of the road and shoot 787,000 dudes as they run towards you. That's the trap. No, this time the military is coming along the road in a convoy of 2 wagons. We're actually going to place TNT in the middle of the road, similar to the way that IEDs are used. Then we're going to put a detonator switch on the top of the hill, and then we're going to, blow them up. This is the kind of stuff I wish they did a little bit more of in Red Dead Redemption 1. Obviously, we do this in Red Dead Redemption 2 a hell of a lot more. But we're not talking about Red Dead Redemption 2, and we're talking about Red Dead Redemption 1. So far up to this point, there's been a few standout missions, but for the most part, every ambush is just us on the road and 1,000 dudes running towards us. And if we were making gay porn, that would sound fantastic, but we're not making gay porn. We're playing a video game, and once in a while, there needs to be a little bit of variety. And every once in a while, Rockstar shows us their ingenuity and how they could actually make some unique missions by giving us stuff like this. And while it's super simple and super basic, the premise is so cool you can't help but admire it and be excited for what you're about to do. Yes, fundamentally, it's still shooting a bunch of dudes and blowing them up, but the core of it's changed, which somehow makes it different. It's like when you make a ham sandwich, it doesn't taste as good as when your grandma makes the exact same ham sandwich using the exact same ingredients. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're still doing the same thing, but this time our grandma's allowing us to blow up people with TNT, and that's just so nice of her. What's also nice is that it didn't require a lot of driving around and a whole bunch of build up for this. It's just like literally like we're just blowing people up and then that's it. That's the mission. And I needed a short mission after all the long ones we've been doing. I know for you guys are watching this in like 6-7 hours, but I've been editing for like 150. And I'm exhausted. I got up at 12 o'clock last night to do this.
Thank you, Mr. Marston. We are a step closer to power. My father would be very proud.
I hope it was worth it.
I must return to Campo Mirada. Meet me there when you can. I will do my best to return the favor. Apúrese! Amas! John! Thank God you have come. That wretched animal de Santa has been sent to oversee a massacre in El Sepulcro. Come, we must stop him and finally kill that vermin and all of Allende's other followers.
Okay, so we cut off one head of the Hydra when we killed the fat little eye patch wearing man inside of the hotel in Chuparosa. Now we're going after DeSanta, the second head of the Hydra. I couldn't be more happy. Like I've said a million times, I truly, genuinely did hate the entire Mexican army the whole storyline. I didn't like any part of it, which is great writing on Rockstar's part, but my God, was it ever terrible for myself to play through. In like the best of ways, if that makes sense. We're gonna ride in this really cool posse across Mexico because God forbid if we ever actually just staged right outside of where we needed to do something. I will say the whole like posse system is actually a lot of fun inside of Red Dead Redemption 1. Obviously, it's 10 times better in Red Dead Redemption 2 and 100 times worse in the role-playing scene of the Red Dead Redemption 2. As the roleplay scene often turns into a bunch of white knights trying to get the attention of the one female inside of their 50-person server. I know I'm off topic, but I can't help but draw Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2's story campaign to how absolutely opposite the Red Dead Redemption role-playing scene is. Did you walk past my barn too close? You're banned. That's all I ever think of. I'm sorry. Ripping across the desert, Luisa is going to explain to us that basically what's happening is a whole bunch of people are being sent to be executed for absolutely no reason because the army just does whatever the hell the army wants. Let's be honest, at the end of the day, they're probably killing all the men so they can steal all the women and give them to their colonel. Though, admittedly, we're going to arrive a little bit too late to save most of them.
Tell your men not to open fire till I make a move. We don't want to give them a chance to escape. And leave DeSanta to me. I need him alive.
We will wait for your lead, señor. En el nombre del gobierno provincial del coronel Allende y del estado de este país, te condeno a muerte por traición. ¿Tienes algunas últimas palabras?
No. Come on, quick!
Let's not waste too much time here. We all know what we actually want to do, which is kill DeSanta or at least capture him. We're going to fight our way through the ruins of this area. I don't know what to call this place. Sepulcro. It doesn't fucking matter. We're going to kill a whole bunch of the army, and then we're going to chase after DeSanta, and we're going to capture him. And I'm just going to skip to that goddamn part because we've killed enough people inside this game to know what that looks like. I want to see this weaselly little slime ball of a man be captured by us. We are going to capture him.
You fucking pig! Go back to your country!
Where is Javier Escuela?
Wait. Okay, all right. Shit. All right. Casa Madrugada is hold up there. Now hurry up and kill me, or just let me go, okay? Can we kill this piece of shit now, senor? Or would you like the pleasure yourself? Please! I am begging you! What are you waiting for?
He's all yours, fellers. I got what I need.
Esta es para México! It is done. Come on. Now we find your friend. Come on. Moving. Thank you, compadre. It should really have been you.
I don't like to kill a man on his knees, even if he does deserve it.
That man is responsible for hundreds of innocent dead, maybe thousands. He will burn in hell.
We all will, my friend.
Espinosa is dead. De Santa is dead. The army is without leaders. We must move on Allende now before it's too late.
First, you need to help me find Javier Escuela.
We're finally going after our boy Javier and Bill Williamson. I'm so excited. The only problem is that DeSanta, being the slimy little trickster that he is, decided to one-up us one more time and send us on a wild goose chase one more time. The hotel slash brothel slash villa slash compound slash whatever the hell you want to call it is not gonna have the men in which we're looking for. No, it's not. You know why? Because DeSanta was smarter than that. He knew he was gonna die either way, so he said, you know what? Why don't we just give John Marston one more big FU and send him on a wild goose chase? What's really gonna be at this brothel slash hotel slash pit stop, whatever you want to call it, is a whole bunch more of the army. DeSanta's final FU to John was hoping that the army would be able to kill him. I don't know what goes through people's minds inside these video games when they see the main character, but like I've killed thousands upon thousands of people at this point. Like that's not even a lie. But DeSanta seems to think that these drunk men that are halfway inside of a woman are somehow going to be the ones that kill us. The one cool part is we get to meet the second strongest woman inside of this entire game, and she's actually a hooker. Lady of the Night, a sex worker, a woman of a few resources. Not in that way, you sick pigs. In like, we should have worked with her a little bit more. She would have had her ears to the underground and maybe been able to help us find Javier. And at least there would be one non-insufferable character in this entire damn Mexico playthrough. But I digress.
Hey, you lady. Where's Javier Escuela?
Javier Escuela. He hasn't been seen around here in months. You shut up this place for him, huh? I wouldn't spit on him if he was on fire.
I don't blame you. But Captain DeSanta said he was here.
And you believe him? You must be more stupid than you look. Go shoot up some play sauce.
Tenemos que movilizar fuerzas en el extremo sur de la llanura para que los flancos del este y el oeste.
Where is Abraham Reyes?
Here, amigo, here. Well, look who it is. The American bandit turned bounty hunter who is about to win the Mexico Revolution.
I don't know about that, mister.
No, but I do, Mr. John Marston, I do. A man like you, or me, with just a few such men, I tell you I could rule the entire country. Hey, hermanos unidos, set my people free! Libre México! Libre México! Viva la revolución! Their energy is like food to me. I feel I was sent for them and they were sent to me.
Good for you.
When I rule these people, I shall be fair and judicious and wise. How so, you ask? Very simple. I know these people. I know this land. In short, I can make them better.
It must be pleasant to be a man so at one with his destiny.
Ay, Dios mío, I don't do it for myself, John Marston. I do it for my people.
Well, exactly.
Sarcasm, my friend, should be beneath a man such as you, don't you think?
Very little is beneath a man such as me.
Ha! Okay, well, in that case, I assume a little robbery will be a pleasant day's work. All in a good cause, of course. Come, my brother. Let us strike while the iron is hot.
Okay, so we are gonna go finally after Javier and Bill. Oh wait, we're not. We're first gonna go and steal a train. Yeah, I am gonna be 1,050% honest with you guys right now. It really does kind of seem like Red Dead Redemption and Rockstar said, you know what, let's dangle this carrot of Bill and Javier at the end of this stick, and then we'll just see how long we can drag that out before players kind of get annoyed. I'm almost at that point right now. Every single time we talk to any single character other than Bonnie McFarlane and Mr. McFarlane, they constantly say, we are gonna go get Bill and Javier after we do X, Y, or Z, this, that, or the third. And there's only so many times you can hear that repeated over the course of 72 hours or whatever I have into this game before you have to just go, okay, enough's enough. This is a little bit drawn out and we can call that out. Act 1 should have had it ending with Bill. Act 2 should have it ending with Javier, and Act 3 should have it ending with Dutch. That would have been small, concise storylines that were more palpable for the player to enjoy. So far, we've completed absolutely nothing, and we are 40, 50, 60 hours into this game at this point, if not more if you're doing side content, and we haven't even seen Bill since the very first mission. And we have never, not even once, seen Javier in this entire game yet. I'm only saying this because as we ride across the desert, John Marston's opening up to Reyes here about his old gang. He's telling him about how Dutch lost his mind in Blackwater, how they left him for dead, how Javier helped drive that conclusion, and how most of the old gang is dead. And he's explaining that in order to get his family back, he has to kill Javier, and he has to kill Bill Williamson, and we have to find Dutch. He's explaining all this, but we've already heard this story told 56 times already. Obviously not an accurate number, but we've heard it a lot. I just wanted to note that the frustration for me is boiling at this point, and it was for a lot of other players too. If you look on Reddit, there's lots of people saying that the pacing is a bit off in Red Dead Redemption 1, and it's mostly due to the fact that every time we go to a new region, it's kind of like starting the game over again, but with the exact same ending always in sight. Best example of this is a never-ending bridge. You can never get across it and you can never go back. You're always just kind of in the middle, and that's kind of the sense that we're getting at this point. And it's probably the biggest weakness that Red Dead Redemption 1 has over everything else, is the pacing's a bit brutal.
So listen, this train is filled with valuable supplies we need, but it's also filled with government troops. We'll set up a very loud distraction. You can board the train, and then you can disconnect the army cars, huh?
Okay.
Okay, but listen, we've got to get this done before the train rolls out of the station.
You make it sound so easy.
Well, did I not promise you fun times, amigo? Eh? There are too many soldiers. We must surprise them. Here, take this knife. You can use it to kill the guards quietly. Wait until I distract them. Then get on that train as fast as you can, John. Wait here while I create a distraction. ¡Suave! ¡Allende es un hombre muerto! ¡Rebelde! ¡Rebelde!
You guys remember like 4 hours ago when I said like, oh man, it'd be so cool if we could actually do a stealth section inside of Red Dead Redemption 1. Remember when we saved Luisa in the very like second mission when we got to Mexico? Guess what we're doing now at our 5 hours and 18 minutes? We're finally doing a stealth mission. 70 hours into the game, I'm getting my wish, and my god, I'm actually happy about it. We get throwing knives, and throwing knives are a one-hit kill on everybody. Now, admittedly, you're going to have a little bit of trial and error here when you do this a few times. I know I did at the very least. There's guards on the roof, there's guards below you, there's guards on the ground. You got to find all the guards. You really got to take your time here, and I'm more of a rush in, like I'm a stupid Call of Duty player, okay? I just rush into the room and hope I win the gunfight. Needless to say, I'm very happy that this was introduced into the game. It at least allows us an option for the rest of the game if we want, which we never get the opportunity to do stealth segments. Now, obviously, there's side quests that I'm not relating to here, but I'm talking main story. Most of the time we end up at a location, gunfight ensues. What we're gonna have to do once we get on the train is detach part of the train, and then we gotta fight our way to the front of the train, use the Gatling gun to kill a whole bunch of the army, which, by the way, I want to point out that this is like the 6th time we've returned to Chuparosa, the once bustling city when we were here with Landon Ricketts at the very beginning of our Mexico trip, and it's completely and utterly empty. I don't know if there's some lore there, maybe the army came along, killed everybody, maybe the rebels came along, killed everybody, but where's the civilians that were here when we first showed up? Somewhere throughout this storyline, the entirety of the civilian population of Mexico has been completely and utterly removed from existence. Don't ask me why, it just happened that way. Once we end up getting to the front of the train, we can steal the train, and that will lead us to the cutscene where we're told that we can break into the armored car. I know I'm speeding through this, but like, let's be honest, we just want to get Dutch and Javier. That carrot's been dangled in front of us enough times that I'm just fed up with it, and I want you guys to have the conclusion.
You move like a cat onto that train. Magnificent. Go ahead and blow the armored car and take whatever you need, my brother.
Vámonos.
Come on.
I'm not gonna waste your guys' time here. The coolest mechanic we don't really do in the main story ever again is the breaking into the safe. I don't know why they didn't do more of this. Or maybe they did in the side content. I didn't do all the side content. I did a fair amount, but I don't know. Maybe there's something out there. You guys love to be little lore experts down in the comment. And the second I don't immediately do 100% of everything you can do in the game, I immediately get called out in the best way possible, because that's what this entire video series is about, is exploring the game and sharing our experiences and things that we like and don't like. So as much as I'm making fun of you, it's okay, because you guys make fun of me too. We're just gonna break in the safe, get a bunch of loot, and then we're done.
Not a bad day of robbing the establishment to give to the poor, eh, Mr. Marston?
Very noble, I'm sure, but I need to know where Williamson and Escuela are holed up.
All in good time, amigo. I'm off to deliver these goods. I'll see you back at the ranch. Oh, my spies tell me they soon will have the information you need.
I am so fucking tired of beating my head against this wall, of trying to pry information from every single character that we meet. I don't know who made this gameplay loop, but I hope you personally got fired. This isn't fun to constantly ask the same question and never get an answer. Especially not for 80 fucking hours. Okay, moving on.
¡Ay! ¡Tú eres la mejor puta! ¡Qué chingado!
¡Viva México!
¡Qué rico! ¡Ay! John, excuse me. Oye, mamita, cuando te vea la próxima vez que sea un poco más durito, ¿ah? And I mean rougher, ¿ah?
What would your most loyal follower, Luisa, say about that?
Who?
Luisa, the girl from Campo Morada?
Her, a gentleman never tells, but she was a most wonderful... I just say she was increíble. Yes, let me tell you something. I strongly recommend her. You take her when you have the chance, my brother.
She thinks she's your wife.
My wife? These peasant girls, they believe every word a fellow says. So naive. It's really quite charming. I love peasants. Don't you love peasants? I love them. They have such purity.
Are you gonna marry her?
Ha! Marry a peasant? My dear boy, don't be absurd. I'm going to be the next president of Mexico. My wife will meet ambassadors, kings, other great men. The very thought that I would marry some peasant girl with a tight gun and the hands of a farmer, well, I really don't think so. My mother, que Dios la cuide, would turn in her grave.
Interesting.
But come on, let's run. I've got an amazing present for you, my brother, huh? Yes? The man you seek. Together, we will bring them to justice. Let's go. My men will launch a ruse attack on the side entrance to the fort. Meanwhile, you, my American friend, will drive this wagon at the front gate and jump off when you're close. It's been packed with 5 crates of TNT.
That sounds crazy. How long's the fuse?
Yes, like I say, fun times. It's plenty long enough, I think. I see you in there, amigo. Remember to jump, my friend!
I've seen this before. I saw it in Lord of the Rings. The orc did this to blow down the walls, and then the army could storm the gates. Classic Lord of the Rings. This would have been fantastic, except for some reason, Reyes is trying to like drive us off the road with his horse. I don't even know why he's so close. If something went wrong, then he dies as well. Like, what? Okay, we can finally storm the fort. We are going after Javier and Bill Williamson. Except for we're going to find Javier before we find Bill Williamson. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, remember the guy that we saw at the very beginning of the game and then we spent the next 30 hours trying to track down and then he escaped magically to, Mexico and then all of a sudden, boom, Javier Escuela has been added to the mix? Yeah, that guy's actually not here. Just Javier. We found the second guy before we found the first guy. Our task here is simple. We just got to search the fort until we find Javier. We're obviously going to find Javier. I'm just going to take a couple notes. The game's going to tell us to search the tower for Javier, and we're going to get up there. I tried to shoot a bunch of the guards and everything, but I'm pretty sure this is one of the few instances where there isn't a finite amount of men inside the fort. I'm pretty sure the guards will continue forever. I have no proof of that. I'm just going off my own opinion because I killed a shit ton of guards and they just kept coming out of the same exact door, which tells me that there's probably a trigger point that you have to trigger for the enemy to stop coming out of that door. Otherwise, what would end up happening is you could search the whole fort the wrong way, and all of a sudden a bunch of NPCs of rebel forces are just going to be standing around waiting for you to get to Javier. That's my assumption. I have no proof of it. I'm just sharing what I'm seeing and what I'm feeling and what I'm talking about. That's the whole point in the deep dive. Eventually, we're going to find Javier in the living quarters. I don't know why we thought he would be on top of the towers. Well, actually, he's actually inside the warehouse, inside of the living quarters, but that's not the point. You know what's going to happen when we get there? Javier is not going to tell us where Bill is. He's going to kind of hint at it, but he's going to definitely tell us where Dutch is. So now, we haven't caught any of the 3 old gang members, but they've introduced another one we have to go find. Lovely.
Hello, old friend. It's been a long time.
Hello, brother. It's good to see you. I heard you was coming. You took your time, no? Come on, you're not gonna shoot your own brother, are you? We was family.
Yeah, we were. Then you and Dutch went crazy and family didn't mean so much.
So now you do the government's work.
And what do? You just work for a different government.
Come on, brother. I think we should go our separate ways, huh?
What you and Dutch did was wrong. And the way you left me was wrong. Now, I hate to judge, but as it turns out, it's you or me. The way I see it, might as well be you.
We thought you was dead, brother. I promise. I'm telling the truth. Besides, I can give you Bill. And Dutch is in Colombia. I can take you straight to him.
You left me to die? Whoa. To save your own skin, and now you expect me to care about you?
You got it all wrong, brother. I've always loved you. Even now.
You don't have the heart to kill me!
Para Gloria!
Come on! How's he getting so close? Let's go! Let's go! This has... Give it up, Javier! I'm taking you in, my brother. I'll let the others judge it. Where's Bill?
I don't know.
Where's Bill, you son of a bitch? Do you think I won't kill you, brother? It's over, old friend. I got you now. I'm taking you in, my brother. I'll let the others judge it. You comfortable there? It's a little late for—
Holy fucking horseshit, we finally caught one, boys. We got ourselves Javier Escuela. Gonna be honest with you, I have no issues with the fact that we captured Javier, but I do have an issue with the following statement.
Abigail wouldn't want this. Abigail would have killed you already. She always thought you was a creep.
This genuinely doesn't make any sense. I do understand that the game 2010's Red Dead Redemption came out before the game Red Dead Redemption 2. But if you're gonna have a statement as bold as Abigail always thought you was a creep, then in Red Dead Redemption 2, we probably should have gotten some hints that he was a creep. Javier went out of his way to save John at the beginning of Red Dead Redemption 2. He helped with Jack. He went out of his way to sing songs and hang out with the kid, to be kind to Abigail. This doesn't add up at all. Just a super side note.
Shit. Don't be sure about what you're doing, brother. You saw me out. Didn't that life we had mean nothing to you? You puto. One day, I promise you, you're gonna regret this.
One day's about all you got left.
I hope you and your wife and children rot in hell.
You know, that life we lived is over. And when we was living it, it didn't mean nothing anyway. It was just an excuse, and we all knew.
What I knew is that you was always a puto. And you're still a puto.
Marston, come with me. The army sent reinforcements. Come.
Yeah, go with your puto.
Remember when I asked for there to be cannons inside of Red Dead Redemption 1? Well, guess what? There's motherfucking cannons. I know, right? This would have been so cool to have done in the first, I don't know, 70 hours of the game. It's so fun. I love it. But wait, where was it? I'm going a little insane. I'm not going to lie. But where was this when we were attacking every other fort up to this point? We've attacked a ton of forts. You think we would have seen at least one cannon at one point? Though admit, it's absolutely lovely to shoot the carriages and watch the horses and bodies fly all over the place. Makes all of it worth it. Not going to lie to you.
Mr. Marston, fancy seeing you down here. I must say it's a pleasant surprise to see you.
You've done well, Mr. Marston. Now, Javier here gets to see how far the hand of justice can reach. Come on, you. Get in the damn automobile.
Can we assume one of my commitments is cleared?
Unfortunately, nothing is cleared, John, until your obligations are met. We need you to find Williamson, then head to Blackwater as quick as you can. We have reason to believe that Dutch Vanderland is in the area.
Oh, your wife sends her regards.
Perfect. Now we get to go to Blackwater to fight Dutch, but only after we get fucking Bill. The guy we've been looking for the entire game, we still got to go get. Luckily, he's found in the very next mission. So let's get started, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to work.
Voltealo. Quítate, estúpido. Le voy a dar un balazo. Quítate, pendejo. Quítate. 1, 2, 3. ¡Bang!
¡Que viva México!
¡México!
¡Libre!
Calmado, no, para atrás. Usted para atrás.
¡Rebeldes! Escuchen la melodía de mi vida.
¡Otra vez!
Welcome to Mexico. My brothers and I are just discussing the future of our country.
Okay, let this man go.
And who are you, gringo?
I'm no one. But unless you want this town to tear you and your boys to shreds, I suggest you let him go.
And you think you could tell me what to do, friend?
Oh, you should listen to him, friend.
Look at that. You want to risk it?
The American is a drunk. If I were you, I would pull that trigger.
Put the gun down, Americano.
Ya, mátalo.
¡Dejen mi hombre!
¡Mierda! ¡Ay, Dios mío!
¡Puta Santa María!
So you want to settle this now, friend? Or you want me to shoot you in the head right now for that poor girl?
Okay, but we fight like men, not like dogs.
Well, we kill this guard here, this military member. I want to just say that was the moment that I was saying, like, how dumb is Luisa? She's able to leave attacks, lay ambushes, put down TNT, figure out convoy routes, all that other stuff. But then she's like, I'm going to charge at these 3 soldiers and I'm going to scream 57 feet away from them with a knife. It's just such a dumb way to end a character who genuinely could have been something special. But the decision was made and I can't fix it now. All I get to do is free raise another character that I don't like.
Today we overthrow the Coronel.
Senor, there are prisoners in jail who will fight on our side. Can you save them?
I will rally the peasants, John. You go after the prisoners.
Okay, so we are going to go free the 3 prisoners that are in jail. I understand limitations of the time. I always find it a little bit funny when they're like, oh my god, we need these people. So you go there and it's like, oh my god, there's 3 of them. I guess that's going to turn the tides of this war. It's just something I find funny in video games. I understand if you don't. We're wrapping up the civil war that has been existing inside of Mexico, the entire storyline that we've been doing for the better part of 2 hours here inside of this deep dive. We've cut off 2 heads of the Hydra, and in this mission, we're going to go after the final head, which is the Colonel, or the Colonel. And it's all going to happen in a extremely long fight, which is kind of fun, but also a little bit underwhelming just in the aspect of we have so many rebels here, yet it always seems like we're the only ones doing anything. This is probably the one example I would have in Red Dead Redemption 1 where you don't really feel like the NPCs that are with you are really doing that much. Like usually, like they don't do that much normally, but like in this mission, it's pretty exceptionally obvious that they're not doing anything. In our 70-hour playthrough, this is the only mission where I'm constantly taking damage. I'm constantly getting shot. I'm constantly being taken out, and I really feel like I have to use cover. And from a gameplay standpoint, yes, 100% I back it. That is perfect. That is the way that it should be. But from a story standpoint, there's hundreds and hundreds of rebels here, yet the soldiers are only ever interested in me. They're never dealing with any of these other characters. They're never going after them. And it's like you'll see them get shot here or there, but it is a very drastic difference between how many rounds are fired at me and how many rounds are fired at them. I understand from a gameplay standpoint why this has to exist. I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing the fact that if you're going to show me that I have 70 allies on my screen, I want to see their bullets whizzing. I want to see enemies going down. I want to see allies going down. I want to hear the screams just like we had in that cinematic battle up the cliffside to the fort at the beginning of our storyline with the rebels and the army. It's just, I'm just noting things along the way of things I like and don't like. Obviously, they're not going to fix it, and obviously they did things much better in Red Dead Redemption 2. But that doesn't mean that we can't critique things inside of this game. It is not a perfect game. Is it pretty damn close? Yeah, it's pretty damn close, but it's not perfect. So when those imperfections show up, we should probably highlight those, because otherwise it would just be me sitting here sucking off Rockstar like every Grand Theft Auto 6 channel that is currently on YouTube. I'm not jaded. If I like something, I like it. If I don't, I don't. And I just found that this whole fight up this hill was kind of pointless because it felt like I did everything, and seeing how I have to do everything, then I should be able to approach it any way I see fit. But that's not the case. Now, eventually, we're going to get to the top of the hill. We're going to kill a Gatling gun guy, and then we're going to be responsible for using the Gatling gun to shoot a barrel of TNT to blow open the wooden gate. I have no idea why it has to be the Gatling gun, but it has to be the Gatling gun that does it. They specifically tell you to do that.
We can use gunpowder to blow the door open. Wait while we get everything into position. Ahora, hermano, shoot the barrels.
Yeah, I don't know why we had to use the Gatling gun. I think it was just to get us in position to shoot the insane amount of enemies that are going to come running out of this door. And I don't know, thinking about this from the army's perspective of being inside this villa or this fort, whatever you want to call it, I don't know why they would look at a door that just exploded into splinters in front of them and go, I should probably run out there. They were the ones that put this Gatling gun here. They probably should know that we just shot the Gatling gun and they shouldn't probably run at this door, but they do. Here's going to be a little bit back and forth. When we fight our way into the villa, we're going to fight our way to the front door, and then immediately we're going to be told to head back out to defend the path in which we just came up. I don't personally have a problem with this. I just wish at some point there had been a cutscene or something that showed us that some reinforcements had arrived. If you think about it critically, over the course of this fight, we saw the rebels push their way up the hill when we were doing our walkthrough until we got to Reyes, who was being held hostage. We saw the rebels fighting the army all the way up the hill. And we just did a massive push with the rebels to this villa. And in fact, as we sat there ready to blow up the door, we looked down and all of our allies were down there. But now I'm shooting a bunch of army men that are running up the hill at us, meaning that at some point reinforcements arrived, and I just would have liked to have known when. It's not the biggest deal. Like I said, we're just nitpicking to nitpick. But like, we have to say, like, when did these guys get here? How? Did they just spawn in? Did they fly in? Did they ride in? Where'd they come from? Where did they go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Come on! We can still get to my stagecoach! Go then! I'll cover you!
They're getting away! We have to stop them!
Can never just be easy with Bill. I'm so sick and tired of chasing Bill around. I'm not gonna lie. We've done 70 hours worth of work, and when we finally were just at the end of it, they just run away again. We're gonna have to chase down Bill for the 50,000th time in this, but this time we have the added bonus of the colonel being there. I find this a bit interesting from a gameplay and design choice because they're basically saying that the colonel is on the same level of enemy and nemesis to John as Bill because they are tying them together. And in fact, they're going to rob us of the ability to do what we want with Bill by having the Colonel use Bill as a scapegoat. You'll understand what I mean here in a second. I just find it interesting to dangle a carrot of this big badass enemy for the course of 70 plus hours, depending on your playthrough, and then have it to be dumbed down to a cutscene and a choice made by an NPC. It just kind of nullifies the mythos of Bill Williamson. I expected a long, drawn-out fight where he is just brutal and cunning, and in reality, it's just dumbed down to him begging for his life.
What the hell are you doing? Find my freedom, pendejo! Now shut up, you dummy! And get out of the wagon! Apúrate!
I'm coming out! Don't shoot! Here, take Williamson. Just let me live. I will leave the country, I promise.
You always was weak-minded.
You're the one who let Dutch drive you insane!
Dutch wanted you dead! We all did!
Well, I'm going after him next! I'll outlive all of you!
You always was a traitor! You bastard orphan!
And you always was a dumb inbred hick!
Esta noche duermo en...
No, let me go!
Allende is dead! Mexico is mine! My people are free, and it is all thanks to you, John.
And to the people who laid down their lives. People like Luisa.
Oh, yes. She was very brave, and she will be missed. Who was she again?
Your peasant girl wife-to-be?
Oh, yes, of course. She will have a day named after her. Laura's Day.
Luisa.
What? Oh, yes, I know Laura as well. Magnificent girl. Like riding a pompous bull it was, amigo. You never saw anything like it. Anyway, enough about sport. Let's get back to politics. I trust you will join us in riding on the Capitol.
I'd love to, but with Williamson dead, my jailers need me back in Blackwater.
Hey, ¿qué hacen? Levántense. Well, I must say, I'll miss you, John Marston.
I doubt you'll even remember me, Abraham, but it's been an experience. Good luck with the revolution. If you win power, remember why you wanted it.
Well, travel safely, amigo. Come on.
Howdy.
"101, 102, 103, 105, 106.
I'm here to see Mr. Ross.
107, 109.
Edgar Ross.
113. Upstairs on the right. 114. 115. 116. 117.
Mr. Marston, so glad to see you. How was your journey?
Where's my wife and son?
Being well looked after. Well looked after.
I want to see him.
Mr. Ross wants to speak with you. We've had some important developments.
You want me to take out a gun and blow a fucking hole in your head right here? Right now? You want that?
Mr. Marston.
You want that?
Mr. Marston, I ask you to calm down.
Why? Why? I did what you asked. I got you Williamson and Escuela. It's over. Stop playing games with me.
No one's playing games with you, Mr. Marston. But if we were to play some games, there'd be some interesting ones we could play.
Thanks, sir.
Like hanging you for murder, or confiscating all your property, like that little farm of yours, or having you put in an electric chair. Those are the sort of games we could play. But we choose to play a different game. So calm down and play along with us.
Where's my wife?
You know, I forget, but I hear it's very nice this time of year. Mr. Marston, please, I've never insulted your meager intelligence. Do not insult mine. We've done this little deal for your freedom in exchange for all your men from your old gang. You gave us Williamson and Escuela. We still don't have Vanderlyn, but now we know where he is.
Then go and shoot him.
No, sir. I want you to shoot him for me. And then I'll let you be. The last thing I want to do is make martyrs out of all these people. He could be killed by some petty squabble by another lowlife.
We believe Vanderlyn is holed up with a group of renegades near the wreck of the Serendipity riverboat.
Yes. Another group of renegades. Obviously, the first group, your group, has, shall we say, been disbanded?
Disbanded.
Anyway, Mr. Ford and Mr. Marston, shall we go? Oh, Mr. Marston, your wife and son are doing well. Let's both try to ensure things stay that way. Okay?
After you, sir.
Oh, Mr. Marston, one more thing. This is for you.
You're too kind.
See, I have nothing but your best interest at heart.
Let's hope it doesn't go off by mistake.
343.
I have a patent for that, sir. This is an outrage. Ah, Mr. Marston. You're alive.
Hello, Wes Dickens. Thought you were headed to Peking.
So did I. So did I. A long story. But now it seems I'm being put under arrest and charged with narcotic possession or some other such nonsense.
Ross, have him release this man.
Why?
Because he's a harmless old fraud, the kind of man that built this country. And because he helped me get Williamson.
Did you hear that, officer? The man's a hero. Let him go. Come on, Marston. Moral degeneracy waits for no man. Let's hurry along.
344, 345, 347, 348, 3...
All right, Mr. Fordham, onward!
Whew. So we're in stage number 3, act number 3. We're going after Dutch. You know, Dutch, the guy that was kind of hinted at all throughout this game as the leader of the gang. A man who went crazy and left John for dead in Blackwater. We're finally going after him because God forbid if we ever just got to live our life. Few things to note along the way. One, we're going to work for the Marshals or the FBI or whoever the hell these people are. They're kind of vague with it all, even when blatantly asked. He just says he's in charge of the Marshals, he's in charge of the police, and he's in charge of the army, and he can do whatever he wants. So it's safe to say he's high up there within whatever organization he's in. We're going to call him the Marshals. Second thing to note, we don't like Ross. Ross pisses us off. I don't really have a problem with Fordham. He just seems like a guy following his orders, but it is what it is. There's a few things that were noted there. One, our family is safe and sound, or allegedly so, and they are being currently kept safe and sound as long as we continue doing what we've been doing this whole time. What I do want to note is that we've been sent after Dutch in act number 3. Act number 3 is not very long. It's roughly about 6 missions, which means we spent 70 hours going after Bill, just some random dude from the gang. Yeah, he played a role, but he wasn't that big of a deal. Roughly, I don't know, 10 hours depending on your playthrough going after Bill and Javier. And now in like 3 hours, we're gonna go and get the leader of the gang, Dutch. The guy who did the ultimate betrayal is wrapped up pretty quickly. You'll see what I'm talking about. Essentially, what's ended up happening is he was not in Colombia like Javier said. Instead, he was actually coming back to Blackwater for his own selfish reasons, which we'll learn here shortly. And he's got himself a new band of ne'er-do-wells, a new gang, if you will. So this will immediately shift from the gang in which we're currently dealing with on the Serendipity here in a second to a group of natives that he's manipulated into almost a cult. More on that shortly. Getting to the Serendipity, we're going to note that it is extremely calm. The wreck is normally filled with thieves and lowlifes, that's what Fordham says, but this time there's literally no one around, so it is extremely obvious that this has been set up by Dutch. 3 ways to look at this. Either A, Dutch conveniently knew exactly the exact moment when John Marston would be here in order to set up a trap in order to be able to trap him on the Serendipity so he could kill him before he ever got to himself. Not likely. Or it's B, the Marshals have a mole within the group that immediately helped set this all up to get Ross and Fordham here in order to be able to kill them. More likely, or C, Rockstar didn't know how to shoehorn Dutch into the storyline, so they just were like, let's set up an ambush so John has some reason to hate Dutch again, other than the fact that his family's been stolen. That's the most likely. When we get to the Serendipity, we're going to hear a man scream, and then we're going to have to navigate this absolute nightmare of a boat. I know somebody else is going to be like, I had no problems. Well, I did. I fucking did. And it's not my fault. The path wasn't clearly defined. So I got lost and I walked into like 700 walls because for some reason the boat slanted, and that fucks with the pathing of our guy. So he constantly walks the opposite direction. I don't know what's going on. It's definitely a mouse and keyboard problem, but just let me have this moment. Getting to the top of the boat, we're going to see that one of the gang members, who's also the informer for Mr. Ross and Fordham, has been tied to a chair. Why was he screaming in bloody murder? I don't know. He was beat up, but he wasn't hurt in that bad of a way that he needed to scream nonstop. Like, he's hurt, but not like that bad. Not for blood-curdling screams, you know? Like, calm down, bud. Calm down.
I found him!
Good God, that's our informant! Gnosis, what the hell's going on here?
It's a trap!
Shit, Marston! You'll have to carry this man! I don't think he can walk! Devil!
Nastas. I actually really liked Nastas. You'll understand that later on why I say I actually liked him, but he's pretty cool. I like him. He's a strong character, he's funny, he's witty, and he just says what we're already thinking. But right now, he's currently on my shoulder because God forbid if Fordham were to carry this guy, his informer, which by the way, he just says, that's our informer, you need to carry this man. Try to be a little bit more personal when this guy is like, I don't know, tied to a chair because you forced him to inform on you in order to betray his gang. Like, show him a little respect, Fordham. We're gonna have to fight off the boat, but with this new gun, it's really, really easy. It's got way more rounds in the chamber, allowing us to do a hell of a lot more Deadeye quick draw moments, and it just feels really goddamn good. Plus, it looks like the gun you get in Mafia, and I am a huge Mafia fan, so I'm always game for that. Not gonna waste your time too much here. We're just gonna fight our way off of the boat, and then we're gonna find our boy Ross having a cigarette at the top of the hill, overlooking the serendipity, yet does not even remotely interact with the gunfight that is happening down below, nor does he come down to see if we are okay. No, he stands there and has a goddamn cigarette. Don't worry, we call him out for this.
Marston, lift this fellow into the back seat. Put him in the car so we can get out of here. Let's go, there might be more of them.
You know what I find a little bit funny about old-timey cars is the fact that there's no front door. You just step in like you would a horse-drawn carriage. But for some reason, we've added back doors. I don't know if there's a reason for this. It's just something that I find funny. It's very similar to stagecoaches, but I always assume for stagecoaches, like when we ride and fast travel between locations, it was for privacy of the guest to be able to get out of the elements as well as sleep and all that other stuff. But for a car that has no roof and is just open, I don't understand why there's doors in the back but not the front. I don't know. I got a 52 Studebaker sitting in my driveway right now. It's amazing to look at, but my God, our part's expensive, so I'm actually getting rid of it in a couple weeks here. Gonna go to my brother who has way more energy than I do to fix it. We're gonna get ourselves a different car to work on. I'm a mechanic by trade, so I know a little thing about car troubles, if you know what I mean, which is very fitting because the car we're currently in is gonna have some car troubles. Yeah. You thought I was rambling, but I wasn't. I was segueing into the next part of this mission where the car's gonna break down on the road and conveniently Dutch's gang is gonna be right behind us ready to absolutely blast the living crap out of us.
Come on, not now!
What's wrong?
I don't know. The motor just gave out.
Well, fix it, you fool. We need to get this man to a doctor.
Of course, sir. It's Dutch's men.
Marston, we'll hold them off. Fordham, we'll fix that damn engine.
I always laugh at the audio when Ross goes, "What's wrong?" It reminds me of Saturday morning cartoons. I understand that some of the people that are watching this have never watched 90s cartoons like Looney Tunes, but that's how they sounded. What's wrong? But you gotta fix it. Bugs? Anyways, we're gonna have to fight off Dutch's men. I find it interesting that they immediately know that it's Dutch's men, and it's almost as bad as writing as when we were playing Saints Row 2022, and Kevin went, "Oh no, it's the Idols on ski-doos with machine guns." It's like, yeah, we kind of figured. You don't have to explain it to us. Treat me with some sort of integrity, if you will. I'm not stupid.
I can't see any more of them. Fordham, are we ready?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Come on, let's get back to Blackwater.
Damn, that was close.
We're lucky to be alive. I'm beginning to see why Mr. Marston here has made it to such a ripe old age.
You make me blush with all these kind words. So much for this honor.
We should take the Indian to Professor McDougal. See what he can get out of him.
Good idea, sir.
I just can't communicate with him. Here we are. Thank God for that.
So, this is the office of an anthropologist named McDougal. He was thrown out of Yale for degeneracy.
We should tell you something.
Indeed, but he's been helping us deal with the natives in this area.
They see him and they presume we're all idiot academics.
Huh? Give me a hand here, Marston.
Ah, Mr. Ross. Mr. Fordham? Good day. Good day. What on earth's going on here?
Kid got shot in the leg. Beat up pretty good.
We'll send a doctor. Now, McDougal. We need information from this fellow about Dutch Vanderland. Can you see what you can find out for us?
Do my best, sir.
Make sure you do.
Professor McDougal has been a good friend of the U.S. government, Mr. Marston, just like you. Why don't you see if you can help him in his study of the native problem in this county? That's a good thought.
Oh, incredible. Simply incredible.
Hello, Professor.
Oh, hello, sir. Oh, Mr. Marston, sir. Good day, good day. How are you?
Well, my family's health and well-being are being threatened by some unscrupulous government agents, and my own hard-won freedom is under duress. But these problems aside, I suppose I'm fair.
Yes, the problems of civilizing nomads. Tell me, sir, are you from Norse stock?
Not as far as I know. I was raised in an orphanage. My father was Scottish.
Unfortunate. You'd make an interesting case for my theory of natural population characteristics.
Really?
Well, yes, a white man, obviously, but with a savage spirit. Trust me, sir, I mean savage in the best possible sense. Natural nobility, but also simple, pure. I've been looking at some blood samples through my microscope, and you know what?
No.
Well, of course you don't. It's a remarkable breakthrough. I've been looking at the blood of both natives and white men of corresponding height, weight, and age, and you know what?
Again, no.
They're exactly the same. It's remarkable. It completely refutes my last book. But I'll tell you what, sir. This sabbatical in the field may have been somewhat forced upon me by circumstance, but my scholarship has benefited enormously. Would you like to partake of a syringe of cocaine? I've quite enough for two.
Not right this minute, no.
So it's a remarkable drug. It entirely restores the ego. It takes one back to a primal state. It helps my thinking enormously. Nastas, come on. Come in, sir. Would you like to take off your slippers? Or skin a rabbit? I know we cannot see the stars, but still my heart is pure, and we meet as equals. These savages must be spoken to simply in metaphors.
No, sir. I grew up on a reservation and attended school.
Oh, lovely.
But I can show you what you want to see. I know where the group of bandits you seek are hiding. Both of you. Vanderlyn has attracted a following of young men on the reservation. They are turning to bad things.
The savage heart cannot be conventionally civilized. I was right all along.
Where's Dutch Vanderlyn based?
In the hills, in Cochene. Let's go. I know a way there that is not guarded.
Marvelous. It's simply marvelous.
Sorry, I needed a break. I've been talking to you guys for 6 hours and 1 minute now. Few things to note about Mr. McDougal. He is a drug addict, like a severe drug addict, to the point of paranoid schizophrenic drug addict. He is constantly high, and his shenanigans of getting kicked out of Yale not only were to do with his science, it was also to do with his drug use. That is something extremely worth noting. He's essentially Seth before Seth becomes Seth. He's obsessed with the dead, he's obsessed with bones, he's obsessed with culture and all that stuff, but he's also addicted to, well, drugs. Actually, a lot of the characters that we've ran into throughout this game, I haven't really mentioned it because there's never been main characters or people we worked with a lot, have been addicted to drugs. Like, for example, Shaky was addicted to heroin and morphine. Riding out to the location, we're gonna have to talk about a few more things. One, McDougal's a little bit racist, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm okay with it if it fits the era. Not as in I'm okay with racism, I'm saying like I play Skyrim and I understand Skyrim is racist to some of its own races in the game. We're playing in the 1800s and clearly people are racist towards certain ethnicities. Let's not pretend to modernize it and just call a spade a spade. McDougal is racist to, well, pretty much anybody who's not white, but in like a scientific way, so somehow that justifies it in a way. Not for me personally, I'm just saying that's the way he looks at it. Remember that whole thing I was saying throughout this game that it felt like these individual parts were made by individual people and individual stories? Well, you guys are gonna see that whoever developed this section of the game, Act 3, where we go go after Dutch, I think was heavily inspired by a certain game called Assassin's Creed, because we're about to get to some janky-ass cutscenes with a janky-ass parkour section. Almost like Assassin's Creed 1, 2, and Brotherhood, and you guys get it. You guys get it. It's hard not to draw that conclusion because nowhere else in this game have we randomly had so much jank in a row. You are 100% gonna understand what I mean in the very first cutscene that we have to climb up this mountain with Nastas. Because it's so borderline janky that you would almost think that this came out in like 2001. Like, that's the level of jank we're going with here. It's awkward, it's clumsy, it just looks janky. Every part of it just screams unpolished, unfinished. And if you actually knew anything about the development history of Red Dead Redemption 1, the production of Red Dead Redemption 1 was riddled with problems. Studio shifts, studio work overhauls, constantly resetting, so it makes sense that some of the game would be a little less polished than other parts of the game. It just sucks that we're 80 hours into this game and it comes across as the developers got tired and lazy more than it comes across as a game that was existing in 2010s. The opening act of this game is so highly refined that when you see problems like we're about to see, you kind of go, oh, that doesn't look that good at all. It's the same reason why Mexico felt empty. There wasn't really many world events. There wasn't really a lot of side quests. It just kind of was, it was just there. But the opening segment was filled with stuff for us to do. This part has stuff for us to do, but it's filled with jank and weirdness.
Remarkable. I'm afraid I don't really have much of a head for heights. More of a head for highs. well, anyway, I'm sure Nastas will help you. I must be on my way. I've got work to do.
Thanks for the help.
Goodbye, gentlemen. Enjoy yourselves.
Come on! I see a spot where we can climb up. Damn! See if you can find another route, Mr. Marston. I will have a look around.
Oh my, that was bad for even 2010. Let's be honest. We've seen far better cutscenes for 80 hours and they hit you with that. I didn't edit that at all. That was the actual length. That was exactly how it went down. Every part of it, from the buzzing of his mic when he was talking to us, to the janky ass cutscene, to the fact that our path to find our way around is slightly going to the left and then immediately hooking to the right. I don't know why Rockstar decided to go with this, but this isn't even the last of the climbing. No. We have so much climbing to do that it's going to be our first fast forward point in this entire 6-hour video so far. We're going to fast forward a section because it is so much climbing for no payoff. Zero payoff.
This way!
Those wacky miners, they're always up to being like cannibalistic weirdos. They couldn't possibly be just normal guys who work a 9 to 5 or a 10 to 12 or whatever it is, and then just go home to their wives. No. They gotta be weirdos who hide in rocks and jump out at you and slice your wrist, and then that somehow incapacitates you forever. Nastas is really going through it. Last mission, shot in the leg. This mission, immediately sliced by some weird cannibalistic miner. And that's all before lunch, baby. That's all before lunch. It's all to set it up so we'll be alone when we finally find Dutch.
I'm hurt pretty bad. I don't think you should go any further.
I'll be fine. But you go ahead. I don't want to slow you down.
You sure you're all right?
Just need to take it slow. Go on. I'll catch up or see you on the way down.
In Saints Row 2022's deep dive, I said that the game kind of felt like a series of and then what if this happens, and then what if this happens. That's very much the way that this mission feels. It's what if then he goes into the cave and he gets sliced, and then what if he's so injured he can't climb, and then what if when John's climbing he runs into a bear, and then what if he runs into a cougar immediately after that, because bears and cougars are often within distances of 12 feet from each other, and then what if when he gets to the top of it there's a guard, and then what if Dutch sees him and shoots him. That's the whole premise of this mission. I'm fast forwarding right now, but I want you to know that's how it feels. It's janky, it's weird, it doesn't flow right. Every part of it is like being stuck in molasses at the same time as falling off a cliff. You know where it's ending, but it's a slow way to get there. And I'm just gonna get you there, okay? In 3, 2, 1, Dutch.
Mr. Marston? Mr. Marston! Mr. Marston! Here you go, Mr. Marston.
Put that stuff away.
You banged your head. Nastas and I carried you down. Nastas heard the shots and he hurried up to rescue you, and he carried you down. I improvised an escape plan. I'm more of a planner than a man of action.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Friends of mine are with Vanderland.
We must try to reason with them, sir. Vanderland's gang contains several natives. We must meet with them and try to save them from disaster.
My people have already endured many disasters. Before, this was all our land.
And now we have brought you civilization. Well, sure, it hasn't been easy, but it hasn't been easy for anyone, Nastas. Why, I knew a man in Yale whose father once shot 18 natives in one afternoon out in Wyoming. Oh, the man was quite traumatized. He took to lying with choir boys.
For a wise man, you are a very stupid man, mister.
Gentlemen, I'm going to leave you to figure out right from wrong.
You are simple-minded, sir. Thus, I do not blame you for not understanding reason. Then again...
What a pleasant surprise, Mr. Marston. An informant just told us some interesting news. Our mutual friend, Mr. Vanderland, is about to pay call on his bank manager. What do you say to having a little financial discussion with the fella? This way.
Let's get up on the roof. We'll have a clear shot at them from there.
Quick plot hole. If we know that Dutch is going to go to the bank to take out his money or whatever he's going to do, why did we not just put guards inside the bank to ambush him there? Just thinking.
That door is the only way in and out of the building, so cover it tight. You see those horses to the left by the building across the street? Dutch's boys hitched them there. They'll have to run that way to make their escape.
Don't start shooting until they're out in the open. If we spook them, they might retreat back and hole up inside. Don't shoot till I give you the signal. Keep your sights trained on that bank door.
Like, I understand it's to set up this really cool sniping thing. And to be honest with you, my first ever role-playing session of Red Dead Redemption, I came to Blackwater. Well, correction, I spawned in Blackwater. And believe it or not, the community was recreating this exact scene. I'm not even shitting you. I spawned, I walked into the middle of this, got screamed at to get out of the roleplay, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And only after playing this game did I realize they were literally recreating this scene for scene. It's the only time in the entire Red Dead Redemption role-playing scene I've seen people actually role-playing something, and I spawned in the middle of it and ruined it. Anyway, we kill a bunch of people, and then we're gonna rush into the bank because that's what we're gonna do. Dutch is obviously still gonna be in there.
Marston, head into the bank with Hopkins and Manning. Get Dutch. Be careful. There may be some innocent people there.
We can take them! Come on, let's get in there!
Sheriff Benton Manning.
Shoot the lock off that door! Holy shit! Now! We need to get in there! Let's go! Say farewell to
Come on, ladies, this ain't fair! Send out some men!
Let's check out upstairs! Damn you! They're behind this door! Marston, come on!
Oh, it's nice to see you, John.
Hello, Dutch.
How's Abigail?
Well, I hope. Ain't seen her for a while.
'Cause you've been chasing me?
Let the woman go, Dutch.
Of course. Of course. How's your little boy?
He ain't so little now.
No, he must be what? 15? 16? Doesn't time fly?
Don't adjust. It's over, man.
Of course. Of course. I surrendered, John. You're the master now.
I've been my master since you left me to die.
We all make mistakes, John. I never claimed to be a saint, but equally, I never took you for an errand boy.
Just trying to help my family, Dutch. By making compromises we all have to. Now let her go. It's over.
You want the girl, John? You always were the romantic sort. You know, gentlemen, this man here, oh, he married a whore. Used to ride with us. We all had her. Oh, but he married her. And you know that makes him a better man than us. He's a better man. Have the girl, John.
Easy, Dutch.
She's a parting gift from me.
No! God damn! Come on! We can catch him if we hurry! I don't see him!
What the hell happened in there? This is your fault, Marston.
You got a gun too, Sheriff.
All right, I let you guys watch a massive chunk of this game for a few reasons because I need to talk to you for quite a while. The first reason I let you watch all that is I wanted you guys to see how much the quality of the voice acting has gone down, as well as the quality of the scripts. Example is, make sure you don't shoot anybody because there could be survivors in there. Let's get them. We can do this. I don't know what happened. The first opening act was so freaking good. The writing was great, the voice acting was great, the characters were great, everything about it was fantastic. Even random events that we ran into out in the wilderness was fantastic. goddamn tastic. Second act had strong voice acting, not the best gameplay loop, and definitely some elements of time padding in Mexico. Here we are in the third trimester, or the third act if you will, and it's gone full terrible. Not as in a story standpoint, don't get me wrong, it's the quality of the story's gotten worse. The voice acting has gotten worse. The gameplay loop has gotten worse. And then there's just the forced narrative of it's somehow my fault. I want to be clear. They chose to bring in every single deputy into the bank and left no one, not a single individual at the door, except for they did leave some people at the door because people saw Dutch leave the bank. Just want to be clear. Every single police officer, every single marshal in all of Blackwater was stationed here to help us deal with Dutch. Yet the guards outside saw Dutch leave and went, well, we saw him leave. It's your fault, Marston. The next big plot hole I really wanted you guys to see was the fact that as soon as we breached that room, for some reason, rather than holding up outside the room in the one choke point that we had, we for some reason enter the room and then proceed to do a Mexican standoff kind of situation where we slowly back ourselves into the corner of said room while simultaneously allowing Dutch to have access to the one exit of the room. No idea why Rockstar did that. That doesn't make sense from any point of view other than to force the narrative of we're still chasing Dutch through the world. Then I wanted to show you guys the third part of this. We followed Dutch immediately out of the room. Not just me, but also the deputies follow Dutch out of the room, and Dutch pulled a villainous poof moment. At no other point has the villain in the story of our game done a poof moment. Not Bill. He wasn't at the fort when we attacked it in Act 1. He was already in Mexico with Javier. Javier didn't do a poof moment either. He just was always one step ahead until he wasn't. And even when Bill poofed out of the fort that we were attacking, he didn't actually poof. The colonel took him with him as collateral to save his own life. Dutch is the first villain in the entire game to do a poof moment. And while we ride with this posse to track down Dutch, which will eventually lead us to an abandoned logging camp where we're going to kill a whole bunch of Dutch's gang members, we are the ones getting blamed for Dutch getting away, but they were there. They saw the entire interaction. We didn't know that Dutch was coming to town. They told us, and then they immediately took us onto the roof, and they immediately told us what was going to happen, and then they told us to go into the bank, and then once we got into the bank, we saved the hostages in the vault, while the deputies went upstairs and trapped Dutch in the room. Then we together breached said room, where then we together moved out of the way so Dutch could escape, and then we together chased him. How is this our fault? It's a very forced story narrative, and it's hard to look at it as anything other than that. And when something this blatantly obvious and this forced and this contrived happens, what ends up happening is it takes the player out of the game for a moment because our brain goes, hey, something's wrong here. It's the same reason why we can't bite through our finger, even though it would take the same amount of force to bite through a finger as a carrot. Our brain goes, hey, that's not okay. Stop, that's not right. That same exact sensory is going off when we're dealing with this. 'Cause my God, it doesn't make any sense. I'm not trying to be negative, but we can do that. We're 16 years later and we can look at this and be critical of it. That was a fucking dumbass cutscene and series of events. And it's still going to be blamed on us at the end of it all.
Where's Dutch, Marston?
He got away.
Scared to shoot him? Too much to handle?
When the opportunity presents itself, I'll put a bullet in him, don't you worry. Won't like myself for doing it, but I'll do it.
Ah, good man, good man. You know, at the end of this, you'll probably get a medal. I know I shall.
Marston, sir! It's good to see you, old bean. Good to see you.
And you too, Professor.
Forgive me. I am in a state of remarkable agitation, partly due to standard narcotic impulses, but also due to the fact that I have finally solved the riddle that has tormented my mind these past 8 years.
What's that?
The nature of the savage soul! What makes some societies great, like ours, and others, not worse. I would never use a pejorative such as worse, but lesser!
Meaning?
What makes these beings less human than us? Closer to beast on the continuum between animal and God. You know, I argued with Fortescue at Yale about this. It caused a minor scandal. But I shall be proven right, sir. I shall. Mark my words. I shall show them all what civilization is all about. The redskins and the nubs at Yale. Come, sir. I have a way to say
both our desires. I will bring you, Vanderlint and me, the evidence of savages reverting to type! Come, sir!
I know it's supposed to come off as he's like a quirky, whimsical, educated man who's addicted to drugs. Kind of similar to like Sherlock Holmes, at least Cumberbatch's version of Sherlock Holmes, not the version that you watch on TV with Lucy Liu where he's in constant AA meetings. It doesn't come across as endearing as it does with Cumberbatch. You guys get it. I don't have to explain it to you. So we're going to ride with Nastas out to a powwow, a meeting, if you will. You know what always bothered me is I'm a ginger. I'm white as white can be. But my grandma was a Métis woman. And my cousins are native, but from a different band. I was never allowed to go to the powwow, like the fun powwow, not the like murderous like gang powwow, because I was too white. Isn't that crazy? Like my dad's native as native can be, but like my aunts and stuff like that, they were like, no, sorry, Bob, you don't look like us. You can't go. And now I resent them. No, I actually don't. But me and my brother, we're so white. Like my brother tans like a lot. His name's Kevin, and I got a name Adam, but our cousins are Morning Dove and Morning Star. It's just like, yeah. So I wasn't native enough for the native club, I guess. Anyways, that's besides the point. It was just a little rant that I found funny because every time I hear powwow, I think about the times that I didn't get to go to the cool events, and they'd come back and be like, oh, we did this, we did the sweat lodge, we did smudging. It's like I did smudging at home by myself. Anyway. Moving on. By the way, my mom is Irish and Scottish. That's why we look like this. You see my brother, though, he can tan. I cannot. I am vitamin D deficient. Anyway, what's ended up happening is McDougal has set up a meeting with the gang of natives that work with Dutch. The ones that have apparently been brainwashed to believe that he will get their land back. That's Dutch's entire promise. He's going to take down the government and give the natives back their land, and they are following him blindly because of this. But what is in truth is this is one big giant trap, once again set up by Dutch somehow. And just go with it. Don't question it at all. Just roll with the punches on this one. Dutch is like super levels of villainous here. And the fact that we knew him in Red Dead Redemption 2 means that we know that he is not this smart. He's not this conniving. They've just made him comically villainous in Red Dead Redemption 1 because they could, to the point where he has the power to just poof and vanish. Getting to the powwow, we'll see that it was always going to be a trap. It was never going to end up any other way than this. The natives resent Nastas for switching sides. They don't like McDougal because he treats him like a science experiment, and obviously Dutch doesn't like us. Like, what were we thinking coming here? The three of us versus the entire gang. We're just supposed to trust that they're not going to shoot us? History says that they probably are going to shoot us.
Hello, gentlemen. We come in peace.
Those words mean nothing coming from people like you. Look at what you've done to us. Look at us! We live like animals, scrabbling in the dirt.
Well, violence isn't the answer.
Maybe you live in a different America than we.
Men like Vanderlint will lead you to disaster.
I think we've already experienced disaster. The likes which you could only imagine. Put your hands up!
We come in peace! To success, Marston.
You call this a meeting?
Give me your damn weaponry.
This is not what we agreed to. You shut your mouth, you treacherous snake!
Holy shit! Damn, Dutch! Professor, get down now!
That voice acting. It's really hard to look past when you had such great voice acting for so long. It's like going to a movie and it's filmed in 4K and then just like the last hour is filmed at like 380p. Movie could be just as good as it was the entire time, but because of that drastic shift in quality, you're probably gonna leave. Or it's like going to I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry and thinking it's gonna be funny, only to realize it's the safest comedy movie that's ever been made and just was pandering at pandering's best. But I digress. That's just an opinion I have. It's also the only movie I've ever walked out of in my entire life because it wasn't funny. So we have to fight our way out of the camp that we just killed a bunch of Dutch's men in. If you didn't realize, we're actually just continuously going back to the exact same place over and over again, but with different paths. I haven't talked about it at all throughout the entire playthrough, but the way that Red Dead Redemption gets you to think that you're going to a new location is by simply making you take different paths there. The entire map of Red Dead Redemption is a spider web of loops and twists and turns. It's very close to when we attacked that basin with the marshal at the beginning. It's like an old school lollipop with the way it can wind in on itself and make it feel like you're going a different path or you're in a different location. This is pretty much the exact same location we were already in. It's just been slightly tweaked. And the way we got here was tweaked. By the way, on our way here, we ran into that bear. You probably remember we saw that. McDougal shot at it, and that triggered the fact that we had to kill it, to which then Nastas explained that if you don't show violence, then you won't be hurt by the animal. And that's the whole reason why Nastas didn't show violence here and then ended up getting shot. Full circle, baby. Full circle. We're going to help get our boy here, Mr. McDougal, the addict, all the way back home, where then we're going to have to help him go back to Yale. I'm only telling you this because we're immediately going to start the next cutscene, and guess who's going to show up to Blackwater again, unopposed by any of the lawmen there? It's going to be Dutch. I want to point out that McDougal's office and the law office are separated by like three stores, meaning that there should at some point be a lawman walking into work that looks down the road and goes, hey, there's that guy we've been looking for this entire time. What? We should probably go down there and deal with him. In fact, he's shooting the windows of the building of the informant that we have hooked up with our other informant. We should most definitely go down there. Oh, what's that? He brought a whole gang? We should probably go down there, but they don't. They choose not to because that wouldn't drive the story forward. But I wanted to note it here now before that cutscene so you understand that it doesn't make any sense. This whole segment is so many plot holes that you could literally drive a car through the holes that are here. They are the Tesla tunnels underneath California or wherever Elon Musk is currently digging tunnels, underneath LA, I think. Terrible example. Just picture it like Swiss cheese. That's the plot here.
Slow it up! Safe and sound. Thank the Lord.
So much for a meeting of minds.
Thank you, Mr. Marston. I could be boiling in a pot right now if it wasn't for you.
Get some rest, Professor. Professor!
Oh, it's you, dear boy. Come in, and shut the door.
What's going on? You leaving?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am, sir. You know the thing that is vital, without which scholarship cannot proceed, sir?
No, I don't.
Not having a bullet in your flipping neck, sir. I am not cut out for this. No, I'm not cut out for this at all.
Nope.
They're fucking savages! Savages!
I think we all are.
Not me, sir. I'm from Connecticut. I'm a professor at Yale. I write books. I do not deserve to die out here. Where's my tincture? Oh, yes.
You okay, Professor?
Oh, dandy, sir. Just dandy. Oh, great heavens above!
Is that you, John?
Hello, Dutch.
I think that's what they call two for the price of one out here in this wonderful place.
Maybe so, Dutch.
You and your friend there, the professor? We're gonna kill the both of you.
Why you want to do a thing like that?
I don't know. Sport, I guess.
Fair enough. Why don't I come out there? We fight. Let the professor go and send your boys back to their families.
Well, that sounds like a beautiful plan, John. Only problem is, my boys here, they already lost their families a long time ago. We aren't thieves, John. We're fighting for something a bit like you. Only we're fighting for an idea, not just for ourselves.
That's beautiful, Dutch. You always were a fine speaker.
I was. Now, would you kindly send that academic out here so we can show him what we really think about the art of anthropology?
Lisa, what are we going to do?
I'm gonna hand you over to him and watch him tear you limb from limb.
What?
I'm just kidding. We're gonna run across the rooftops. Get you back to your ivory tower.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Don't thank me, we're still here. Come on.
Yes. Oh, come here.
Good day, sir. Madam.
Look here, sir. What is the meaning of this outrage?
You two stay down and shut up.
Come on. We can get to the roof this way.
So we're going to head to the roof where we're immediately going to see that Dutch's man is up there and has taken McDougal hostage. Yep. How the fuck did he get up there? We have no goddamn idea. How did McDougal get all the way to the top of the ladder, walk across the entire roof, and then get taken hostage? We have no idea. Why was that couple giggling like that when they were touching each other? I have no idea. There's so many questions in Act 3 that I have no idea. I'm genuinely trying to give you guys an actual good deep dive, but there's so many plot holes in Act 3 of Red Dead Redemption that I can't help but just kind of have to sit here and sit back and go, what is going on? And to be honest, after the highlights and the hype of Red Dead Redemption wore off, people started to notice these problems. There's actually many forums and many videos made talking about these issues. Not from an aspect of the game deserves a lower score from critics and players. The game is fantastic, but more of a like, how did we let this slide? Maybe it was the fact that we played on older hardware, we didn't notice these things, or maybe it was the fact that we played on CRTVs and we didn't notice these things. Or maybe it's the fact that we didn't have 80 hours to dedicate to playing the game in a row, and these missions were broken up over weeks, if not months, of playing the game whenever we had free time. There's many outside circumstances that are going to lead you to not notice these things, and it's my job in a deep dive to point out these issues, while simultaneously saying sniping these people is a ton of fun, right? We live in a world where we are able to address the goods and the bads at the same time, and when specifically on a channel like mine, we can look back at games and be able to critique them while simultaneously saying that they hold a special place in the world. You compare 2010's Red Dead Redemption to any other game that came out in 2010, and bar none, this game is phenomenal for everything that it offered. But when you look at it through a magnifying glass from the future, you can start to see some issues. In fact, I was just reading never mind, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Oh, I almost spoiled some stuff for you guys. Essentially, what we're going to do is we're going to fight off all of Dutch's men, and Dutch is going to conveniently escape again, and we're not going to see him. He's just going to disappear and give up on his whole quest to take out the academic and us, and we're going to flee all the way to a trading outpost where we're going to put Mr. McDougal onto a train so we can return to Yale. That's the entirety of this mission. I didn't waste your time with it because why would I? The next mission's quite long, and it's the only mission in the entire game where it immediately starts mission 47 and 48 back to back. There's no in between, you can't go explore. It's just right from one end to the other. And there's some pretty big plot holes as well as an odd occurrence in this next series of missions. I'm just going to leave you guys with the final cutscene with Mr. McDougal. Say goodbye, everybody. Bye, McDougal.
My research is complete. Much as I thought. There's no civilizing this savage land.
I could have told you that for nothing.
Ah, but they'll give me a prize in New Haven for this. Well, they bloody better. Well, goodbye, Mr. Marston. Best of luck, dear friend.
So long, Professor.
So long, sir.
What do you want, Marston?
My family. I've done what you asked.
No, you haven't. This is the land of opportunity, and I gave you the opportunity to save your family, and you failed. How could I possibly reward you?
Marston, you're a public menace. We should have had you killed.
I wish you had. But since you didn't, where's my family?
Oh, spare me the noble savage fall on the sword tripe, will you, old boy? It's nauseating. You don't wish to be dead. You're an insignificant creature desperately clinging on to life like the rest of the scum in this town. Yeah, I know, it's tough. You like Dutch. He's a charming fellow. He makes sense. He's like one of those nature writers from back east. Only he takes things a tiny little step too far. Rather than just loving the flowers and the animals and the harmony between man and beast, he shoots people in the head for money and disagreeing with them.
He's a goddamn killer.
Now, I'm not a great intellect, but the metaphysical leap from admiring the flower to shooting a man in the head because he doesn't like the flower is a leap too far. So, I know it's easy. You see, me and Archer, we're the bad guys. We enforce the rules. Now, while the rules may not be perfect, they're really not so bad.
Exactly. What's the alternative?
See, I'll tell you what the alternative is. It's not complicated. It's about one man and his gun versus another man. Sure, civilization may be dull, but the alternative, Mr. Marston, is hell.
And the way you enforce this civilization, this freedom for men to like or not like flowers, or whatever in God's name you were just talking about, is to kidnap a man's wife and son?
Well, I know there's contradictions. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, as I said, I'm not a great intellect. Now, after the debacle with the army and the bank, we have to put Mr. Vanderlyn to rest ourselves. Will you help us?
Do I have any choice?
Now that you mention it, no.
Then what was that pretty speech in aid of?
I don't rightly know, but it sure felt good saying it.
Shall we, Mr. Marston?
Let's go.
Keep your finger off that trigger until we get out of Blackwater.
Here they come! Look, they brought the machine gun!
What's the word, Captain?
We spotted one of Dutch's men about an hour ago. I think he took the bait.
Let's get in position then. Have your men ready to run them down if you have to.
Dismiss! Load weapons and get to the sandbags! Move!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody in between, we are finally going after Mr. Dutch. Only after 75 hours, we are finally going to wrap up this storyline, and John is going to get his goddamn family back. I have to admit, this is probably my favorite mission in the entire game, because come on. We're in the back of a flat deck truck car thing, driving extremely slow through the western desert frontier, mowing down just an insane amount of Dutch's men. I'm not even being sarcastic. This is genuinely one of my favorite missions in the entire game. And I also love the fact that the whole time we're doing this, Ross and Fordham are sitting in the car bitching about the fact that it's a bumpy ride or that the car is literally gonna fall apart due to the bumps. It's just a great mission, and to be honest with you, I do genuinely believe that there should have been more of these missions throughout the game. Was there enough? Yes, but I would have loved more. But obviously, it's easy to say that after playing the game that we wanted more, when in reality, if they'd done it too much, it might have ended up like, say, Saints Row 3, where it's just too much of this. I think my real problem is just the pacing and the plot holes in Act 3 are just so all over the place that it's, when you get a moment like this, you just kind of take it in, and it's like the first time you have a bite of a chocolate bar, you're like, this is good. But if you eat too much of said chocolate bar, then it's going to be so much worse. But if said chocolate bar is on the plate and the other option is to eat a whole bunch of salad, well, then the chocolate bar is going to be the thing you go for. This is a chocolate bar, and the rest of Act 3 has been the salad. All along the way, it's just been plot hole end with plot hole end. One circle leads to another one. One hole ends up tying into another hole. It just wasn't well executed. expected, and I don't know why they chose to do it that way. Obviously, there was some problems with development. That much is 100% clear, just based off the quality of the first act, the semi-quality of the second act, and then just the horrendous shotgun shot that was the third act. Dutch isn't allowed in Blackwater. Dutch is going to the bank in Blackwater. Dutch is fleeing Blackwater. Dutch returned to Blackwater and is now shooting up a building 3 stores down from the law office. Dutch has got mythical powers to just vanish. Lawmen can't deal with it. There's been all of these plot holes, but the one thing that we can say is good is the fact that we are fucking shooting every single thing in sight. Horses, humans on horses, horses on humans probably. I don't know. I'm shooting blindly at everything and I feel good about it until a cannonball rips everything out of my heart. Everything I loved is gone in a second because the car gets ruined. Why couldn't we drive this thing around a little bit more? Why couldn't this just be something that we had access to once in a while, you know? Like a few missions here or there when we were storming forts. Where's the marshal from the beginning of the game? Why isn't he here? You think he would want to be a part of killing the guy who literally ruined Armadillo for him, but he's not here either. Anyway, we get blown up and then we go immediately into the next mission. That was a mission right there. You just saw it. That was it.
Well, Mr. Marston, it seems like your mentor Dutch no longer looks quite so kindly to his student.
That man is insane.
So it seems.
I think we need to get him before sundown.
As you say, Captain. Otherwise, he'll be gone again.
And what if I say no?
Now, before I shoot you myself, let me just point out the obvious. The one person we have left that can appeal to Mr. Vanderlyn is the last person we know who knows him. Your wife.
That won't be necessary. Mr. Ross, Captain, let's go.
What in the reusing the exact same thing that we already used again? We literally started this mission off in a cutscene where we said, what if we say no? And then he said, well, we're gonna use your wife. And then we said, let's go. And then we shot a bunch of people in a really cool car. And then the very next cutscene is, what if we do this? And then we say, what if we don't do that? And then they say, well, you don't have that option. And we're gonna use your wife. And we're like, okay, let's go. What? By the way, that's been the story for every mission we've done with Ross. Ross being the FBI marshal guy that we're working with here. Every time he tells us to do something, we say, what if we say no? And then he says, well, then we're gonna use your wife. And we go, hold up, wait a minute, no, don't do that. And then we go do the thing anyway. Rockstar, I know this game's 16 years old, but like if somebody's like watching this from Rockstar, like what was the thought process between just beating it into my head that they have my wife? It's been 70 hours, I'm well aware of it. Anyway, side note, we're gonna be riding with this new like military leader guy, super cool guy. He actually seems to almost sympathize with John a bit. He doesn't like what we're doing either. He actually finds that using the army to go after a single gang member kind of a waste of time. And he doesn't like the fact that they're using our wife and kid to get us to go after this person. So in a way, it's kind of interesting to see two branches of the government have two very different ideas on how to take out Dutch. You have the military leader going like, yo, we could have handled this without using you at all. And then you have the other group going, no, we need this gray area outlaw guy to serve the justice on our behalf. Just worth noting, I'm not going to waste your time too much. This is a 30-minute long mission. We're going to get to Dutch's camp. We're going to get a quick cutscene.
You, blow that gate open. Move, soldier.
Go! Get down!
Forward!
Well, it's time for us to fight our way through Dutch's fortress up here in the mountains. By the way, I want to point out, we climbed up the whole backside of this mountain with Nastas when we literally could have come up this very convenient and easy to use path. I understand we would have ended up at the front gate, but I feel it wouldn't have changed any of the outcomes. Now, there's nothing special about fighting inside Dutch's camp. One point we're going to use a Gatling gun, and another point we're not. And with the most part, we're just going to use the cover system to fight our way through it. But this time, at least, we have the added benefit of the military, Mr. Ross, and the rest of the marshals with us, and they're going to help us totally. Well, not really. It's going to be like every other time. We're going to do 99% of the stuff, but at least the backdrop's pretty cool. I'm going to be 100% honest with you guys. I'm kind of a sucker for winter inside of video games. Like, this doesn't matter anywhere. My favorite time to play RuneScape? Winter, because they do all the winter fun festivities. My favorite missions in Mafia? The winter ones, because I find driving the old school cars inside of the winter super fun. I'm a sucker for winter. I even love playing GTA RP in the winter just simply because some of the servers, like Echo RP, will make it snowy so you can enjoy the snow. I just find it fun. So, like, I'm living my best life here, and I know it's a completely me thing, but I just think that the winter part just adds so much to it. My favorite part in Red Dead Redemption 2 is also the winter. I know everybody else's least favorite part, but I am a ginger and the sun burns my skin, so I also love the fact that the winter is existing in my real world. In fact, I lived in Kelowna, BC, which was a desert and like 45 degrees in the summer, and I deliberately moved northern Alberta so I could be at -50 more than I could be in the positives. Just a fun fact for you guys. Eventually, we're going to get deeper into the compound, and we're going to have to blow up another gate because it turns out Dutch is better setting up military camps than, say, I don't know, the Mexican army who puts it right at the base of a fortress.
Right, Marston. We'll take 2 men with us. The rest will stay here and take care of the wounded. They'll plant charges at the gate. You and I'll provide the cover fire.
AKA, the enemy is going to run at us over a duration of time, and then once the duration of time is done, we will then blow up the gate. I'm going to skip to that part because I don't feel like shooting these guys individually for the next 55 seconds.
Looks like it's me and you, John. You should have stayed at home.
You better fall.
What the fuck? Where was all this fortification when we came up here and scouted this like 3 days ago? Dutch has been busy as hell. Ladies and gentlemen, we're finally going to go after Dutch, and now I'm going to point out a plot hole, and I'm going to let you guys kind of figure it out as we go. First off, we got to shoot the lamps in order to get Dutch to break his little armored fortification here after killing his guards. When we do the chase sequence with Dutch, I want you to pay attention to when we shoot him, okay? I'm just going to skip to the next parts of us chasing him down, because that's all we do. We just chase him. It's just a series of cutscenes. So let's do that. You tell me when I shot him.
Son of a bitch! God damn it! You'll never take me alive, John! It's over, John!
I ain't leaving here without you!
You're just like me, John! You can't change who you are!
I ain't like you!
You can't erase the past, John! Killing me, it won't make it go away!
That's where you're wrong!
I never shot him, but Dutch is wounded now when we just saw him 2 seconds ago and he wasn't wounded. It's actually a big conspiracy theory on Reddit. You guys can go down that rabbit hole on your own. Was this supposed to be more gameplay? We'll never know.
Hello again, John.
Hello, Dutch.
We gotta stop meeting like this.
Sure.
I got a plan, John.
You always got a plan, Dutch.
This is a good one.
I don't doubt it.
We can't always fight nature, John. We can't fight change. Can't fight gravity. We can't fight nothing. My whole life, all I ever did was fight.
Then give up, Dutch.
But I can't give up, neither. I can't fight my own nature. That's a paradox, John. You see?
Then I have to shoot you.
When I'm gone, they'll just find another monster. They have to. Because they have to justify their wages.
That's their business.
Our time has passed, John.
So at the end, you didn't have the guts to shoot him.
The man's dead, Ross.
Sure. Can I see your gun? Oh, trust me. It looks better in the report that way.
Where's my family?
Your wife was killed in a prison riot last week. So, I'm only joking, dear boy. They were sent back to that Scrabble ranch of yours in Beecher's Hope. They're quite safe and sound.
They better be.
Thank you, Mr. Marston, for everything. I know this wasn't easy for you, but I have to say, you've done your country proud.
Yeah, exactly. See you around, John. Try to stay out of trouble. Come on, Archer. Let's go find somebody else we can annoy.
Real quick, this is the second time I'm going to have to mute the audio in the game because of a copyrighted song, but it's an inspirational song about John's ride back to his family. Really cool. Definitely listen to it if you're going to do your playthrough. I'd advise you race as fast as you can there in the most direct line possible to make the song feel as impactful as you can. I want to talk about Dutch there for a minute. One, it sucks that he kind of took his own life, but it also makes sense in a way. Dutch kind of at that moment realized that the cowboy outlaw era was coming to an end. The world was shifting into a new sort of order, and he kind of realized that he had no place in it anymore. So rather than let John take him out and be able to, take credit for it, he took himself out. Dutch left the world in the way that he wanted to because he realized that his time in the world was over. It's kind of beautiful in a way, even though it sucks from a gameplay standpoint. The whole premise of Red Dead Redemption 1 is the fact that the world is changing, and along with it, so is the outlaw mentality. It's the whole reason why John has to do what he's doing. He can't just be an outlaw anymore. Gone are the days of robbing trains and banks and stuff like that and just doing whatever the hell you wanted. There's a government now, there's politicians, there's tax people, and the whole thing is just a coming of age of them growing and learning that they don't really have a place anymore. John can see that. That's why he tried to start a ranch with Abigail and Jack. That's why he tried to go straight after the events of the gang and Blackwater. But your past has a way of catching up to you, and that's exactly what happened to Dutch, except for Dutch chose to just accept his fate, where John, like sandpaper, is still going against the grain, though it seems like his tides have been changing as he arrives home to his family.
Abigail! Jack! Anyone here? Anyone home? Oh, darling. I never thought I'd see this day again.
You no good hillbilly piece of shit! I thought you was dead! I thought you was dead, John, huh? Where you been? Where you been?
You know where I've been, darling. You know.
You saw Dutch, didn't you?
Yeah, I saw him.
And Bill?
Yeah, I saw him too.
And you didn't go back to him?
I left that life. Just as you left yours. How'd they treat you?
Oh, I can take care of myself, John. One guard got funny on me one time, but I wasn't so ladylike and he didn't try it again. Nor no one else.
How's the boy?
Oh, like you. And like me. Well, he's like a kid growing up without a father.
That ain't fair.
What is fair?
Well, some trees flourish, others die. Some cattle grow strong, others are taken by wolves. Some men are born rich enough and dumb enough to enjoy their lives. Ain't nothing fair, you know that.
We tried to change. I mean, isn't that what you're supposed to do?
We did change. And it's over now. Jack! Jack, come here, boy.
Hello, sir.
Come here. How you been?
Coyotes ate all the chickens and poachers took the cattle. I tried, Father. I tried.
I know you did, son. I know.
And don't you go blaming me, boy. Don't you go blaming me.
I ain't blaming no one, old man, but since you're still alive, there's 4 mouths to feed. And no cattle.
That's a nice way to greet somebody. Why don't I get a warm and tender embrace?
Consider the fact I ain't put a bullet in your embrace, old man. You were supposed to look after the place.
I did. Well, I did my best. Thing is, there was too many of them. I thought you was dead. I wasn't drinking.
Hold your excuses until you figured out which one to use. Jack, go get your bags packed, boy. We got work to do. We leave in the morning. Go on.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going?
Well, it's getting kind of dark now, but in the morning we've got to go get ourselves some more cattle. I've got friends at McFarland's ranch. It's over in Hittiganstead who can sell us some. Now, Abigail, I hope you learned to cook.
Yes. Didn't I say, rather than some prison, they actually kept me incarcerated in a cooking school for young ladies.
So John is finally home. His gang life is behind him, or at least he believes so, and he's ready to start anew. And we're going to start that by going back and calling in a favor with Bonnie McFarland for the cattle that we said we would buy from her after we stopped her horses from dying in the barn fire set by the Bullard twins when they were poaching her cattle. We're taking Jack with us, and along the way, Jack's going to ask us a bunch of questions, and we're not really going to answer him. We're going to be extremely vague with him about things and then ask him about his time with the marshals. It's our turn to withhold information from Jack, and I'm going to be extremely honest with you. There's not really any point in the next 6 or 7 missions where we are actually going to tell Jack anything. We're constantly going to be vague with him no matter what's happening. So anytime we're with Jack, just assume he's asking us what happened, and we're going to say we don't know, and we don't tell him nothing. I'm also going to blow through the ending section here because it's essentially a repeating of Act 1, but in a quicker fashion, but also more drawn out. We're literally going to redo everything we did at the beginning of the game. I'm talking, we're going to go tame horses, we're going to herd cattle, we're going to do everything we did, and I'm just going to skip right through it because we're 7 hours in. I don't need to waste your time with me retraining 3 horses. So we're going to get to the McFarland ranch. We're going to be greeted by Mr. McFarland, and then we're going to be told that Bonnie McFarland is in the corral, and she's going to be more than happy to see us because we all know that Bonnie's got a little bit of a thing for John. And by little, I mean a massive gush.
John Marston! There's a face I thought I'd never see again. Some of our public servants in Blackwater sent you back on another homicidal errand to protect and save us from Lord only knows what.
Thankfully not, sir. I was hoping you might still be able to sell me some cattle.
My boy, it would be a pleasure. Bonnie's out in the corral now. She'll be more than happy to help you.
Good Lord, do my eyes deceive me? A devil walks among us.
I said I'd be back when this was all over, Miss McFarland. After the barn fire, you remember?
Of course I remember. I just didn't believe a word of it. So, you've come for some cattle?
Yeah,
I'm finally starting up my farm again. Or trying to, at least.
You'll be fine. You've been taught well. Come on, then.
I've told you guys already, way back 6 hours ago, that I originally really liked herding cattle until we did it 3 more missions in a row. Well, let's just say the end game decided to take that and double it and pass it to the next person, because we're going to do it a bunch more times in the end, and I'm not going to waste my time. It's so bad. Adding to it is the fact that Bonnie's like just randomly super jovial with us, which she wasn't before. She was always like that tough, but like catty, cute kind of thing. You know what I mean? Now she's just so bubbly. It's almost off-putting how much she's just oozing attraction to John. 2 ways to look at it. Either A, the developers deliberately did this to set it up later when Abigail gets jealous of Bonnie, or 2, Bonnie was written in very different times in the development cycle, and they chose to go with a much more happy, bubbly version of Bonnie rather than the stern, strong woman we got at the beginning of the game. I don't not like Bonnie, just so we're clear. I'm just pointing out that the shift in characteristics is fucking drastic. It's almost like childish how much she's just praising and teasing and flirting with John, and how much John is just kind of like pushing her away, like, yeah, I'm married. I got a wife. That's literally my cat that I had with my wife right there. But it's done in a way that's harmless. We're gonna herd these cattle for an extremely long time until eventually a bunch of random cattle wrestlers are gonna show up and choose to try to steal our cattle. To which John's just gonna casually murder all of them in front of his son. Like, just casually. Just slaughters like 20 dudes and then goes over to him and goes, "You okay, son?" And then Jack goes, "Yeah, I'm fine, Dad." What's Jack's response gonna be? "No, Dad, I really didn't like that." Like, and then what? Like, what happens then? And then guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna continue to herd the cattle all the way back to our farm. I don't think they could have padded this mission out with more distance, especially because the conversation between Jack and John is so not there. It's just, "Dad, what were you doing when you were gone?" "I did some things, son." "Dad, did you kill anybody?" "I'm not gonna answer that, son." "Dad, were the marshals good to you?" "They weren't rough with me, but they weren't great with me either, son." "Dad, is that a horse?" "I don't know, son. I don't think I should answer that for you." That's the conversation. Like, that's the level of just nothing that's happening here. I know it's to be establishing of like that culture shift between when a dad comes home from, you know, being away for a long time. As somebody who served in the military, I understand it well. In fact, we had military training courses on returning home, because what often happens is the returning home of the father and or mother when they go overseas, deployment and or training, often disrupts the patterns of the homes. And it can feel like, A, you're an outcast in your own home because you're trying to reassert yourself into the routines of everyone else. And I know that's why the conversations are awkward. John doesn't know where to step or where to go. He's just getting accustomed to being a free man and having his family back. It's been months since the last time he was with them. So yes, there's going to be some awkwardness, but we don't have to awkwardly do it over the course of like 15 minutes while we literally herd cattle for like forever, it seems.
Did a good job, son. Nice shooting.
Thanks, Pa.
Make a rancher of you yet. What you cooking?
Same thing I've been cooking the past 15 years with the hope of poisoning you.
Ain't working so well.
Not yet.
Be honest, though. Tastes bad enough to kill a man.
I never was much of a cook, but I did try to be a good wife.
And you have been.
Given what we was and what we came from, I think we've gone and done okay. I look at Jack. I look at him and I think we've been blessed. Maybe he can be something more.
He's a good kid. He can be whatever he wants to be. He ain't gonna be no frontier gunslinger killing and running no gang, though. That way's over. Railroads and government and motor cars and everything gone and done away with all that.
And he ain't gonna marry no orphaned working girl running with a bunch of hucksters, neither.
If he meets one like you, I hope he'll marry her.
Stop. For an illiterate gunslinger, you sure know how to make a girl blush. damn crows! John! You have got to go deal with them. They've broken into the silo again and are eating all the corn out from it.
Of course, my angel.
Wait, get out of there.
All right, all right.
Go on. Scat. Shh.
Turns out we have a lot of corn and the crows are eating it, and Abigail doesn't like that. That's fair. I also like to see the fact that the relationship is evolving. They remind me of the couple from Hell on Wheels between the slave and the whore, which is kind of similar because John's an outlaw and she was a lady of the night, but it reminds me of them. They genuinely love each other, they don't care about each other's past, and they support each other no matter what, and they're willing to help each other grow and become better people. And they support each other through the struggles of that change. I really, really like that. This mission only exists for the next mission, by the way.
John, we got a telegram from some lady friend of yours, a Bonnie something or other. Something you ain't telling me?
Bonnie McFarlane. She's a friend. Saved my life when I went after Bill and nearly got myself killed again.
Oh, now you two's in the habit of sending each other letters. How very nice.
It weren't nothing like that. What's it say?
I don't know. I can't. Well, you know I can't read.
Give it here.
You read that thing out loud?
I ain't hiding nothing. Dear Mr. Marston, stop. Need corn sacks. Stop. Emergency. Stop. Weevils and moths ate entire county supply. Stop. Can you help? Not exactly the most romantic request now, is it?
I guess not. She saved your life, you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then you're gonna have to help her and her family out. We've got a plentiful supply of corn sacks over near the silo. About the one thing Uncle didn't manage to have stolen while we was gone.
Okay.
Hurry back, John. And John, what's she like?
You know. A little bit like you, I guess. She's a woman in a man's world.
Wait! Maybe I should meet this McFarlane woman. What are you waiting for? We better hurry.
Just so you guys know, Abigail can't read, so she just trusts that John's showing and telling her the truth, and that shows how much they care for each other because John doesn't try to manipulate her. Not that he had anything to hide, but she's going on blind faith that he's telling the truth. By the way, this is the third mission in the game where we have an arbitrary timeline. I don't know why. If Bonnie McFarlane doesn't get the corn in the next 12 hours, her entire population will die. It seems like they should have maybe contacted us a little bit beforehand. The whole time that we go towards the McFarlane Ranch, Abigail's gonna push and prod about Bonnie McFarlane, though not in like a jealous wife kind of way. Is she jealous? Yes, she admits it, but not in like that like toxic way. It's more in like that harmless, like you were around another woman kind of way, and I think that's funny. She was a lady of the night. She is not gonna be worried about any of this, but she wants to go and just kind of suss her out, see what she's all about, and see if she's worthy of being a friend of theirs. It's also gonna help expose that, Bonnie does in fact like John. So getting to her farm, we're going to deliver the corn while the two ladies banter back and forth and poke at John a little bit. Make a little fun of him, tease him a bit.
You came. Thank you so much. We lost the entire harvest.
Miss McFarlane, I'd like you to meet my wife, Abigail.
Oh, ain't you quite the gentleman all of a sudden? It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Marston. Likewise. Thank you for saving my husband's life and for teaching the miserable goat some manners. Among other things. I didn't teach him anything. I know better than to try to change a man. You should meet my father. Oh, people can change, Miss McFarlane. John and I have to believe that more than anybody.
This is a decent first harvest for you, John. You should be proud. That's good land you got there.
How are you feeling, Mrs. Marston? From what your husband told me, it must have been awful for you. I've been through worse. And I knew he'd be back before too long. He can't cook a meal to save his life.
Abigail, in my darkest hours, when I was most homesick, just the thought of one of your rat meat stews kept me pushing forward.
Well, about as amusing as a weeping saddle sore, ain't he, Mr. Farland? If you're gonna start yammering about women's work, John, I'd say you might be in the wrong company. I'd say so, too.
I never felt so outnumbered.
Ham?
That was one hell of a long-ass awkward pause there. And the way she stormed after that dude that went into the store, I think that guy's about to have his goddamn world rocked by Mrs. Bonnie McFarland. I think he's about to get one hell of an angry sexual session with her, because she stormed after him and all he did was say hello. Anyways, on the way back home, you know, Abigail's gonna make fun of John a little bit about how Bonnie very much clearly likes him and how she would be a better fit for him and blah, 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 blah. It's all harmless banter between a couple. It's done to establish the fact that they're starting to get comfortable with their life after the gang. In fact, all these missions are that. I'm gonna stop saying it. They're also gonna talk about Jack and how they're trying to raise him right and they're doing the best they can. John wants to see him have a different future and Abigail's kind of like, let him be him. He's a smart kid. He reads books. He's good with his tasks. He does his chores. And John's just like, I wish we could give him more. And she's like, we did the best we can. With the circumstances we had, we raised him the best we can, and now we're together, and we can do it right from now on. We can change the future. Abigail sees it better than John does. John's kind of doom and gloom, and Abigail's like, hey, we're good to go now. But we're not done yet. We got more work to do to establish the fact that John is settling into his life after the gang and killing Dutch and Bill and Javier.
We did good today, John. I guess I better go fix us something to eat.
Get up, old man.
I am up.
Get up!
Oh. There, I'm up. Well, thank the good Lord you're back. Nothing worse for an old man than sleeping in the warm afternoon sun.
You want a long sleep, Uncle? That can be arranged. It'll cost me less than food.
You always was a hard and nasty man, John Marston.
You always was a useless, conniving thief. And where's them cattle? Did you take them to pasture?
It's coming around to that.
When exactly?
It's easy to pick on the elderly. It's easy, but it ain't dignified.
Come on, old man. We'll do this together.
If you think I'm gonna waste one more goddamn second herding cattle, you would be seriously wrong. I don't give a shit that there is gonna be a random train robbery showing the outlaws that exist in the area and how John's gonna go fight them in order to be able to deter them from robbing the train, and it shows that John's growing as a person because he used to be the guy that's robbing the train. I don't care. I don't care about any of that. You know why I don't care about any of that? Because we're still herding goddamn cattle. I am so over this.
What are you looking at, old man?
There's some Mustangs and some such out there beyond that ridge. Wondering if it was worth getting you and going around some of them up.
Fair enough. We're nearly out of money. Ranch is in turmoil. We may not make it through the winter. What could we possibly want with some good quality horses? Come on.
That tone of voice ain't so becoming on you. Makes you seem all pent up and angry like some Blackwater would-be business tycoon with a bad case of hemorrhoids.
I'll give you a bad case of someone just shot me in the head if you don't hurry up.
If you think I'm going to waste one more goddamn second taming horses when I've tamed about 160 horses in this damn playthrough, you gotta be kidding me, because there's nothing that happens here. The old man and John just argue back and forth about how John treats the old man and how the old man could get shot by John. Nothing happens here. This is just filler to establish that John is getting comfortable in his life and he's establishing his ranch. And yes, I understand, and I do understand that that's the whole point in this, but my goodness, they could have done this all in one continuous mission. What I haven't told you is some of these missions require you to start it at a certain time of day, meaning that I'm having to either A, waste a bunch of time in between, or sleep until it happens. The worst part is these missions just end. There's no conclusion. Like, I'm not even cutting out it just ends. It's just like, well, we got the 3 horses now, we put them in the corral, that's the end of the mission. On to the very next one. No cutscene, no talking about it, no closure. It's just over.
Make sure there's enough fresh hay. We need to keep them strong.
All right. Damn, a little gratitude wouldn't kill you.
Not a bad day's work.
What's the book, boy?
Nothing, sir.
What's it about?
Well, it's an adventure, sir. Set out in the West, and it tells this amazing story of how people killed the savage Redskins, and how this brave man, hunts the man who killed his father.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Talking of adventure, how'd you like to learn to track elk? Really big ones in the valley this time of year. We could use the meat.
Well, I
know you'd rather read your adventures. Trust me, this can be very enjoyable in its own way. I suppose maybe it's a little less dramatic. So, let's go, come on. You may get to see me get gored by some massive wild beast. Then you can write a story about that.
Very funny, Paul. I'd forgotten how funny you was.
Grab your things.
It's time for us to bond with Jack by teaching him how to hunt. The problem is if teaching him how to hunt is us doing everything and then him just asking us questions and us not answering those questions or being extremely vague in those answers, then we're doing it perfectly. I'm going to be honest with you. This entire mission is set up just so we can say that Jack is a man. That's it. That's the only reason that this mission exists, is to teach him how to hunt and tell him after he kills his first elk that he's now a man, so then it can go straight to his head, and the very next mission Jack's gonna start acting like a complete and utter douchebag, because it turns out the second you hunt your very first ever elk, you immediately get to treat your father like a piece of goddamn garbage. Now, obviously, they're gonna do the cliche of like Jack's all of a sudden gonna be angry that his dad left and he's never around and blah, 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 blah. But that's just not the case. It's a forced story narrative. It's just Jack's being an idiot and it's bad writing. I know we're blowing through this section, but it is like 2 hours of just doing menial tasks that we learn how to do. It's essentially a tutorial for Jack, a character that we're not even playing as. And yes, you could make the argument is so then Jack has all of the abilities that we have when we get into the epilogue, but you wouldn't know that doing this. You have to look at it as a father teaching a son how to do things, and it's just boring because in a gameplay standpoint, I just did all of this at the beginning of the game. And I did that over the course of 3 hours. Now I'm doing it again, but I'm teaching an NPC that I can't possibly control to do the things that I'm doing. And while I understand why this exists, and I understand the story part of it, the symbolism, I understand the passing on of skills, I understand all of that, but this all could have been inferred through a montage cutscene where we all go kumbaya. We didn't have to do these individual tasks. This could have been shown to us in a well-edited and progressed as well as entertaining cutscene. Riding my horse across the entirety of the United States to kill an elk while my son goes, "Dad, what did you do?" And I go, "Not gonna tell you." "Dad, did you kill people?" "Not gonna tell you." That's not fun. It's fucking stupid. And yes, I am frustrated because we're at the end of the game and I'm doing a goddamn tutorial, a glorified tutorial with all of this extra nonsense on top of it to try to justify what we're doing. Some people are going to see this as complaining. Some people are going to see this as me not understanding. I am fully aware of why this exists, but I am also going to call it out because we have done tutorials for 80 hours. We were 70 hours in when we got our fucking throwing knife. We did the tutorial for dueling at 66 hours into the game. And this could be way, 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 way worse if you did side content and all that stuff, because a lot of this stuff you're just going to do naturally. They could have inferred that our skills were passed on to Jack through a cutscene or just by allowing it to exist in the world. That's what the Assassin's Creed franchise does. It just goes, "Oh, well, you're a new person now. You have everything your previous person had." We can say this because they had it. I'm going to move on.
Oh, Paul, that was so much fun. I can't rightly believe it. Just like in the books.
We'll do it again soon. Now get to your chores. You're tensing up.
I'm not.
You are. Your back's tense and it's making the rifle jump. You're holding it wrong. Here, let me show you.
I don't need you to show me, Paul.
I guess not.
You'll show me and you'll just run off again or something. It's better I teach myself.
I ain't going nowhere.
Whatever you say, Paul.
Don't be like that.
Sorry.
Wolf's been after the herd. Gotta get out there and scare him off. You wanna come with me? Safer with two.
Okay.
Hey, do you want to do the same thing we just did when we hunt the elk, but do it again? But this time you have to follow a stupid dog named Rufus as he runs a random path around at an awkward pace? Well, you're in luck. That's what this mission is. I know. We can reestablish it. Let's do it like Red Dead Redemption's doing right now. Let's beat it into our heads. I know what this symbolizes. I know what they're trying to do. I understand what they're trying to work towards. I get it. But we're doing the same thing over and over and over again in long missions for no freaking reason. And it's all to lead up to this next mission. I'm not even kidding you. It's all this is just to lead up to one mission where you and Jack finally bond. By the way, every time that we leave, there's going to be the exact same conversation. It's going to be, hey, Dad, blah, blah, blah. No, I can't answer that. I'm not going to answer that. You're not ready for that yet. Hey, how was your mom treated by the marshals? Oh, they were treated fine. Hey, how were you treated by the marshals? I was treated fine. They even told me stories. That's the same conversation. What I'm trying to get across to you guys, and maybe it's not coming across in the right way, or maybe it just sounds like I'm complaining for complaining's sakes, is that the epilogue or whatever we're doing here, the Act 4, is just the repeating narrative over and over and over again. Repeating stories, the repeating dialogue, repeating mission structures, repeating tutorials. To be honest with you, most players agree with me that this final act has a great ending, but it's like we went from shooting Gatling guns and driving tanks to homestead, normal life, and we're going to do that for 2 hours. It's such a tone shift that it's off-putting. It's such a drastic shift in characteristics, and it's just annoying and repetitive that you can't help but just kind of become bored. I wouldn't be shocked if most people turned off the game at this point, not knowing that the ending was almost there, just because how mundane this got. There's no big pick-me-up moments. Everything just is like, it's just a series of tasks to get done. We talked about this earlier. I'm gonna skip to the end of this mission. We killed some wolves, and that apparently solved our problem, even though these wolves are way the fuck in the middle of nowhere.
You're turned into a decent hunter, son. But try to stay out of trouble.
John!
What is it, old man?
It's Jack. The kid. Well, I just saw him out in the valley. Seems your tales of hunting got the better of him. He said he was going up to the pass, track down that grizzly that's been seen up there.
Kid can't hunt a grizzly. Thing will eat him alive.
I know. I tried to stop him.
But you're worthless as a lawyer at a lynching. Damn you, old man. This is my son. Anything happens to him, you'll wish it was you that bear attacked.
Well, we messed up. We told Jack after taking him out 2 times hunting that he was a good hunter, so that obviously means in the next mission, Jack's gonna take it upon himself to travel to fight the grizzly bear that has been hounding the county. Oh, but it's just a dumb kid doing dumb things to prove himself to his dad. It's forced, it's contrived, and it's freaking an annoying cliche that happens in every single movie that has ever had a dad trying to bond with his kid, ever. I hate it. I literally hate it. I hate it with so much of a passion that it makes me physically sick to think about. How do you tell such an amazing story as Red Dead Redemption 1 and you have the second to last mission be a angsty teenager throwing a hissy fit because his father wasn't there when all through this entire part of this mission, in this entire section of Act 4, he's been like, I understand, Dad, you had to do what you had to do, Dad, only for him to completely 180 on that the second we give him any sort of attention and props. Oh, but the therapist and blah, screw you. This is so forced. It's so unbelievably forced that you can't help to just feel kind of just annoyed. You're annoyed at Jack. You're annoyed at the gameplay loop because you're bored at this point. It's been an hour and a half of just doing the most stupid task. They couldn't have made this worse unless I had to go out and harvest cabbage, each individual cabbage patch at a time. I'm talking pulling out each individual head and carrying it across my farm to put into a wagon that I slowly have to maneuver a horse. That is how tedious this has become. It's like trying to sort a bin of 2,000 individual 1-block square Legos that are mixed colored into their original colors. It is that tedious. It's draining. It's like your battery is just being depleted by just how fucking bored you are. You saw this coming from the moment we took him out elk hunting. You saw this coming when we told him that he was a good hunter when we went and fought the wolves. And then it happened immediately. Like, everything is so cliche in Act 4 that you are just done. You're done with Jack. You're done with Abigail. You're done with the ranch. You're done with it all. And maybe that's the intent. Maybe that was Rockstar's intent with it all, was to make you just frustrated with everything with the ranch, because that's how John would feel after a while. And if that's the case, then I give you props. You've successfully done it. I'm annoyed. I hate everybody here, and I want to go back to robbing trains. I want to go back to my action-packed life that I used to have. If that was the intent, then I 110% am all for it. If the intent was just to pad out the game time, this was needless. You could have had us end with Dutch's death, returning to the farm, had us maybe do a mission or two where we hung out with Abigail and the kid, maybe went fishing or something stupid, and then just gave us a montage, and then led us up to the final conclusion, the crescendo. But this is boring. This is awful. This is the equivalent of Shadow of Mordor's one button press boss after doing 40 hours of gameplay. This is so tedious. I'm just over it. I cannot believe the second to last mission in this amazing game has us dealing with an angsty teenager yelling at us that we were never there. Congratulations. So was most of the kids in the side of the old western frontier. Their dads were dying from like cholera, tuberculosis, or getting shot, or bitten by a snake, or ran over by a horse, or stubbing their toe, or getting a sliver, getting an infection. Like, most kids didn't have parents. In fact, your own father was an orphan because of these very issues. Suck it up, Jack, you spoiled little shit. Anyway, we're gonna get back to the farm, and then everything's gonna move on. We're gonna do the final mission in the game, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna do it.
I'm sorry I made you worry, Paul.
Don't be too eager to grow up, son. Ain't as much fun as it looks. When you're ready to hunt bears, I'll take you. Hey, Jack.
Hey, Paul.
Need a hand with that?
No, sir, I got it.
Looks like you have. You know, you're real good with them tools.
Thank you, Paul.
We'll make this land real nice one day. Me and your mother will do our part. By the time your turn comes, hell, this could be the nicest farm in the county.
Maybe, Paul.
Just gotta learn to shoot straight or you'll get yourself eaten by some animal.
Very funny, Paul.
Thank you, son. Soon it'll be quail season. We should have some fun then.
Is there anything you don't like shooting, Paul?
Well, I ain't met the thing yet, but as soon as I do, I'll let you know. You can even put it in one of them books you read.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. The day John Marston stopped shooting.
Now, I ain't no literary man, but I don't think that'll sell. People like shooting in them things.
I think you may be right there, Paul.
So, you ever hear talk about them machines that can make a man fly?
Well, sure, Pa. Everybody knows about that. You know they're gonna be bringing one of those machines around the country next year for a demonstration? One of them machines can turn men into angels.
One of them machines can turn men into angels.
John, come here. John, come here, quick. Take a look at that.
Jack, go into the house, lock all the doors. Whatever happens, don't come outside. You hear me? Whatever happens.
Okay.
Come here, son. Whatever happens, keep the doors locked and your mother inside. Promise me, son. Promise me.
Who is it, Pa?
It's just some old friends. Me and Uncle take care of it. And you go inside and you keep the doors and the windows locked.
I hear you.
Then run!
Yeah, run, boy.
Well, old man, looks like things is about to get settled once and for all.
I always admired the fact that John's willing to just accept his fate. He knows what's coming. He's not even going to try to alter the change. He's just going to put up as big of a fight as he possibly can and take as many of these men down as he possibly can to ensure that he is fine. Or at the very least, his family's fine. And I admire that. I admire somebody who can look at what's being destined in front of them and accept it and just do their best to try to just make sure it's worth it. In this case, John knows he's going to die. He saw this coming. He understands what is going to happen to him, and he says, you know what, I'm just going to make them pay. They're going to take me out. I'm going to make it hurt. And it's probably the most action we're going to get out of this entire epilogue because my God, am I done with it. It's a pretty fun fight, to be honest with you. It's the odds are overwhelming, but John and Uncle, they fight side by side. Even though they always argue, there was always a mutual respect that they had to protect the family, and they're willing to lay down their lives to make sure that the family's good, and that being Abigail and Jack.
What are we gonna do now?
What's wrong? What's happened?
Stay inside, you hear? Like I said, there'll be more coming. I don't know, son. Whatever it is, it ends here.
Well, John, Jack, and Uncle sit here and they fight off waves and waves and waves of the military and marshals. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you who stuck this out. This was a long video. This was huge. This was monumentous. And it took me well over 100 hours just to edit the game. I have to watch every cutscene 2-3 times. I have to rewatch my narrations. I have to do all the editing. I have to do the scripting. It's a lot of work. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for sticking it out this long. You guys are truly video game fanatics, which is what this channel is all about. As much as we harp on video games or we poke fun at the issues and the mechanics and all that, we're here because we have a passion for gaming. These characters, John, Jack, Uncle, Abigail, Marshall, Bonnie McFarlane, are characters that shaped some of our lives, our fond memories that we've had. Maybe you laughed with your dad at the jokes, or you admired the world with your family. Maybe it was an escape for you. These are all things that can be attributed to this game and many other games, and that's what I'm hoping to share with you guys. As much as I'm hard on the games, I'm hard on it because I have a passion for it. I love gaming. It was always my escape, and I'm excited to share that passion with you guys, and I do animate it up a bit for the entertainment value. At the end of the day, this game is 16 years old, and we're not going to change it today, tomorrow, or ever. Well, unless you're a modder, then you can do whatever you want. But sadly, we have to say goodbye to Uncle. Maybe he was your favorite character.
Hang in there, Uncle! I'm gonna get you out of here safe!
Ain't time, John. I ain't gonna make it off this porch anyhow. You take Jack and Abby. Take them and... Don't worry about me. Just get him out of here.
No! Uncle, please! Oh my God! They killed him!
Come on, son! Ain't nothing we can do for him now! We're leaving the farm. I'll watch from the silo. You two go to the barn. Get the horses ready.
John!
I'll meet you there.
John's gonna cover Abigail and Jack as they slowly push towards the barn. And I do mean slowly. The distance from the house to the barn is not that far, yet for some reason, Jack and Abigail are gonna take the most elaborate cover system path ever to get to there. It's one of those moments where you're screaming at the TV, just go, just go, just go. It's kind of like a horror movie when they do that cliche fall thing, or they go into the room where the killer obviously is, or the ghost obviously is haunting. You cannot help but be a little bit frustrated with Abigail and Jack. Jack's trying to fight off the army and Abigail's trying to fight off the army, and all we want them to do is just get to the barn so we can put them on a horse and get them to safety. They just don't get it. So we're just gonna speed it along a little bit by just appearing in the barn.
Jack, darling, get on this horse. Get out of here. Go find a place to hide.
You're coming with us, Paul.
I'll catch up. You keep riding and don't look back. And don't be worried about me, you hear? Now get going.
You stay out of trouble, John.
Ain't no trouble, Abigail. Ain't no trouble. I love you.
I love you.
Now go! Get!
We're now going to take over as Jack. John's dead. And then when I tell you that this ending absolutely shattered gaming in 2010, I am not even sugarcoating it a little bit. This was out of nowhere. It wasn't often in gaming where a main character died in such a gruesome and brutal way. And there wasn't many games out there where we spent this much time with an individual character only to have them die at the very end of the game. This was not common. It's a little bit more common now, and this game is to be kind of credited for that. I remember everybody talking about this. I remember people talking about it in my military career 2 years later when I joined. This was insanely impactful to gaming as a whole, and it was heart-wrenching.
No! No!
Oh, bury me not on the lone prairie where the coyotes wail and the wind blows free. And when I die, don't bury me 'neath the western sky on the lone prairie.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for watching this video. I really do appreciate you. Each and every one of you is a special human being to me, and I know you have a passion for gaming. To our channel minions, I appreciate you guys as always going the extra mile to support the channel. That's why you guys get the videos early. The second I'm done with it, you guys get it. I look forward to seeing you guys in the next video. I really do, but I am taking a quick break. I'm going to take a couple days off from editing and scripting and all that stuff, and I'm going to just kind of, I don't know, stretch my legs, because sitting down for 100 hours, it's got to have given me a blood clot. See you guys in the next video. By the way, we're playing as Johnny Depp now. That's pretty cool.
Hello, sir. You work with the government? You one of them agents?
Sure, son. Why you ask?
Did you work with a man named Edgar Ross? I have something for him.
Edgar Ross? No, but well knew of him. A fine man if you wanted results. Won himself a chest full of medals. I think he went and retired about a year ago. Last I heard, him and his wife moved out to a cabin on Lake Don Julio. Lucky guy. Getting to take it easy. He's fighting crime in this dump, that's for sure.
Well, thank you for the information, mister.
Let's go! Let's go!
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hello, young man.
Hi.
What are you doing out here? Are you out visiting the lake with your family?
No, ma'am. I was looking to deliver a letter to Edgar Ross.
Oh, that husband of mine. That bureau just won't get its talons out of him, even though he's retired. Edgar gave them some of the best years of his life. They ought to let him retire in peace. They'll not rest till they've killed him with worry, and he's such a sensitive man. I'm sorry, I shouldn't get so angry. I don't suppose any of this is your fault. There's no need to worry about him nowadays.
Well, where is he?
He and his brother Philip went hunting on the south side of the San Luis River. Be careful crossing over. They were saying it was dangerous.
I sure will, ma'am. And don't worry about a thing. I'm sure your husband will be just fine. Hey there, mister. How's the hunting?
Oh, pretty good, son. Got me a few rabbits, coyote, elk. Still looking for some trophies for the parlor.
I've got a letter here for Edgar Ross. You know him? I heard he was down in these parts with his wife.
Yes, I know him. He's my brother. Gone down river, duck hunt. Must be a pretty important letter to have come all this way.
Oh, yes, sir. Real important. I'll be on my way home as soon as I deliver this message.
You best be off then. Just don't get on his bad side. He's got a filthy temper.
Excuse me. You Edgar Ross?
Red Dead Redemption is a beautiful game with a beautiful story and a beautiful world. It's everything I remembered and more, in both a good and a bad way. Along the ways, our nostalgia kind of forgets about the bad things and only remembers the good things, but I think it's important in gaming that we remember both, because off of the foundation blocks that was Red Dead Redemption 1, we got the amazing game of Red Dead Redemption 2. We got to explore the world with new characters in greater detail and higher resolution and deeper lore. And it all started right here. 2010 was a sequel to a little-known game called Red Dead Revolver that led to one of the biggest gaming franchises on the entire world. And I'm happy you came with me to replay it.